My boyfriend let my stalker ex into our apartment to decorate for my birthday because he'd been cyberstalking my stalker, making fake accounts to encourage him to keep pursuing me, then eating the chocolates my ex sent while watching him suffer, so now I'm living with my brother. Posted by you/deceased caterpillar. Background post. I, 27F, and my boyfriend, 27M, have been dating for 2 months. We have so much in common. He's super sweet and always goes the extra mile for me with grand romantic gestures, even asking me out by buying me my favorite comic book and leaving a sticky note between the pages confessing his feelings. I've never gotten anything but amazing vibes from him this whole time until now. However, my boyfriend has a childhood friend, 27F, I'll call her Sid. My boyfriend was very upfront when we started dating that he and Sid had romantic feelings for each other in the past but decided it would be best they only stayed friends since they didn't want to risk their friendship. I never actually met Sid before and have only heard about her from my boyfriend and vice versa. About 2 weeks ago, my boyfriend texted me, super distraught, telling me that Sid called him, saying that she was too jealous of my and my boyfriend's relationship, and that she couldn't stand being my boyfriend's friend while he was in a happy relationship with me. She basically gave my boyfriend an ultimatum of him having to break up with me or she would cut him out of her life. I was baffled by this, thinking that this 27-year-old woman, who had mutually agreed with my boyfriend that they would never date, was so childish to give him a ridiculous ultimatum, and I voiced that to him. He got mad at me, saying it's not that simple and seemed to be seriously considering breaking up with me just to stay friends with Sid. I was in disbelief that he couldn't see how manipulative and abusive this was, and that the obvious conclusion would be to cut her off since she was clearly toxic and controlling, but he was still on the fence and we ended up taking a break and not talking while he thought it over. The next week and a half, he barely talked to me, telling me he's in a very hard place while I became increasingly frustrated that this would even be a hard choice. Like, we're in a happy relationship, and he's debating breaking up because his crazy friend can't handle her jealousy? I was fuming. He then finally came to me after that time of not talking saying he decided to choose me and leave his friendship with Sid behind, but by that time I was so mad that it was even a choice that took 2 whole weeks to decide to begin with that I ended up breaking up with him anyway. Now his friends are telling me I'm a jerk for not breaking up with him sooner because now Sid is still cutting him out for picking me over her and I'm still leaving him, whereas if I had broken up with him during the weeks he was thinking it over, he would have at least been able to stay friends with Sid. But honestly, I didn't even realize how mad I was until he picked me and made it seem like he was some kind of martyr for doing so. Update on background post. Apparently, Sid has completely cut my ex-boyfriend off and blocked him on everything. He is begging me to take him back, even contacting my friends to attempt to convince me. Luckily, all my friends are telling him to get lost. He wrote me some 2,000-word essay on how I'm the best thing that ever happened to him and that he was blinded by his happy childhood memories of Sid. I also found out they slept together in the past before we started dating, so that's cool. But it was just a one-night stand to see what could have been. Either way, he was definitely hiding more about his relationship with Sid than I was told. I don't really care anymore. I'm not taking him back. He's a grown man who should have known better than to ghost me for 2 weeks to think it over as if things would be the same after he decided to pick me. Doubt anything else interesting will happen, but I might update if it does. I'm honestly just hoping this will be a reality check for him, and he'll get the message. At least his friends have stopped bothering me. Original post, 10 months later. I, 28F, broke up with my ex, 28M, 10 months ago, but he will not get over it. Despite me wishing to no longer interact with my ex, as well me as dating someone new, Cole, 29M, my ex has been trying to win me back by doing over-the-top things like sending me gift baskets, love letters, chocolates, etc. even though I've blocked his number on all social media and always ignore his attempts to woo me with his gifts. He never actually interacts with me directly. Never waits for me outside or tries to talk to me, he just leaves me gifts at our doorstep and runs away. It's creepy and makes me super uncomfortable. Cole, who I live with, doesn't actually see an issue with this and says he feels bad for my ex and doesn't want me to waste my ex's money/efforts, so I reluctantly just let Cole eat the chocolates and other crap since he insists I don't throw them out. He even likes reading the love letters even though I tell him I don't want to. I don't understand why he's so chill about this because my ex and Cole aren't even friends and have never interacted, so it makes no sense why he's so okay with my ex doing these dumb gestures that he knows make me uncomfortable and creeped out. If anything, Cole should be upset that someone is trying to steal his girlfriend, right? Anyway, all of this finally came to a head on my birthday. After work, I came home to our apartment decorated in balloons, chocolates, and flowers. I'm immediately touched, thinking all of this was a surprise from Cole. Nope. Apparently, my ex actually came over with all this crap, buzzed our apartment doorbell, Cole let him in, and allowed my ex to decorate our apartment and leave gifts for me. Then my ex left before I could get home. Cole apparently saw no issue with this. He literally let my ex into our apartment like it was no big deal because my ex came all the way with all these gifts, which was such a thoughtful gesture. Now I feel totally unsafe. What if my ex secretly left a hidden camera or something? I have no idea why Cole is so fine with all of this. I've talked to him over and over and he won't understand why I would want to reject free stuff from someone who cares about me. I love Cole, but the fact that he actually let my ex into our apartment was a huge breach of my trust, and I have no clue how to deal with this. Is this relationship just unsalvageable, or is there a way I can get it through Cole's head that none of this is okay? Could Cole have ulterior motives by letting my ex do all of these things? Any advice is welcome. I just have no clue how to handle this absurd situation. Thanks. Some of Ops comments. Commenter, something is very wrong with Cole. What does he mean he feels bad for your ex who's stalking you? Do you mind if I ask why you're already living with Cole? Ops response, cost of living mostly. I live in a very expensive city, so I was living month to month on my own. He basically offered to be my roommate so that we can go half and half on the rent/internet/utilities, and it would relieve my financial stress, which it has a lot. It might have been stupid to jump the gun at us moving in so quickly, but he had only shown green flags until now. I can technically kick him out and try to look for a different roommate if things are totally done for, since most of the stuff in our apartment is mine. Commenter, how did you meet Cole? Ops response, through work. We both worked together in retail for a couple of years before I moved to a proper salary job and casually stayed in touch with him after I quit. We would text to just catch up and play video games together over Steam. A couple of months after I broke up with my ex, he asked me out for coffee and things just progressed from there. Commenter, how do you know Cole and your ex don't know each other? They seem like buddies to me. Ops response, I've been with Cole for almost 8 months at this point. I have no idea how the two of them could have met since they don't share any friends, went to different schools, work totally different jobs, and have completely different interests. Unless they secretly became friends while my ex has been stalking me and he's hidden that from me, which would just be absolutely ridiculous because who would want to be friends with a guy who is stalking/trying to steal your girlfriend, but at this point I have no idea anymore. Ops response, I'm 99% sure they weren't friends originally, but I am starting to think they have come in contact at some point before this birthday incident and Cole has been keeping this from me. Ops background. Ops response, I grew up with an abusive mom and an absent father, so my relationship understandings are probably screwed up. Maybe I should probably go back to therapy for a while after this before putting myself out there again. Update 1, 3 days later. Hello all, my last post blew up a bit and many people were concerned about me, so I'm going to give you this update. I can't even put into words how insane this situation has gotten. When I got back home on Friday, I tried to come up with a good plan to keep myself safe while I confronted Cole in case he were to do something scary. A lot of people put the fear of God into me in the comments of my last post. I invited my very tall and intimidating younger brother over to be there while I talked to Cole. My brother couldn't come over until Sunday, so I spent a day and a half awkwardly trying to pretend everything was fine, but I must have done a terrible job because Cole kept asking me what was wrong and love-bombing me. Eventually Sunday came around, my brother showed up and we grilled Cole about why the heck he's been so fine with my ex coming around with gifts and even letting him in to decorate our apartment for my birthday. I was not ready. All of you had a lot of theories, one of which came up a lot was that the two knew each other and or were working together to do this. If anything, I would have rather that been the case because the truth is so much more messed up. Basically, Cole has been fixated on my ex. He has essentially been stalking my stalker. Cole admitted that he made fake social media accounts, yes, multiple, to follow my ex, and has been stalking his Instagram and Facebook. Apparently, my ex has been making a lot of vent posts about me and how hurt he is that I'm not returning his feelings and have moved on so fast, and Cole has been egging him on his alt accounts to get my ex to keep trying. The reason my ex is still stalking me is because Cole has been literally telling him to on his alt accounts. It's obvious my ex is unstable if he's listening to random strangers telling to keep trying, and Cole is taking advantage of his instability by planting thoughts into his head. If I am to believe Cole's words, my ex has no idea that it's Cole that's been encouraging him to keep pursuing me, but I can't be certain about anything this guy says at this point. So why, you ask, was Cole doing all of this? That is exactly what my brother and I asked. This was his answer, to give my ex false hope. Basically to bully him. Anytime my ex angst posted on his social media about me, Cole got some sick satisfaction out of watching his misery. He wanted to string my ex along to keep trying to win my heart just to watch him fail over and over. Cole finds it hilarious that my ex is wasting so much money on gifts for me and that it's him who eats the chocolates and reads the desperate love letters my ex sends to me while I act like my ex's gifts are radioactive and avoid them. This has all been some sick game to see how long he can get my ex to keep pining for me. Who the heck even does this? I've been living in fear for months because Cole thinks it's funny to manipulate my ex and watch him be heartbroken. I cannot articulate how sick all of this is. How is this funny? What is wrong with him? He said he makes sure not to go too far by discouraging my ex to make direct contact with me, but I can't believe anything anymore. I've read so many stories of people who were dating someone who seemed so sweet initially but turned out to be actually unhinged, but I naively never thought that could be me. I was so careless and dumb because I clung to someone who finally treated me with kindness, but he is a twisted man who turned my ex into a monster by feeding his delusions. I think if he hadn't done all this, my ex probably wouldn't still be stalking me in the first place. My constant fear and discomfort have just been an unfortunate byproduct of his little game of puppetry. I can't even comprehend how someone could do something like this. I'm so shaken up I feel like I'm spiraling. Suffice to say I'm living with my brother and his girlfriend while Cole gets the heck out. I told him he needs to move out within the week or I'm getting the cops involved. He didn't make a fuss or anything, surprisingly. He just looked at the floor like a kicked puppy. He hasn't even tried to call or text me, but I blocked him just in case. I'm going to see if my landlord can understand my situation and let me break lease early with no extra cost, but if I can't, my brother is going to cover the extra cost in the meantime, and I'll stay with him and his girlfriend until I can find somewhere else. My brother is seriously a godsend. I'm definitely going to go back to therapy as soon as possible because this whole situation has me unable to sleep at night, trust anyone, and I really need a better understanding of what are red flags in relationships. So many of you told me I was a pushover, and you're all right. It shouldn't have taken this long for me to call this relationship with Cole off. This is so messed up, but I'm safe for now. I don't know what I'd do without my brother and his girlfriend. Thanks to everyone who told me to get out of this relationship because Cole was way more twisted than I ever could have thought. I don't even know if he told the whole truth, but I don't even care anymore. I'm out. Gone. Never looking back. Edit. Thank you everyone for your advice and words of encouragement. I called the non-emergency police line to file a report of all this. It wasn't super helpful other than just making a record, so I'll do a follow-up with them once I have safe access to my apartment and can collect evidence. I unblocked Cole for now to gather any text evidence as some of you suggested, but he's been pretty quiet. He sent a photo of a couple of garbage bags full of his stuff and he asked if he could have a day to say goodbye to my cat. I have her with me currently at my brother's place, no way am I letting her near him. I haven't replied yet. I turned read receipts off. Haven't contacted X1 yet, still figuring out the best way to do that. Tomorrow is a staff holiday where I live, so my brother and his girlfriend will be home from work. We are working together to figure all this out. Definitely moving out of my current place as soon as I can. Some of Ops comments. Commenter, holy crap. I'm glad you updated us, but WTF? That's absolutely insane and I'm glad you're safe. Ops response, yeah, me too. I took the week off from work because I need to just figure all this stuff out. I'm so full of anxiety, but my brother is trying to distract me by talking about competitive Pokemon, bless his heart. Commenter, your brother, or someone, needs to tell your stalker. I have no sympathy for a stalker, but if this went down as described, he's basically been a victim of cyberbullying and there is no way of knowing what might happen next. He needs a dose of reality. For your safety. Ops response, I was so caught up in escaping that I never considered this. You're right. Thank you for reminding me, my head is such a mess right now. I'll need to brainstorm the best way to let my ex know. I hate to know how he'll react to that, though. Op clarifies. Ops response, he was sending me gifts before I started dating Cole, but it definitely ramped up after I started dating Cole. Update 2, 1 week later. Hello. Here are the highlights. Cole has moved out. Locks have been changed. Still looking for a different place to move into. The housing market here is awful. I've been staying with my brother despite Cole having moved out because I don't feel safe in that apartment. We have a nice arrangement at my brother's place with me buying half the groceries and cooking 3 times a week. Kitty is now comfortable here, she was hiding under the bed for like 3 days. Still not sleeping well, but I'm safe, so that's what matters. I haven't talked to the police since before. I just couldn't find enough evidence in my apartment to make any kind of case since I threw out most of my stalker ex's gifts. Here's the pretty big update. Stalker X has been informed of Cole's doings. I'm just going to start calling Stalker X James to make things easier. My brother contacted James on Facebook and told him what's been going on. We didn't have physical proof of what Cole did, nor the names of his alts, but we knew enough specific details that it seems James believed us. I've been betting everything my brother has been sending. James has informed that he checked and most of the accounts that were encouraging his stalking have been deactivated, so it further backed our story, and it seems like Cole is covering his tracks, probably anticipated this. From the conversation, it seems that James has been wary of Cole ever since Cole let him into my apartment for my birthday. He said he didn't actually want to come into the apartment and just wanted to leave the gifts and decor with Cole, but Cole insisted he came in, and that made him feel super awkward and uncomfortable. He was worried that Cole was trying to coax him inside my apartment in order to hurt him, because the way he was acting was really off. He did his best to be in and out as fast as possible because apparently Cole just gave him bad vibes. Anyway, James seems pretty shaken. He didn't put two and two together that Cole was the one encouraging his behavior, but was starting to get frustrated by the encouragement. Which James said bordered on harassment because one of Cole's alts would spam his DMs with ideas and asking for updates, and it was getting really intrusive. Why did it take this many months for him to finally feel this way? He apologized and promised he would leave me alone, telling me that this situation has him really shaken up, smells like he wants pity, but I'm not falling for that. I don't know if I believe everything James said. I think he may have tried to play up his negative feelings about this in order to gain sympathy from my brother and me by proxy, but who knows? I'm not going to talk to him. That's hopefully it for the James side of things. On Cole's side, he has been mostly quiet, but something did freak me out. After I told James about what Cole did, Cole sent these texts, grammar and spelling edited from original texts. Why did you give James my number? Note, I didn't? Not sure how James got his number? What the heck is wrong with you? Why did you tell him and give him my number? Note, again, I only did the former, not latter. Seriously? This is freaking ridiculous. He's blowing up my phone, piece of crap. You're such a petty jerk for this. Freaking freak. That was 3 days ago, haven't heard anything from Cole since. Haven't replied to anything he sent. No idea how James got Cole's number, so that freaks me out, but that is currently not my problem. Went back to work today. Things are okay, but I'm still anxious. Will update here on my profile if anything develops, but things are stable for now. I don't know if there will be much new now that James is informed and Cole is out. Hopefully, things will stay stable and I can go back to my life. Important edit. Someone sent me a YouTube video of a Reddit read of my post that has 2 updates that never happened and sound like they were written by ChatGPT or other AI, so if you hear anything about a car being air-tagged and me going to court and then moving into a tiny apartment, that's all fake. Don't know why they made AI fanfiction of my story to give it a dramatic conclusion, but I can't even drive a car, I have epilepsy.
My girlfriend's keyboard broke, so I brought her a brand new one for my apartment, but she got upset it wasn't the expensive one I personally use for work and said I should buy her a nicer one if I really cared. So now her friends are blowing up my phone calling me a jerk for breaking up with her over a keyboard. Posted by u/toughvolcano. So, my girlfriend and I, both 26, got in a fight about this 2 nights ago, and she's making it seem like I'm being a jerk. We've been dating for around 4.5 months. My girlfriend has a 2013 Lenovo laptop that has seen better days. As it stands right now, among some other issues, her keyboard totally doesn't work. Because of this, she always uses a small Bluetooth keyboard with her laptop. She had texted me the next morning saying that her wireless keyboard had stopped working as well. We had already planned for me to stay the night at her place after I got off work, so I offered to stop by my place on the way to grab her a keyboard, as I have a few extras. When I got to her place, she was eagerly awaiting the keyboard, which makes sense, as she wasn't able to use her computer for most of the day. But when I handed her the keyboard, she started getting really quiet and pouty. A bit later, when I asked her what was wrong, she said she thought I'd be bringing her something nicer, like the keyboard I have at my desk. The thing is, I have a really nice keyboard at my desk. I'm a programmer, and I love this keyboard so much that I also bring it to work with me. I even have specific macro profiles for it that definitely improve my workflow. For context, I had an extra Amazon Basics keyboard, around $15, lying around, still brand new in the box. My personal keyboard, which I've had for years, is some variant of the Razer Black Widow, around $120. Anyway, she was apparently expecting me to be selfless and let her use my nice keyboard while I used the Amazon keyboard. She was upset that I didn't value her enough to lend her my nice possessions, and left her with the cheap $10 keyboard, her words. She said if the situation was reversed, she'd lend me the nice keyboard. I explained to her that I have my keyboard specifically set up for work, and because I'm so used to it, it would hinder my ability to do work if I didn't have it. We continued to argue about it. Things really came to a head when she boldly claimed that if I wasn't willing to lend her my nice keyboard, that I should have bought her a nice new keyboard if I really cared about her. This is when I got really mad. I told her she was acting like an entitled, spoiled child and that she should have been grateful that I went out of my way in the first place to grab her the Amazon keyboard. She started crying and asked me to go home. I left, but I still gave her the Amazon keyboard to use. I was far more upset at the principle of the situation than the keyboard itself. So now she's calling me a jerk for both not giving her my keyboard and because I called her spoiled. We're going to meet up tomorrow to talk about this in person because I refuse to continue this silly argument over text. I'm thinking about ending things with her, as I feel like this is her showing me her true colors. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, you are honestly 100% right. She is acting like a spoiled child. Beggars don't get to be choosers. She wants your nice keyboard? She can buy one for herself. Better yet, she can buck up and save up for a new laptop. I don't blame you at all for feeling angry. I think you should attempt to talk through it before you decide to break up with her. But it is definitely a red flag that she's acting this way. Commenter 2, I think you got it right when you said she was a spoiled brat. She should have been grateful that you came over with a keyboard, any kind of keyboard. Maybe she should take her own advice and be a little selfless. I would pose a question to you: if you two are fighting over a keyboard, what will happen when an issue that is a bit more serious comes up? Good luck with your talk, I have a feeling you're going to need it. Commenter 3, never marry someone until you've seen how they act on a really bad day. Edit, she texted me asking to meet up tonight instead of tomorrow, as she is feeling anxious and stressed about the situation. I will give everyone an update later tonight or tomorrow morning. I also wanted to clarify that she's never acted like this before, although, admittedly, we haven't been together for very long. Some of you suggested that maybe I'm not making her feel valued in this situation as a symptom of that. While I think I both show and tell her that she's valued in different ways, this may be something I bring up with her. It, of course, doesn't forgive her behavior, but may explain some of it. Cheers. Update, 1 day later. We met earlier tonight and sat down to talk. I was somewhat prepared to end things with her, so I suggested we meet at her place, so that I could bail if things went south, and they did. Even though I thought I made my post as anonymous as possible, one of my girlfriend's coworkers figured out who the post was about: my girlfriend's age, working HR, which I mentioned in a comment, same computer problems, dating a programmer, etc., and sent it to my girlfriend. The reason she wanted to meet early was because she was furious that I had made the post, airing our dirty laundry. In a sense, I guess she was right, because at least one person had figured it out. My girlfriend never used Reddit, so I figured I was safe. There's a strong chance she'll read this one as well, lol. Anyway, she immediately began berating me, telling me that I made her look bad in the post and lied about the details of our argument to get people on my side. I asked her to point out any part of it that wasn't true, or where I had lied. Long story short, she couldn't point to a single thing. I definitely raised my voice when I told her that if she looked bad, it's only because of her actions. I told her I only made the post to get some perspective on the matter. The post was 100% accurate and she knew it. She began to tear up and asked me if I really was considering leaving her over the keyboard. I asked her if she understood that this wasn't about the keyboard. It was about the way she acted towards me when I was trying to do her a favor. She stayed silent and didn't answer. I asked her what had prompted this outburst, if everything was okay with her. I asked if anything had happened with her friends, parents, or at work that was upsetting her and may have led to this. She got really defensive, asking, "Are you calling me crazy? And do you think I'm unstable?" I had no idea where she was going with this. I told her I wasn't calling her crazy, but that she had to understand that I was quite confused about how she was acting, and that there had to be a reason for it. We talked in circles for a bit, and I tried to pry it out of her. I still don't know what caused all of this, because she simply wouldn't tell me. When I realized our conversation was going nowhere, I finally asked her if we were going to have an adult conversation, or if this was the hill she was willing to let the relationship die on. She asked, "What do you want from me?" And I said, "I want an apology. I'm getting tired of typing, so I'll wrap this up quickly." She was absolutely unwilling to apologize. She thought that my betrayal of posting about this was far worse than her initial behavior was. We talked for about 5 more minutes before I told her that I don't even care anymore. I told her this whole thing was exhausting, as she wasn't willing to help us get to the bottom of this. That we should just break up. I didn't waste any time making my way to the door. As I was leaving, she asked if I wanted the keyboard back. She didn't ask to be nice, she was definitely trying to get on my nerves. I could tell by her tone of voice. I told her she could keep it as long as she promised never to call or text me again. I've been getting tons of not so nice messages from her friends, which finally prompted me to delete my Facebook. She obviously told her friends some false version of the story, which made it seem like I really did leave her over the keyboard. I couldn't care less, as I'll never be seeing any of them again. We only dated for around 4 months, so in the end, I don't feel terribly heartbroken. Mostly just relief that it's over. But also confusion. Still have no idea why she acted out. Very short edit, she called earlier today and was very apologetic. My assumption is that she saw this post and read all the comments detailing how I was right for leaving her, among other things. I told her that she had her chance to apologize. Top comment. Commenter, I saw a comment on Reddit a while back that asked why so many relationships fail at approximately the 3-month point, and someone replied that they'd once been told it was because it was really hard for people to continue pretending to be someone they weren't for much longer than 3 months. I think maybe this applies to your situation.
My boyfriend met my mom for the first time and got mad when he realized she's half Thai, making me quarter Thai, because apparently I should have warned him about my ethnicity before he committed to dating me, so now he's making gross comments about my features and treating me like I deceived him. Posted by u/Thrower74890. I, 19F, had been dating this guy, 23M, for 5 months and he hasn't met much of my family yet. My boyfriend had met my dad, 100% British, but he never met my mom. She is half Thai and she does look Thai. I don't look Thai, so as a teenager, when my friends would visit my house and see my mom clearly look Thai and not fully British, they would be shocked but found it cool. I decided to temporarily stay with my boyfriend during this time. My mom came over to drop off some essentials, but we kept our distance. When my boyfriend met my mom, he was really taken back she looked Thai. When my mom left, he asked why I never told him, and I told him honestly that I didn't feel like it's something I need to address. He's mad I never mentioned much about it, and I think he's using that as an excuse because he's racist. I don't want to jump to conclusions, but his family are all British and it seems they don't know how to embrace other cultures or ethnicities. He just can't get past it and even goes as far as trying to pick out my features that look Thai. I told him if this is going to be a problem because I didn't think it would be a big deal as it has become. He's brushing it off, but I feel like he's really gone off me now. I don't know. What do I do about this? Relevant comments. Commenter 1, if he's racist then you gotta dip. Commenter 2, yeah, he's totally racist. Commenter 3, a normal person would probably react like oh cool, I didn't know that about you. Not this racist nonsense. If you think it's safe, I think you should confront him about the way he's behaving. The way he's treating you in reaction to this discovery is ridiculous, and if you don't say anything then that basically tells him it's okay to keep acting the way he is, which it is not. Again, only do this if it's safe, and if you even think he's worth the effort in the first place. Ops response, yes. That's how my friends would react in school. They would be like, that's so cool and genuinely take an interest, but his reaction has shocked me because I've not had anyone be so offended. Commenter 4, most Anglo not racist guys would have thought it extremely hot that you were 1/4 Thai. Even some of the racist ones. He must be a white pride, keep Britannia pure kind of jerk. Commenter 5, racist. I mean, I'm a quarter of a bunch of European ethnicities, and nobody has ever asked what exactly they are, or cared, and I have never thought to tell anyone that I'm a quarter Swedish, French, whatever. You'd only care if you thought a particular ethnicity was somehow other. You'd only think it was something worth disclosing if you thought it was a big deal. Ops response, exactly. People are so many ethnicities and it's not like I was hiding it. I'm proud to be Thai, but I didn't feel it was necessary to explain my whole family tree. I feel like if I was quarter French it wouldn't have bothered him as much. Commenter 5, I agree that it wouldn't have. If you had an obviously French mom with an accent or something, he'd probably be like how charming. You didn't tell me your mother was French. Interesting. Instead of getting mad at you for not telling him. The implication that you ought to have told him is that your heritage is somehow something that makes a difference. Ops response, yes. He just saw my mom and noticed she clearly looked Thai. So he judged her appearance before anything else. Update, 1 day later. I don't think I'll be posting on this account again, but I still wanted to give you an update. Sorry it's so long. I stayed up and read all your comments last night while my ex-boyfriend was sleeping and it brought me to tears. His reaction felt wrong in my gut, and seeing you all agree and not accuse me of overreacting made it all feel real. Over the past few days since he met my mom, he has been dropping rude remarks and continuing to treat me unfairly after his initial reaction, so it is clear it wasn't a heat of the moment thing and he can't let it go. I'm sad I never saw this side of him sooner, though I am glad I now know his true colors and he never has the chance to meet the rest of my family. I have young cousins that are fully Thai, and if he ever met my extended family and showed this sort of behavior I would feel so ashamed. My family don't deserve racism, I don't deserve it either. So I told him that the way he talks about my family's ethnicity is hurtful. It was hard because he was not being blatantly racist, but he was clearly bothered by my race despite denying it. Thankfully, I have isolated myself for many weeks, and so have my parents. I was scared I wouldn't be able to go back home, but I feel like it is very necessary under these circumstances. I don't want to live in a household with someone who makes me feel inferior because my family and I are Thai. So, you will be glad to know I broke up with him. Surprisingly, he took it well. Maybe because, as I thought from the start, he lost his attraction to me or was uncomfortable with my heritage. He appeared like a kind guy for months, so seeing this from him has left me feeling distraught. I feel stupid that I let him into my life and lived in his house these last few weeks, though being in quarantine had unnaturally progressed our relationship, as someone in the comments mentioned. I will learn from my mistakes and grow from this. I don't think he will ever change, and despite me telling him his behavior is wrong and it's racist, I don't think he realizes it himself. That's it. Thank you for everyone who gave me advice from the very start. Sometimes it's hard to see things clearly and you need encouragement from others to do the right thing for yourself and for your loved ones. I was pretty isolated from everyone but him, so it was nice to have people on Reddit help me come to terms with all this. You made me feel less alone and made me realize I do have value. I shouldn't be treated like I'm anything less and I should be surrounded by people who love me for who I am. I am proud to be Thai. Edit 1. Some people were saying did he know you were Thai at all or if I was hiding it from him and why I assumed him being upset was racist, so I'm going to sum that all up for you. I mentioned I was Thai briefly before, but never mentioned I was specifically quarter Thai, and I don't think he understood how much Thai was in my family, and it didn't hit him until he actually saw my mom's physical appearance. He judged her appearance immediately before anything else. He wasn't pleasantly surprised like most people are, and he was offended. I was not hiding it from him at all. I'm used to my mom being Thai, and it's so normal to me because I've grown up with a Thai family. I don't think I should have to warn people I am Thai, if that makes sense. I'm just used to my race, and I didn't think it would affect others so badly. He was upset, not because he felt like he was left in the dark about my culture or because I never told him my whole family background. He was upset and angry because ignorantly he expected my mom to look like me. He didn't expect to see my mom, who is half Thai. The reason I feel he was being racist is because he was almost disgusted when he saw my mom's physical appearance, and after he wasn't interested in the culture or anything and was more bothered about mine and my family's appearance. Like, oh, your eyes actually do look Thai, but he said it like it was a bad thing. Days after, he continued to say remarks that were mean and made me feel bad about myself. I mentioned this in the comments on my previous post. I hope that sums up everything for you, even though I shouldn't have to explain myself. I won't be answering questions accusing me of hiding my culture or anything like that in the comments, so here is your answer. Final comments. Commenter 1, proud Thai right here, that's proud of you. Good for you, you deserve someone who's going to treat you with respect. As for him, he probably won't be getting over his discomfort anytime soon. So good riddance, and the best is yet to come. Ops response, thank you so much. I feel better already. Commenter 2, my comment is in regards to the edit. Forget that. You don't have to out yourself about your race or anything. Don't apologize for it. It's 2020. You don't need to explain where your family comes from. That's racist in itself, expecting you to scream I'm part Thai on first introduction. What the heck? No one screams I'm white on first introduction. Please don't apologize for that or ever allow anyone to make you apologize for that. Who you and your family are is nothing to apologize for. Ops response, this is very reassuring. Thank you. I just feel like I've had enough, and having strangers telling me you must be hiding your culture in the comments is really discouraging after I've been so vulnerable on here. Commenter 3, blessing in disguise. Never settle for a racist. My roommate and I hooked up a few times until he started waiting up for me and questioning where I'd been, so I ended things, but then a mechanic found a tracker under my car, and I'm living in a rural town with 0 friends and no idea how to escape without him knowing. Posted by you/throwaway0. I, 25F, moved to a new town last year. Only knew one person, stayed with her for a bit until I found a house to rent, but I needed a roommate. She introduced me to a guy, 34M, she worked with, who also needed a roommate because he just got a divorce. I met him first, didn't get weird vibes, seemed nice enough. About 6 months ago he made the suggestion to be friends with benefits, and I made the stupid mistake of agreeing. We both did not want a relationship. Everything was fine, until he started getting weird and staying up until I got home, questioning me about where I had been and who I was around. I then ended the hooking up, told him I didn't think it was like that. He got mad. Everything was fine for a bit. Until yesterday. I live in a pretty rural area where most businesses are small and family-owned. Since not a lot of people are getting out, I decided to go ahead and get some new tires and support a mechanic shop I go to, since I doubt they're getting regular business at the moment. I'm there waiting when the guy comes over and tells me he wants to show me something. I'm like, okay. We go over to my car and he bends down and points under at a black box. He asks me if I know what that is and tells me it's a GPS. It took me a second to understand the implications of a GPS being under my car. I was like, so someone put it there? It's clear I have no idea why it's there, and he got actually concerned and told me if I didn't know, I needed to find out. I feel so creeped out because I have no friends here. The friend I knew moved away. I only know some people at work, but we're not friends and it's been hard to meet people. There's no other way a GPS would be on my car unless my roommate put it there. Now I'm freaked out in a way I've never been before, and I can't move out. I'm scared to ask him about it. I have no one to stay with, no family here. What do I do? Do I just ask him about it outright? I left the GPS there because I don't want him to know I know at the moment. What do I do? Relevant comments. Commenter 1, that is really creepy. Start planning your exit, document everything. Commenter 2, I would be concerned there are cameras in your bedroom and bathroom. Honestly, I would not feel safe to return home. I would immediately call the police and file a report. There are devices you get from a spy store that can scan for the frequency of hidden cameras. But I would not even waste my time with that. My peace of mind would be worth a terminated lease and breaching contract, which a police report would help you in civil court should you have to go. Run, do not walk to the nearest exit. Commenter 3, be specific as to how you know, not what you think or believe, but what actual proof do you have that your roommate put the GPS on your car. What I read is that some guy found something on your car. Ops response: it's a small magnetic tracking device. Who else would it have been? I know no one, and this place is too rural for any kind of crime organization like stealing cars. No one would steal my 7-year-old car, anyway. Maybe the car dealership put it there? OP, I own it. I've had it for about 7 years, since I started college. Paid for it in cash outright. Update 1 day later. So last night I decided to subtly pack my things and plan on making the drive at some point today back to my hometown. He works during the day, but I work from home because my office is closed until at least this summer. I realized I could probably fit all of my stuff in my car, and since my lease ends in May anyway, I'm just moving out. The only furniture that's mine, and not the landlord's or his, is my bed, and it's old, so I think I'm just going to leave it here. I went down to the police station early this morning and had them remove it. I don't think there's much they can do besides document it. They asked me some questions and I said I didn't know, but I know no one here, and think it might be my roommate. They said it looked like a cheap one from Amazon or eBay, and they'll check it out. Honestly, I may just end up staying home. I miss being in a familiar place where I know basically everyone in town, and I miss my friends. Working from home for a few months might give me enough time to switch jobs. So that's all I have for now. Thank you guys. I'll try to reply to people as well. Relevant comments. Op replying to a downvoted commenter on dealing with the police. OP, I've already gone to the police. Even if I had told them yep totally my roommate did it, I know it, I didn't, I simply strongly suggested it. That is not grounds for someone's life to be ruined. They wouldn't even take that as fact until it was proven. Even if they find definitive proof, I'd have to go through with pressing charges. If I did press charges, then it would be a simple misdemeanor. And at that point, if he got a misdemeanor, it would be rightly justified since it was all proven. And that's if I would even bother with charges in the first place. All of this is minor compared to if he was an insane loose cannon that could hurt me if I just didn't mention his name. It's ignorant to not piece together the clues and be safe rather than sorry, instead of just saying nope, I have no clue. Because I do have a clue, and I know it's him. I plan on asking him later today after my 8-hour drive home, so I'm interested in hearing what he has to say. Update 2, 1 day later. Already mentioned I went to the police and home. All settled in now. Ended up asking him about it via phone. He admitted to it, got freaked out when I said I gave it to the police, said he was concerned for my safety when I would go places by myself after work. Yeah, okay. We got into a scuffle about it. He finally snapped and said that he knew I was seeing someone when I was hooking up with him. I wasn't, so yeah. My first experience with crazy, and hopefully my last.
I spent 6 years growing my dad's mechanic shop from $250K to $7 million in revenue, but my investment banker siblings who never cared suddenly want in, so my dad gave them 60% and made my sister CEO even though she told me everyone is replaceable. So I took our biggest clients and best mechanics and started my own shop. Posted by you/physical_antelope170. I, 29M, am unsure if this is the right subreddit, but I need advice on a family and business relationship. My dad, 65M, is a heavy diesel mechanic and has run a small workshop his whole life. I have always been interested in his work since I was a kid and would always help him out on the weekends. I went to university and studied mechanical engineering and commerce but struggled and dropped out and traveled the world for a year. My siblings, 36M and 32F, are both in investment banking and are successful in their careers. Since I was 23, I have worked with my dad as a mechanic and slowly taken over his workshop. When I started, he had 2 part-time mechanics and 1 car in 2017. I have bought in several new strategies such as focusing on commercial verticals only, off-hours servicing etc., and we have grown to 35 employees and 15 cars. We went from $250,000 in revenue to just shy of $7 million this financial year. My dad only works in the workshop while I'm more 20/80 workshop to office split. The pandemic has meant our business has grown tremendously in the last few years. A few weeks ago at my dad's 65th birthday dinner, he talked about the numbers of the business and everyone was shocked. No one in the family has ever visited our workshop or asked about it. Since then he has been thinking about the succession plan after my siblings have been asking about it. He proposed the following idea to me. I get 40% of the business, they get 30% and 30%. My sister would get a manager position as she is looking to leave the IB world to start a family, and my brother would get the same as well if he wants it. I noted everything he said and just asked for some time to think. They started proposing some of the most insane ideas without any context of the business. I'm seriously annoyed. My dad has run this for 32 years, but only since I joined did we expand. I admit I did use my dad's network, reputation, skill and initial workshop to get a head start, but it was my idea to expand, get a bigger workshop and implement risky ideas. I don't think my siblings who have never even asked about the business should get cushy high-paying jobs for doing nothing. If we wanted a $200,000 a year manager, I would get one with industry experience. I have spoken to him briefly, but he was shocked by my reaction and said it was his dream to have all his siblings work in the business, but my brother and sister have never even picked up a spanner before in their lives. I have been hanging around since I was 12. He always said it would be mine. I don't want to have to answer to a board of my siblings who I get the vibe they think they are smarter than me just because they finished university. I built this business with just my dad and want to keep building it with him without my siblings. I can see it from their point of view as this is a family business my dad started and my dad wants to make it more of an effort to include them, but I feel they only want to be included because we are now successful. I am being accused of being greedy and entitled by my family. I think this is ridiculous and the business is mine after spending the last 6 years building it. I would love some outside perspective on this situation. I just wanted to give a quick update. Thank you for the amazing advice and for linking the plumber's story. Reading that really scared me and it basically happened to me. Some quick points. I can't really sell my shares or this business. We are a service business where we get paid for the work we have done and we have assets, but it's like used, dirty utes and tools, worth $100,000 new but nothing on the second market. We had a family business lawyer meeting last night and I don't know what is happening. My sister and brother had been lobbying my dad about the direction and strategy of the company before this for weeks. They feel it would be in better hands with my sister being CEO, my brother being CFO and me as COO or glorified operations manager, and unfortunately, my dad agrees with them. During the session, I felt incredibly patronized. They laid out this 5-year plan and how the company would grow to be this huge entity we would own equal amounts in. They didn't talk to anyone in the actual business about this plan or even our customers. They wanted to make things standard, but the reason our customers love us is that we are flexible and accommodating. I asked a few questions to see how set my dad was in this plan and realized he was really excited. I tried to argue the current business was 50-50 my dad's and mine, therefore, it should be split 66%, 17%, and 17%. Their huge salaries would be better off hiring mechanics to grow. I was told everyone is replaceable by my sister. This crushed me because I don't think that's true. I have so much tacit knowledge and the 27 mechanics are loyal to me. I secured our biggest 10 customers only in the last 15 months because I have this reputation as the mechanic who went to uni and worked on the tools. I know I leveraged this in the bidding process over other companies. This isn't like a public company, everything in this industry is relationships. I've been reading The Art of War this last month and I've decided I'm not going to voice any more concerns. I'm going to go along with the plan and let my emotions mellow out and wait till I can think of some options. Relevant comments. OP responds to a comment involving a similar story to the family business situations between the father and children. OP, wow, I can't believe there are more stories like this on Reddit and I didn't even think about it. My issue is without me, I know my dad would have been fine just making a good salary and not expanding. I had to convince him to let us take on risk and debt to grow. My sister and brother didn't care about the business or contribute in any way, so I don't see why they should get ownership. We aren't making a profit because everything is being reinvested into the company. OP, I'm not from the USA, so university was paid for by government loans. Even though the business is making just under 7M now, salary-wise dad made about $80,000 a year when I joined and we pay ourselves like $150,000 now, which makes us good but not like uber rich. OP, we use the profits to hire more mechanics so we do more work so we can hire more mechanics. Each mechanic we add needs about 5 to 10K in extra tools we need to hire or a new ute we need to buy. Commenter 1, tell your dad that you spent a lot of years working with him. Explain how much you've contributed in the past 6 years. Ask for 51%. You don't want your brother and sister to outvote you in a business that they don't know. Op's response, I understand, but I don't want them to have any percent. I was told at the start that the company was mine as they never wanted anything to do with it. I'm starting to think I'm open to paying them out some cash for it, but I feel I grew this company from nothing to where we are now. When I joined, my dad worked just enough to make an $80,000 salary. I wanted to expand and grow the company. If I left, the company would stop. I run everything from operations to sales. The two of them together couldn't do my job. Op on his siblings' jobs and if they enjoy their respective fields or not. OP, yes, exactly. They chose to work in a corporate and they hate it. I feel they see this as an opportunity to make the same money and work for themselves. We have a system and culture in place that will get ruined by bringing in two people. I also feel they aren't entitled to the business. I built it up with the understanding it would be mine. Commenter 2, your dad is being ridiculous. Suggest he sell the business and split it however he chooses. It's his business, even if you helped expand it. But make it clear that you're not comfortable working in that situation. Consider whether you want to continue building your father's asset. You're not being greedy at all. He's offering you 10% of his business in consideration for the work you've done to date, plus an equal share with your siblings after that. That's not crazy unfair to you, but the work situation he's proposing is ridiculous. You shouldn't stay in a dysfunctional situation just to keep everybody happy. Op's response, I understand you are saying it's his business, but honestly, I don't feel he owns 100% of the current company. I think it would be split 50-50 between him and me at the moment. Op on his siblings' relationships with their father and success in business. OP, I am open to them having a percentage or a payout for my dad's half of the business. My dad and I are super close, but my dad and siblings aren't. I worked with him even while I was at uni, but they got normal jobs that paid less money. He has tried bonding with them, but he thinks the world of them. I know they are smart and successful, but they haven't achieved what they expected in life. I have tried talking to my sister and brother individually, but they dismiss me and it's really hard not to be seen as the little brother who dropped out of uni to travel the world, you know? Commenter 3, NTA. Can you talk to your dad about a purchase price? Maybe 50% to you and 25% to each of your siblings and get your dad to agree that you buy them out? That way dad gets to feel like he's giving them something, they feel like they got something, and you get to own the company yourself. It still sucks for you, but it might work out better than trying to work with them in your company. Ops response, I have tried, but my dad is really excited about them joining the team. I joked about them starting on the floor with the apprentices and he laughed. They aren't the type to get dirty. My dad sees we hired a few operation people and a couple of finance people in the last year and he doesn't understand why they can't join the office. I've tried explaining the bookkeepers and admin people get paid $65,000 and do what I tell them. Update, 10 days later. I'm unsure if I should just keep editing the update or post an update as its own post. I'm finding updating this therapeutic and it's beneficial to know that other people agree with me as everyone around me thinks I'm crazy. Unfortunately, the nuclear options needed to happen. My sister and brother came to the workshop to get onboarded last week. They both wore pastel polos to a mechanic shop and refused to shake anyone's hands because our hands were covered in grease. My dad was so excited to show them around and let's just say none of the dudes was too impressed. I went to my mom and dad's after to talk. I expressed some thoughts and feelings, but they were so dismissive. I tried to pitch some of the ideas in the comments, slower start to joining the business, but they just felt everything would work out. I just lost it and told my dad he was a terrible mechanic and I would never hire him. He is sloppy and inefficient. I asked him why is he never on the road, why does he only work on ad hoc random issues and never works on routine repairs or servicing on our biggest clients. He is slow, he doesn't know how to use the latest tools and technology. He doesn't even know how to update the iPad checklist forms that I created at the end of the servicing and he sometimes misses checks. I partner the first year apprentices with him because he doesn't clean up the tools after himself properly. He doesn't wipe them down and place them back in their allocated spot for the next person, they have to do it for him. I told them I don't want to work in a family business. I have always felt like the black sheep of the family. My older siblings were close, but I felt excluded. They constantly lectured me about how I should go back and finish my degree rather than waste my life in the workshop working a dead-end job, and now after they have seen the success of this dead-end job they want to come in? I'll save Reddit from all the points, but a lot of resentment and issues came up. After that talk, I knew what I needed to do. I went to one of our biggest clients and my mentor, the CEO, 55M, of a logistics company and told him the story. He offered me a $250,000 loan over 3 years to start my own shop. I signed the lease at our old workshop and spent all my savings on 4 cheap utes and close to $45,000 in tools. I have already confirmed with our 8 biggest customers to move to my new workshop, which is close to 65% of our total revenue. I have confirmed with 7 of our best mechanics they will move to my shop and I'll welcome over any of the other boys once the news breaks. I just copied our previous employment contracts off a template, so there is no conflict. I know this is going to blow up the family and will decimate the old business. I did try talking to my sister about the changes, but she just treated me as the little kid that got lucky. My dad was delusional and too excited to see all his kids working in the same business. To me, it was never about money or greed. During my time my title was boss's son. I just loved leading a team of solid boys working outside fixing stuff up that broke with my pops. I know the culture and business I built were gone, so I don't feel I'm destroying anything, but I feel guilty. Top comments. Commenter 1, Op chose violence and I'm here for it. If you're already running the place, then you should have say in these decisions. Godspeed Op, you got this. Commenter 2, I wonder how the geniuses are going to do when their new business implodes within weeks of them starting. They're going to have the world record of killing a successful business the quickest and they will deserve it. They'll have no clients, few workers worth a damn, and little money to pay their massive salaries because they wouldn't listen to the one guy who actually built and knew the business. I would keep records of this and show them to business professors as a textbook example of how not to capitalize on your top asset and destroy your family business in one fell swoop. Commenter 3, good for you. You did a great job standing up for yourself. I'm sorry your dad couldn't see and appreciate all the hard work you've put into the business. Best of luck in your new business. Keep us updated on how your family reacts. Oh, if your sister pitches a fit, tell her, I thought everyone was replaceable?
I'm blind, and my boyfriend's friends have a key to our apartment and come over when he's not home. Then they told me they could easily assault me because I wouldn't be able to tell them apart from my boyfriend, so I waited to tell him and they came back and hurt me while I was alone. Posted by you/throwrapblind. The formatting might be weird because I'm typing the whole text myself and not using any speech-to-text functions. I'll try my best to avoid a wall of text. So, my boyfriend, 31M, and I, 24F, have been dating for 3 years now. We live in an apartment together and we're having the wonderful luck, that's sarcasm by the way, of having my boyfriend's two best friends, 32M and 35M, as our neighbors. They live right across from us, which is a huge issue because they come over every day and it almost feels like I'm living in my apartment with three guys instead of just one. Sometimes they come over when my boyfriend isn't even home and start engaging me in the most random and weirdest conversations. And sometimes these conversations are really disgusting. Here's an example. A few days ago I was at home and my boyfriend was at work. As always, 32M and 35M decided to come over without bothering to tell me beforehand that they were coming over. The conversation was really unsettling this time. They started talking about how easy it could be to assault me because, according to them, they could just walk in pretending to be my boyfriend, and I wouldn't know it was them. This freaked me out a little bit because this is my exact issue. Whenever the door to my apartment opens, I always assume it's my boyfriend, but sometimes it's them instead. However, as soon as they open their stupid mouth, I know for sure that it's them and not my boyfriend. As if this whole "I could assault you and you wouldn't know it was me" thing wasn't enough, they said that if I got pregnant by one of them, I wouldn't know because I wouldn't be able to see that my child would look like one of them instead of my boyfriend. I just sat there and thought, what goes on in their brains? I'm used to people not knowing how to act in front of me because of my blindness, but my boyfriend's friends' conversations aren't just uncomfortable or awkward, they're terrifying. I don't think they would ever touch me against my will, but conversations like this are incredibly unsettling and I wish they would stop talking about me like that. I haven't told my boyfriend about this exact situation, but I told him that his friends make me uncomfortable. I'm afraid that my boyfriend won't believe me when I tell him about this conversation because it's just so absurd. I'm almost 100% sure that if I do tell my boyfriend about his friend's behavior towards me, it will result in a 1 versus 2 situation. His friends will most likely deny anything I say, and then it will be 2 statements, them against 1 me. Just for clarification, my boyfriend knows that his best friends come over even when he's not at home, but he doesn't see it as a problem. What should I do? I'd be thankful for any advice. Edit: there are tons of people asking me how I was able to type this even though I'm blind. I've explained it several times in the comments already, but people keep commenting about it and I'm getting tired of explaining the same thing over and over again. There is a YouTube video called How I Use Technology as a Blind Person by a woman called Molly Burke. Feel free to watch or listen to this video. Relevant comments. Commenter 1: can you record that stuff? Also, how do they go into the apartment? I think you can absolutely tell your boyfriend that you're not okay with them coming in when he's not around. Ops response: I'll definitely try to record it next time. They have a key for the apartment, and we actually have one for their apartment as well, but it was supposed to be only used in emergency situations. Top comments. Commenter 1: tell your boyfriend about the conversation in detail, and tell him that his friends are no longer welcome, especially if he's not around. Op: most women your boyfriend's age would have never put up with this sort of behavior in the first place. Just popping in whenever? Simply nope. If your boyfriend doesn't believe you or takes his friend's side, break it up, get out. They have their own home. Why do they need to come over when it's just you? Why don't you deserve private time? Start locking the door, take their keys away, or replace the lock. Commenter 2: please lock your door. If they have a key, insist on having the lock changed and do not give them a copy. Tell your boyfriend that if they come into your place again, you're moving out. This is nonsense. If your boyfriend supports his friends over you, then you don't want him for a boyfriend. That's not how someone in a committed relationship should act. You should be the most important thing in the world to him. Commenter 3: Op, you need to get out of this situation ASAP. With or without your boyfriend. It is insane that these guys joke about this. Believe me, in absolutely no way, shape, or form is this normal. At all. This feels like a ticking time bomb and I'm genuinely concerned for your safety. Commenter 4: I honestly feel sick to my stomach imagining how incredibly unsafe Op must feel. Being blind is already a vulnerable way to walk through the world, especially as a woman, and to have 2 people who have unrestricted access to your home explicitly say that they could assault you whenever they wanted? Good Lord, I want to cry for her. Update: 14 days later. This is actually a repost of my update. I posted this only a few days after my original post, but I must have somehow deleted it because it doesn't show up on my profile anymore. I'm very sorry about that. Using technology as a blind person doesn't always go smoothly, but at least I was able to find the saved copy of my update on my laptop. Before anyone asks again, yes, blind people are able to use computers and phones. The amount of people that think that I'm lying about being blind because I'm able to use a computer, a phone, and Reddit is sickening. If you are interested to see how blind people use technology, watch the video How I Use Technology as a Blind Person by Molly Burke on YouTube. This will hopefully answer your questions. A lot of people in the comments have pointed out the urgency of the situation and told me to immediately tell my boyfriend about his friend's behavior. My boyfriend came home around 5 hours after I made that post and I was planning on telling him everything, but he was in an incredibly bad mood and just wanted to go to bed, so I didn't do it. To be honest, at this point I still didn't fully realize the urgency of the situation even though so many people pointed it out. The next day, my boyfriend went to work again and I decided to wait for him at home because I didn't have the possibility to go anywhere else, but I contacted my parents and told them about my situation. That way, at least someone would know about me if something bad happened. This time, when 32M and 35M came into my apartment, the door was locked, they have a key, I wasn't just uncomfortable with them being there, I was in fact on the verge of having a panic attack. They must have noticed that because they did some disgusting things to me while behaving as if this whole thing was funny. They did not assault me, but what they did wasn't okay. I started screaming, which kind of scared off 35M and 32M, and luckily an elderly lady from the floor above heard me screaming. I swear, this lady was my guardian angel. She didn't force me to explain anything and just took me to her apartment. She was comforting me for nearly 2 hours during which I couldn't stop bawling my eyes out. Perhaps this is life's way of telling me to stop being so naive. My dad always told me Vorsicht ist besser als Nachsicht, better safe than sorry. From now on I will definitely follow this advice. I will never wait for things to escalate like this again. When my boyfriend came home I was finally able to tell him about everything. I've never witnessed him being so angry. He genuinely thought that his friends were helping me out when he was at work and he apologized for not taking me seriously when I told him that his friends make me uncomfortable. Of course, things couldn't just end here. My boyfriend was so angry that he decided to go over to his friend's apartment. There was lots of yelling and it resulted in a physical fight. My boyfriend seems to have no injuries though. Shortly after, my boyfriend took some time off work, packed our bags and drove us to my parents' house. We are currently trying to find a new apartment, but it will take some time to find one that is suitable for a blind person. Thank you so much for all of the comments on my original post and all of the private messages. I couldn't answer all of them, but please know that I appreciate every single comment and message. Final comments. Commenter 1, never underestimate the power of old German ladies coming to the rescue. When I was a small child, I got locked out of my Opus apartment, and his neighbor brought me into her apartment and fed me cookies until my mother came back. I remember your old post and I'm very glad you're all right. Please consider a police report on these men, as well. Commenter 2, only older German women can attain that combo of complete sweetness and warmth and take no-nonsense directness. I need to write my Omi. Commenter 3, please report the friends to the police. For threatening to assault you, and for what happened, as well as home invasion. The police could easily tack on conspiracy charges, since the two of them planned this in advance. My boyfriend told me to dye my hair black but I went red instead, so he threw all my stuff out of our room, and when I refused to leave he grabbed my grandmother's jewelry box and smashed it while I begged him to stop. Then his mom heard me screaming and told me to lock myself in her room. Posted by you/affectionate_try8177. My boyfriend and I, both 19, have been together for a year and a half. There have been a few times when he's blown up on me over the smallest things. Usually, he gets angry and makes it everyone in the house's problem. When I finally stood up for myself, he hurt me in one of the most painful ways possible. I don't know if I should forgive him or if the blame is on me. My grandmother passed away from lung cancer when I was 12. She was the toughest and most hilarious little old lady, and I miss her every day. Everything my grandmother intended to give us after she passed was taken by one of her sisters before we could get to her house. By the time my mom was finally able to get there, very little remained. Among the few items left was a beautiful white jewelry box that could sit on a counter. My mother gave it to me after seeing how drawn I was to it. That jewelry box was the only thing I had left of my grandmother. When I moved out of state to live with my dad as a teenager, it was one of the few things I refused to leave behind. A couple of days ago, I wanted to get my hair done but was indecisive, so I asked my boyfriend what he thought. I gave him a couple of color choices I was considering, jet black or a random shade of red. He told me he preferred black over red. I took his thoughts into consideration but ultimately decided to go with the red. As soon as he saw me earlier today after my appointment, he was furious, saying I never listened to him and that he was so repulsed by me he couldn't even sleep with me until I changed it. He called me several names. I decided to go lie down and rest before my shift that night. Ignoring him didn't diffuse the situation at all. He started grabbing everything that was mine from our shared bedroom and throwing it down the hallway. He kept saying I was in the way and told me to get up and sleep on the couch. He's done this several times before, and every time he waits until I break down and apologize before I'm allowed to move my things back into our room. This can last anywhere from a few hours to a few weeks. However long it lasts, he makes sure my life is a living nightmare the entire time, yelling at me, belittling me, and telling me what a terrible person I am. This time, I was over it. I was too exhausted to play his game, so I just lay in bed, trying to drown out the vile things spewing from his mouth. When he saw he wasn't getting a reaction, he started breaking things and tearing up my drawings. Before destroying each item, he kept saying all I had to do was get my things out of his room and get my butt out. When I still refused, he grabbed my jewelry box and held it over his head. As soon as I realized what he was about to do, I became frantic. I started sobbing and begging him to stop. I was so loud that his mom heard me from her bedroom on the other side of the house and came to see what was going on. She tried to reason with him, but he was enraged. He just kept shouting, "Get out now." After about 30 seconds of chaos, he slammed my jewelry box onto the floor. I was speechless. I began to sob, but no sound came out. His mom looked at me and told me to go sleep in her room and lock the door. As soon as I left, I heard her unleashing on him. I am positive I heard her slap him hard. I just took my blanket and did as I was told. Eventually, I managed to fall asleep. When I woke up, both my boyfriend and his mom were gone. I didn't have time to question it because I had to go to work. I'm currently on my lunch break and still haven't heard from either of them. I guess I'll have to figure out what's going on when I get off tomorrow morning. I think it might be my fault he broke it, because all I had to do was get out of the room. My stubbornness destroyed one of my most treasured possessions. I feel like an idiot, and I don't even know if there's a way to repair it. I'm just so heartbroken, and I needed to vent. Relevant comments. Op responds to multiple comments about her boyfriend's mother knowing he was wrong for doing this to her. OP, you are at least partially right. His mother had her first daughter at 14, and by the time she was 17 she gained custody of her older sister's kids. She was the guardian for 6 kids before she could legally drink. She has told me some of the horrific things she did as punishment because she didn't know another way to raise kids. His mom and I have had conversations talking about what might be wrong with him neurologically. She always brings up how his personality drastically shifted after his scalp was torn off by a dog when he was 7. After the incident, he would screech at the top of his lungs when he didn't get what he wanted. Especially when his older sister babysat him. She would get tired of the yelling and would lock him outside. They lived deep in the woods, nowhere near any other houses or active roads. He would run around the entire house, banging on the doors and windows until she broke and let him inside. If she didn't just give in, he would pull the AC units out of the windows and crawl in, only to terrorize her some more. I think there are several factors that contributed to who he became. He really needs to get some professional help. Commenter 1, after how long hearing him pull the same stuff over and over? Why did she decide now was the time to say, "Hey, I did a bad job raising my son and I should try and fix the thing he has become," and not the first time he threw all Ops stuff in the hallway? Ops response, my boyfriend is a force to be reckoned with. Especially when he is angry. His eyes change color to black when he reaches a certain point. He has this mentality that no one is gonna stand in his way to get what he wants. She keeps kicking him out but she always lets him back in. Commenter 2, when his own mother tells him off because his behavior is that terrible, that should tell you something. It's not on you to placate him, and he doesn't get to allow you to do anything. Commenter 3, and when his mother tells you to lock yourself in a room, she knows exactly what he is like. She probably knows because his father was probably abusive too. Ops response, if anyone, it was most likely his mom that abused him. I don't know how anyone with a child like him would be able to handle it. She is a very short woman, probably not over 5 feet, that didn't stop her from disciplining him. However, she went overboard a few times though. I saw her climb into her younger son's lap and punch his face with a balled fist. His dad was much older than his mom. Unfortunately, he passed away soon after we started dating. I didn't get the chance to know him very well. Everyone I have talked to said that his dad would have never raised his hand to any of his children. Commenter 4, you didn't mention age but I'm assuming you are young since he said his room and not his house. Can you go back home? His mom sounds like a good person but it's his mom, so at the end of the day she will pick her son. He wanted you to react and picked your most prized possession to destroy. He is abusive and it will only continue if you stay. If you stay, he will know he can destroy anything and you will take him back. Don't fall for any apologies. Ops response, we are both 19. My family lives a few states away, so getting to them will not be easy. I have been living with him since my junior year and his senior year in high school. He purposefully failed so that we could graduate together. I will never forget the morning of graduation. His mom tried to wake him up and he blew up on her. He cussed her out, told her he didn't give a care about her and refused to get up until 5 minutes before we had to leave. He made the way he woke up everyone else's problem. His mom looked at me with tears in her eyes and said I needed to leave him because he is never going to be the man I deserve. Update, 2 days later. This is an update to a post I made a couple of days ago. After I got off my shift that morning, my boyfriend was sitting on the front porch waiting for me. As soon as I opened the door and got out, he approached me and kept telling me how sorry he was. I was still very angry and hurt, so I didn't say much. When I walked inside, he led me to our room. It was spotless, the cleanest I think I've ever seen it. He showed me that he had tried to put the jewelry box back together. I know he did his best, but there were pieces missing, and the glass from the doors was shattered. I just looked at him and said, "Thank you." I didn't complain or say anything else because I knew what would happen if I did. Apparently, though, I wasn't enthusiastic enough, because he got annoyed almost immediately. He started calling me ungrateful. I told him that he couldn't undo what he did, and that's when he became irate. His mom was at work, so I didn't really have any backup. But his little sister, 6F, was home. After he started yelling, he grabbed my jewelry box again and took it outside, shouting that I was ungrateful and didn't deserve him. His 6-year-old little sister heard us yelling and followed me outside. We both watched as he threw the jewelry box onto the concrete, smashing it worse than before, and then picked up several pieces and put them in his pocket. I started crying again and fell to my knees beside the remnants. His little sister came over to comfort me and told me that she loves me more than she loves him, that her big brother was really mean. I told her that I loved her too, but she shouldn't say things like that, especially while he could still be listening. She nodded and helped me pick up the shards of wood and glass. I told him I wanted to leave. At first, he called my bluff and said, "Fine, leave then." But when I texted my dad that I needed him to come get me and he realized what I'd done, he lost it. He started crying uncontrollably, took my phone, and texted my dad back pretending to be me saying it was all a misunderstanding, that everything was okay, and that we'd worked it out. After that, he spent probably 4 hours talking to me, telling me he was going to be better, that he was sorry, but also pointing out all the things I do that are wrong or terrible. I think tonight was the first time I really looked at him and knew that this is going to be over. I don't know when or how yet, but I know this is not going to be the rest of my life. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, with all due respect, what are you waiting for? Ops response, for a long time I would have said, because I love him. Now I'm just scared. My dog is big pregnant and he's already threatened hurting her if I did something. I don't want to leave her and her babies with him. Also he said he would end me if I ever left or cheated on him during our arguments. Commenter 2, is your dog worth passing away over? Yes, it would be devastating if he hurt them, but would you sacrifice your own life to keep them safe? Make no mistake, you are in a life and death situation. You're still in danger even with leaving, but if you stay he'll end you and, if he doesn't, it won't be for lack of trying. Ops response, yes, I would risk my life for hers. She has been my best friend for years. I won't let anything happen to her. Period. Commenter 3, you are putting her at risk for not leaving and taking her with you to safety immediately. Do you want to see the puppies smashed onto the pavement as well? Ops response, I'm trying. It's not easy to do this without him knowing. Commenter 4, girl, get out of there. Call your dad from the bathroom if you have to and tell him to come no matter what because your hopefully soon ex is abusive and controlling and broke your stuff and he pretends to be you through text. Commenter 5, good grief. You need to leave. Take the advice above, call your dad, and tell him to come for you, and to ignore any messages saying otherwise. Your boyfriend is violent and abusive. Next time it could be you, smashed up on the pavement. Please leave ASAP. For your safety. My stepmom caused a car accident that ended my twin sister's life and refuses to take responsibility. Then she announced she's pregnant and started clearing out my sister's room for the nursery without telling me, so I told her my life would have been easier if she had passed away instead and now my dad won't speak to me. Posted by you/Fuzzy French. I, 17F, had an identical twin sister. We were inseparable and did everything together. She was honestly my best friend. Last year in September, my stepmom had to pick us up from a volleyball game. Our dad usually picked us up, but he was out of town. She was an hour late because she forgot about us. Well, on the way home, she kept ranting about how we disturbed her nap. Long story short, she ran a stop sign at an intersection. We got into a horrible accident. Most of that night was a blur, but I remember the last few minutes before the crash. I was hospitalized for weeks, but my twin sister passed away that night. I haven't forgiven my stepmom. She refuses to acknowledge that she was in the wrong. Even though there were eyewitnesses present, she refuses to accept responsibility for causing the accident. I'm not an angry person. I'm very calm and not confrontational at all. But I can't even look at her without feeling like she stole from me. She stole my sister's life away. And she acts like my sister never existed to begin with. One thing that really struck a nerve was when I was out at Walmart with my dad and stepmom. We had to buy something for my younger brother and they started a conversation with an old man. I can't remember exactly what they were talking about, but the old man asked my dad how many kids he had. My dad said he had 4 kids, But my stepmom corrected him by saying, "No, 3." That just made me really sad. I didn't speak to her the rest of the day. I can't describe how I feel. I lost my best friend who I shared everything with. My sister knew exactly how I felt about everything because we experienced life together. Now, I constantly feel like I'm a zombie. I often dream about her, but when I wake up and reality hits, it absolutely crushes me. Living is unbearable without my sister. Please ignore any spelling errors. Background post, 1 hour later. For some background, my dad cheated on my mom with my stepmom. They ultimately got divorced, which was really hard on our family. My mom ended up moving back to her home country in Europe. My twin sister and I had to stay with our dad. I, 17F, lived with my dad, my stepmom and my younger brothers, 8M and 5M. Last year in September, my twin sister and I had a volleyball game at school. My dad was usually the one who picked us up from our games and practices, but he couldn't that night. My dad was out of town, so our stepmom had to come pick us up. She arrived an hour late because she took a nap and forgot about us. As soon as we got in the car, she started going on a rant about how we disturbed her nap. Long story short, she ran a stop sign at an intersection. We got into a horrible accident. Most of that night was a blur, but I remember the last few minutes before the crash. I was hospitalized for weeks, but my twin sister passed away that night. I can't describe how I feel. I lost my best friend who I shared everything with. My sister knew exactly how I felt about everything because we experienced life together. Now, I constantly feel like I'm a zombie. I'm not thinking about harming myself, but I often imagine or think about ending my own life because living is unbearable without my sister. Well, last night, my stepmom made a special dinner for her birthday. After the accident, I stopped eating dinner with the rest of my family. It just feels wrong eating without my sister at the table, so I eat alone in my room. Well, my dad insisted I eat with them downstairs. I protested, but he begged me. Dinner started off normally. My stepmom announced to my brothers and I that she was pregnant. My brothers were really happy and asked for the gender of the baby. My stepmom excitedly said that it was a girl. My brothers kept talking about how they were excited about getting a younger sister. My stepmom mentioned how they could help decorate her nursery. I looked up and asked her which room would be the nursery. She excitedly said that she was going to use my twin sister's room. She mentioned how she already started removing things from her room in the morning and putting them in the attic. I asked her why she didn't bother telling me before she went ahead and started moving my sister's stuff. It was a big deal to me because aside from me, no one has been in her room since she's passed. Sometimes when I miss her, I sit in her room to feel closer to her. And some nights, I fall asleep in her room. My stepmom got really defensive. She said that I needed to accept that she was having a baby and needed the empty room. I told her that I understood that she was pregnant, but a heads up would have been nice before she started removing things from my sister's room. She looked at me and said that she didn't need to tell me anything because she was the mother of the household. She said she was doing what was best for the interest of her baby and she didn't need my negativity. I stayed silent trying to tune her out, but I snapped when she mentioned how I needed to accept my sister's passing and move on. She said something along the lines of, "Your twin passed away and you need to accept that. It's hard, but you've got your father, your brothers and I plus, you're getting a new sister who you can build an even stronger relationship with. You need to move on because nothing will bring twin sister back." I knew I was getting angry, so I excused myself and left the table. My dad started yelling about how I was being dramatic and I needed to come back or I'd be grounded. I continued walking away, until my stepmom said, "I don't understand what her problem is." She couldn't even bother to be happy about my pregnancy, but she's angry about me moving things out of an unoccupied bedroom. I turned around and stared at her in disbelief. My stepmom often acts like twin sister never existed. An example, 2 months ago, I was at Walmart with my dad and stepmom. We were buying a birthday present for my younger brother and they got into a conversation with an older man. I wasn't paying much attention, but the old man asked my dad how many kids he had. My dad said he had 4 kids, but my stepmom responded saying, "No, 3. She does stuff like that all the time, which drives me insane. I started going off on her and she sat there quietly. I mentioned how she's been the cause of every major traumatic event in my life. I reminded her that she knowingly started sleeping with a married man. She knew he had a wife and kids, but she didn't care. She broke up my family, sending my mom into a deep depression which ultimately led her to move away. Then I reminded her that she was too preoccupied with ranting about how we disturbed her nap, which ultimately led to a car accident that had me hospitalized for weeks. And I lost my twin sister because of her carelessness. I told her that she had no right to just take things out of my sister's room. And I wasn't angry about her new baby, but the fact that she started boxing and removing stuff from my sister's room without even telling me in advance. Then finally I told her that it was cruel of her to tell me to move on from the traumatic passing of my twin sister. She argued back that the accident happened and I was living in the past. She said everything happens for a reason and God works in mysterious ways. I straight up asked her if she thought that my sister's passing could not have been avoided. And she responded saying, it was just unlucky fate. I reminded her that my sister would be alive if she wasn't distracted. My stepmom then told me that I make her feel like I wanted her to pass away instead. I just stayed silent and she kept asking me if she was correct. I turned to walk away and my stepmom grabbed my arm. I asked her to let go and she kept saying, you want me gone, don't you? I stayed silent again, but she kept repeating it. I eventually got mad and truthfully told her that my life would have been easier that way. She started crying and my dad called me heartless. I did apologize a few minutes later, but my dad snapped and asked me to leave my stepmom alone. Since then, my dad has been giving me the silent treatment while my stepmom just avoids me. Am I the jerk? Relevant comments. Commenter 1, you're definitely NTA. I'm really sorry for your loss. Your feelings are completely understandable. Your stepmom and dad are huge jerks. Your stepmom for various reasons including not stopping asking. She shouldn't ask if she didn't want an answer. Your dad because he isn't protecting you and getting you the help you need. Can you talk with your mom about it? How involved is she? You're still her child. Is there any adult in your life that you trust and can help you? You need a mental health professional. You need tools to move forward. You have every right to be angry and feel what you feel. Ops response, yes, my mom is involved in my life. We text every day and try to video chat at least twice a week. But my sister's passing was really hard on my mom. My mom's mental health has been rocky for the past 10 years, so I don't want to trigger anything by telling her how bad I'm hurting. A year after my parents got divorced, my grandpa got really sick. He was diagnosed with a terminal illness. My mom decided to go back to Europe to help take care of her dad and spend time with him. She wanted to take my sister and I with her, but my dad fought her in court. Ultimately, we had to stay with our dad in the US, but we traveled to France every summer. Even after my grandpa passed, my mom decided to stay in France. She told my sister and I that going back to the US would mentally destroy her. It was too many negative memories for her and she wanted to stay close to her mom. Aside from my mom and her family, all I've got is my friends. My dad was never close with his family. He's got an older brother that I've never met. And I honestly don't know much about my grandparents. I wanted to look into therapy, but my dad refused. He doesn't believe that it will be helpful and says that it will fill my brain with garbage. He said that if I needed some advice or counseling, I could talk to him or my pastor, which I don't feel comfortable doing. Commenter 2, how was she not charged if her running a stop sign caused the passing? Ops response, she was. She's on probation and I think she also had to pay a fine. Commenter 3, your dad is worried therapy will illuminate to you just how awful of a human being and father he is. Do you have a plan to get out once you are an adult? Are you planning on attending college or university? When you are 18, can you move to France to be with your mom? If you don't have an escape plan yet, I suggest you work on one. Unfortunately, your dad has proven that nothing, not even the passing of his child, is enough for him to side with you or fight for you against your stepmonster. Get your necessary documents, passport, birth certificate, social security card, and get a plan in place to leave as soon as you are 18. You are less than a year away, get ready for it and bounce. Ops response, thank you so much for the idea of an escape plan. I have dual citizenship, so I have thought about moving to France a lot. But honestly, I don't think it's a good idea. I can speak French fluently and for the most part I can read it, but I can't write in French. And my vocabulary isn't really expanded, if that makes sense. I do really well in casual or normal conversations, but since I'm only really around my family in France, I don't know bigger or more professional words in French. So I'm afraid that might be a problem if I try to find a job there. But I've looked into colleges in my state and toured some with my friends. I found one that I really like, so I plan on hopefully being able to attend once I graduate. My dad keeps all of my important documents, so I'll try to find a way to convince him to give them to me. Update 1, 5 months later. I'm sorry it took so long to get back to everyone, but a lot has happened in the last few months. To start, thank you all for the overwhelming support. I wasn't able to read most of the responses to my last post because I went to sleep after posting it. When I woke up, there were several viral TikTok videos about my situation. I didn't know about any of that, but my stepmom's younger sister saw one of the Reddit videos and sent it to their family group chat. And my stepmom saw the video, and lost it when she read the comments. She took my phone, laptop, and grounded me right after I woke up. When my dad got home from work, he backed her up. Her entire family was furious, and my dad got yelled at by her parents. And they tried to force me to take the post down, but I wouldn't give them my phone's password, so there's little they could do about that. They kept calling me insensitive and disrespectful for bringing strangers into a private matter. As a part of my punishment, I wasn't allowed to leave my room. They wouldn't allow me to use my phone or laptop to communicate with my mom at all. They said I could get those privileges back after they deemed that I learned my lesson. A week after everything, my stepmom lost her baby, and she blamed me for it. She said I was causing the entire family too much stress. She just kept yelling at me that I did this to her, and she refused to even glance in my direction. She had a huge argument with my dad about how she wanted me gone. She ended up staying with her parents for the night. And my stepmom even tried to turn my younger brothers against me, and it worked with the older one. My dad tried to convince me to apologize to her, but I didn't even understand what I would be apologizing for. His wife's pregnancy was already high risk due to many other issues. She has lost 3 babies in the past 2 years. I don't know anything about her medical health, but I once overheard her talking on the phone about an abnormality she had that caused her to lose her other babies. And I just fell into a really bad place mentally after that. 4 days after everything happened with my family, I tried to take my life. My dad and stepmom went out with my brothers, and I tried to overdose on Benadryl. It was the most painful experience of my life. I didn't feel anything at first, but I eventually passed out. I don't know how long I was out, but when I woke up I started throwing up. I was in so much pain, and could barely move. I can't remember much, but I think I passed out again. And my little brother found me passed out and covered in vomit, and my dad ended up calling 911. I ended up in the ER. I can't remember everything because it was a blur, but I had to drink activated charcoal. They ran a bunch of tests, drew my blood and gave me N4. I was hallucinating for hours, and I woke up in a different hospital. I lied to my doctors about everything because I didn't want to get in trouble, but I was still involuntarily sent to a psychiatric hospital anyways. My dad was against it, but I was there for a little over a week. I got into a lot of trouble for attempting to take my life. My dad didn't speak to me for a week after I came home. While I was gone, my dad read all my journals where I wrote about how much I hated myself, my life, and wished my sister was still alive. He also found out that I was hurting myself by reading it. He eventually made me read all the pages out loud to him, my stepmom, and my pastor. And my pastor gave me a 3-hour lesson on letting go of anger in the past. They also took away my door because I lost that privilege. And my stepmom made it verbally known that she didn't want me there anymore. My dad told me that he was going to send me to a behavioral camp or teen residential program for troubled kids, since I tried to take my life. I still didn't have any of my electronics back, and they refused to leave me alone for extended periods of time. So I had to stay in the living room all day, and could only go in my room when it was time for bed. My dad made me keep my door open while I showered, so my stepmom could monitor me. I wasn't allowed to play volleyball this year as a punishment, which really sucked. I just felt so stuck, and I knew that I'd be sent away to one of those awful camps. I've heard so many bad stories about them, so I took my stepmom's iPad in the middle of the night. I was able to call my best friend. I explained everything to her. She told her parents, and they agreed to help me. I packed a few bags, took a bunch of things that remind me of my sister, and planned to leave 3 nights later. I was able to get my birth certificate and social security card because I told my stepmom I needed them for a job interview at our church's daycare. She surprisingly gave them to me. For 2 nights, my best friend would drive to my house at around 3 a.m. to get some of my things and my sister's old stuff. And then on the 3rd night, I finally found where my dad was keeping my phone and laptop, so I took them back. And I left with my best friend that night. I don't want to accidentally incriminate anyone, so I can't say too much about what happened the night I left or who I was with afterwards. But my dad tried to press charges on several people, but that went nowhere. He gave up on trying to get me to go home because my stepmom was happy with me gone anyways. It's been 3 months since I left. I'm happy to say that I'm safe. I haven't heard from my dad or his wife in weeks. And from what I've heard, they're not on good terms. I'm currently staying with my mom's cousin, but once I graduate high school I plan on moving to Europe to be closer to my mom. I turned 18 today. I'm happy that I no longer have to legally see my dad again. Also, thank you for those who personally messaged me, gave me legal advice, or even suggested I look into pursuing a lawsuit against my stepmother. Please excuse any spelling errors, this brought back a lot of negative emotions. Relevant comments. Commenter, okay, read both stories, but where is your real mom in all this? No calls, emails, texts, nothing? She moved to Europe, why can't you move to her and live with her and finish your education there, or even more so, why didn't you move in with her after your twin sister passed away, her daughter? What is this had to stay with your dad thing? At this point as well you're driven to harm yourself and already moved out. I would have taken the fastest plane ticket and see her because I would need her, and she would need you after one of her daughters passed away. Well, whatever the case, good luck. It's just weird to me. I would rather fail a year of education and start over than live in that household. Ops response, it's complicated. My mom and dad divorced when I was 8 years old. My mom moved to France a little after my 9th birthday. But before that, they had split custody. My mom tried to get full custody of us because she wanted to take us to France with her. But my dad fought her in court, and he ended up winning. My dad is significantly wealthier than my mom, so he had better legal representation and tried to drag out the process for as long as possible. Ultimately, my dad was awarded full custody of us. And we only got to see my mom during the summer when we visited her in France. We still kept in contact with her through calls and text messages throughout the year. After my sister's passing, my mom did come to the funeral. She and I pleaded with my dad to allow me to live with her. But he wouldn't allow it, and she didn't have the money to fight him in court. She tried reaching out to his pastor and his family to convince him, but they weren't interested in getting involved. My dad threatened to take legal action against her if she didn't leave his family alone. And after that, I didn't have regular contact with my mom because she was struggling with her mental health and alcoholism. But she's been to rehab, has been sober now for almost a year, and she's in therapy. We talk every day, and she's been my rock through all of this. She's doing a lot better and came to see me last month for Thanksgiving. And I've been staying with her cousin. That's been really nice. Update 2, 7.5 months later. My twin sister was ended almost 2 years ago in a car accident caused by my stepmother. My life has been a living nightmare since, and I've tried to find the will to keep going, but I'm so tired. I think of her every single day, and everything reminds me of her. I remind myself of her just by looking in the mirror. I don't want to forget about her, but it just hurts so much being constantly reminded by everything that she is gone. My sister was such a beautiful soul. I hate that her last moments on earth were so horrible. Before she passed, I hadn't been away from her for more than 12 hours. I'd give anything just to see her again. I can't explain how I feel. I don't necessarily want to pass away, but I don't want to be here anymore. Every day is a blur, and I feel like I'm just going through all the motions. The only thing keeping me alive is my mom. She's been doing really good with staying sober, but she'd probably go back into alcoholism if I ended my life. I just don't know how long I can keep staying for her. I know how selfish it is of me to even be thinking of it, but I'm in pain all the time. I just want it to stop, and nothing helps. Top comments. Commenter 1, it sounds like you need to seek some support for your mental health. What you've gone through is not a small thing. It is life-changing and traumatizing. Please reach out to a therapist and maybe seek some grief support groups in your area. I don't know you, but I have a sister. And I know that if I passed away or she passed away, we would want the other to be happy and healthy. I do hope you can find some peace. I know that's what she would want for you. Commenter 2, grief is such a huge, obnoxious, and cruel jerk. It punishes us for losing people we love and then keeps popping up to punish us in new mean ways when we least expect it. You're not alone, and you need to get some help from a therapist or grief group or family or friends or all of those places. I'm not going to minimize how you feel. It's terrible. But you are worth staying alive for. You deserve all the love and care you give to your sister and your mom. Commenter 3, your sister would not have wanted you to hurt yourself. Your sister loved you. She would have wanted you to be happy and remember the good moments you shared. Please consider honoring her by living your best life. I agree, your mom wouldn't do well with both of you gone. Please seek medical services for your mind and body to help you heal from your loss. Life will get better with treatment and time. Blessings. Commenter 4, I'm so sorry for your loss. I can't imagine losing a twin. Please see a medical professional for intervention as soon as you can. The thoughts you're having come on a scale, and I don't necessarily want to pass away, but I don't want to be here anymore is very much a recognized spot on the scale towards the danger zone. I know it may feel like it all the time, but you are not alone. Therapy, medication, and mindfulness exercises are all possible things that could help, but step 1 is recognizing that you're not doing okay and that you're in danger of harming yourself and seeking help. Feel free to DM me if you want to talk. My 15-year-old son got his long-distance girlfriend pregnant on purpose so we'd move to her town, but when I demanded a DNA test, her parents blocked me and she started posting about deadbeat dads. Then I found out her ultrasound shows she was already 19 weeks pregnant when my son saw her, and the dates don't match up at all. Posted by you/no_pool_7823. Throwaway for obvious reasons. I, 30F, have a child who is 15M, we'll call him Ollie, plus other children aged 2, 6, 9 and 11. As you can tell by my own age, I was a teen parent. I was lucky and we married at 18, still married, healthy relationship, worked our way out of a very dire situation, graduated, started a trade, etc., and we are comfortable, stable in all ways. This information is relevant. Ollie has been friends with this girl, we'll call her Bree, since he was 7 years old. Their family used to live in the same city as us and went to the same school, same friendship group. We know her parents and are long-distance friends ourselves, not close friends but say hello when the kids are on video chat, had drinks together before. Bree's family moved to a very small town 3 states away due to rental affordability. No secret, we all have talked about the rising costs of everyday life. The cost of living in this city has risen, forcing many locals out. They moved because of that and for better job opportunities 18 months ago. Since then, Ollie has been begging for us to follow, giving us a sales pitch on cheaper housing, better paying jobs, none of which fit either of our professions, the whole works. We have said no because, well, no. But even if we wanted to, our other children are in school, sports, and have friends here. Selling and buying another house, finding work outside of our skill set, or having to learn new skills, any normal adult would understand this. He does not. Well, fast forward to Christmas. Bree's family come back to our city for a holiday and the kids met up multiple times with each other. It was my understanding that they were always with the other kids, but obviously not since Bree is pregnant, and I am certain it was on purpose. He has access to protection. I don't care for opinions on that. My access was restricted and I had him. He has had intimacy education from me, my husband, school. He knows how babies are made and how not to have one. Ollie now wants me to move to be with her and the baby. It's confirmed. I've talked to her parents, and I said no. I don't feel I need a reason, but he asked. You're 15. We don't have any proof it's your child yet. I'm not moving us away from our lives and you aren't going alone until you're 18. We will do a DNA test, then we will look at parenting plans, and topped it off with a too bad, too sad. You made your bed, now you have to sleep in it. He took that back to Bree and now all communication between me and her parents has been cut. I'm a terrible person. My comments about the DNA test are disgusting and it's fueling my son's hate for me. He says I am keeping him from the love of his life and future baby, using my own successful relationship as proof it will work out. I actually don't even know if I am right or not. I'm just really upset and feel like my life I worked really hard for has been destroyed. Update 1, same day. To answer some questions. She is due September around the 22nd. So no, there is no option for termination. I don't think that or adoption ever was. Ollie admitted it was on purpose last night. Apparently, it was Bree's idea first, as a joke, that turned into a plan together. Bree's parents will only pass messages through my son and I have heard this for myself. I stood outside the door and listened to them tell him, tell your mother insert info below, because I know I will just go off on her about that nonsense. They are talking badly about me with my kid. They are appalled I would think that way of Bree when I have known her for more than half her life and do not wish to talk to me. I will not allow him to move out there alone. There are some past issues such as Bree breaking up with him twice in the last 18 months because she found someone that she liked more in her new town, around August and October last year, same boy, and when it ended, she came back to Ollie. Bree is a nice girl, but her behavior is toxic and has been since a child. Her mother and stepfather are nice, but the relationship is unstable. The house is chaos, 9 children combined, blended family and 2 to 3 teens with serious mental health struggles. He would be leaving stability for chaos and no structure. I want a DNA test. I will not budge on that. I'm close to cutting his contact totally at this point because they are only empowering him and reinforcing his behavior towards me and his father. His father is a man of few words, which is unhelpful. So far he's backed everything I have said and only really chosen to say, you have the intelligence of a pair. Update 2, 1 month later. Things have gone south even further. At this point, husband and I have been blocked on all social media and numbers blocked, but the communication with Ollie has continued. Ollie gave us Bree's parents' email address to send an email to, but before using that I asked him to video chat Bree with me there, and then I could ask Bree to please get her parents so I can talk to them about this and tell her that if they were going to continue to refuse, then I would be blocking all contact to Ollie and communication until this is resolved. I told Ollie this before the call. At first he flipped out about it, but it was this or I cut communication completely. I do think he understood that it is not okay that her parents are speaking to me through minors, and he said himself he would like us to talk to each other. Bree joined the call and hung up when she saw I too was there. Ollie called back a few times and she didn't answer. She asked via text why I wanted to talk to her, and Ollie told her that I wanted to speak to her mother and if we didn't resolve the communication issue, then all contact would be ended until her parents made contact with us and we make a plan for the next few months, including DNA, and then birth arrangements. Said that if the baby is his, we will travel there for the birth and first few weeks after. He told her that I personally think it probably is his baby, but I want to be sure and make sure everything is done right from the start. Well, Bree blocked him with a reply, and he is totally heartbroken, not eating, sitting in his room all day and night, not mad at me surprisingly. Very, very sorry for him and to us, sad about it all, and I think regretful. He even asked me if there was a way to undo it for himself. I haven't talked about signing over rights, A male termination, his father called it, because I think he's just upset right now. A mutual friend of Bree and Ollie's here in our hometown showed him a few posts she has made in the last 24 hours. Things like, "It's you and me against the world, baby girl," and memes about deadbeat dads. She also announced the pregnancy, which she hadn't done yet, and the post had some single mother facts and quotes. Ollie's friends knew about the situation, and a few were under the impression he had dumped her and the baby going by the posts. But when he explained that what had happened, they all rallied for him in the comments. I said not to, and now she's blocked them, and we can't see what she has posted. This is just a nightmare. I have had a plan personally, not set but something I wanted to talk to her parents about, but I don't even want to waste my time at this point. Ollie gave us Bree's parents' email address to send an email to with said plan. Basically, Bree does DNA blood test. We will pay the full $1,500 for it. If it is his baby, we can book flights and plan to be there for the first month. I'll stay too with Ollie, maybe even the whole family, and then we can also work on a parenting plan and getting into mediation for a judge to sign off on it. Ollie's father and I split for the first 7 months of his life, so we have done this before and we know the process. But at this point I think I will just leave it to settle before sending an email. Update 3, 4 days later. Ollie's friend was able to see her Instagram through an old account, different email. I don't use Instagram enough to know what that means, but it meant they weren't blocked when they reactivated. They found the pregnancy announcement post, and if you scrolled across it showed a digital copy of the scan Bree sent us as a 16-week scan, apparently the first scan she had at the OB. That is dated 0404 and clearly says GA 19 plus 3 weeks, making an August due date I believe or very early September. This would not line up with the due date given to us, but does line up with when her parents told me she was pregnant mid-April. They told us, "We've had the pregnancy confirmed," and sent a photo of the printed pic which the date isn't on there. I actually think it may have been cut off the top. I haven't told Ollie this yet because I want to be sure. I am very concerned about his mental health at the moment and taking that into consideration. But unless she gave the wrong period dates and the baby measured only 16 weeks, then it's not possible for it to be our son's. Also added information, her due date from what we know is September 22nd. She was here from December 20th to January 7th and saw Ollie December 21st and 22nd and January 4th and 5th. Never overnight. I asked Ollie when did this happen, and he said January 4th was the only time, which makes more sense as they were in a public gathering otherwise. They were at a mutual friend's birthday that night but never stayed overnight. I have had 5 kids and I know the dates are too close to figure it out that way. Ollie also said that the joke Bree made was to just see if it happens. The pregnancy, because then it's obviously meant to be and he would be able to move. To me it sounds like she had the plan a lot longer, but I may be biased here. Update 4, 12 days later. I spoke to Bree's biological father, lives in this town, who had no idea about any of this. Before you come for me, there was no known DV or anything. I felt I had run out of options at this point and I just wanted a way to contact them. Bree's mother then made contact, agreed to the blood test if we paid for it. Ollie and Bree spoke again and Bree asked to come here for a holiday and have an ultrasound with him to prove dates in person. I agreed to this, but I may not be thinking straight with the stress we have all been under. She says she is 26 weeks, sent him a photo of her belly, which has grown, and told him there is no other option but him to be the father, that the ultrasound had to go by her last period date and she didn't remember, so she went by her app and it was the period before. That's why the dates are out on the scan. I asked if she had a physical booklet of pregnancy notes or something because I know from experience that they have all the confirmed information on them, but she said everything is digital with her doctor. I didn't want to push because it's not my medical info. I'm wondering if I do just fly her out here on my own terms. Her mother agreed, and do the blood and ultrasound here and put an end to it all. Update 5, 10 days later. We all came to a travel arrangement. We paid for Bree to fly out and her father was paying for the ticket home. Bree was supposed to fly to us this morning and stay for 6 weeks total, flying back sometime in August. Her father's in charge of that flight. She was staying with us over these next few weeks while we do our annual July 4th family vacation for a week and then a couple more weeks back here at home for the ultrasound and blood test. This was decided together, both families, because Bree and Ollie would like to have some kind of positive experience and memories during the pregnancy, and obviously if baby wasn't his, Bree would be taken to her father's, and we would be finished with it all. But she never turned up for her flight. She texted the night before that the doctor did not recommend she should not travel as she is at risk of preterm labor due to her age and her severe morning sickness makes her only be able to tolerate pineapple juice, so she is needing to be hospitalized and maybe even deliver early. This is on top of a group photo that included Bree, obviously pregnant in a tight tee, hugging the boy she was dating in her new town, his hand on her belly. It was quickly removed from her story when Ollie asked. I think it was intentional to make him jealous. I am done. I do not believe her or her parents. I have contacted a lawyer and therapist. I will not be updating again until I know the outcome of the DNA test that I assume will not be done until after the baby is born, since I was told today I cannot force her to have it while pregnant. If this baby is Ollie's and my grandchild, I'm willing to move Bree here and have her live with us. It has no chance and will continue to ruin my son's life from afar. Update 6, 18 days later? I didn't plan on updating prior to the DNA test, but I can confidently say we do not need it to know the truth. We will likely still do one if Bree sticks to her story. Only I will go through the courts at this point. We have a family lawyer and he has advised these updates are fine as long as I do not identify anyone by name, location, etc. I had a lot of helpful messages on here, and I do read them all even if I don't reply. One was from a radiographer who suggested that I look at the measurements of the baby on the ultrasound if I am able to get scan pictures, and then use that to calculate if the baby was 16 weeks on that scan. I have kept that idea in mind if I ever got the chance to see the scan myself. The same Redditor also raised concerns that she only had this one scan at 16 weeks and there wasn't a 20-week scan again 4 weeks later. All OBs would do a scan at 18 to 22 weeks. The one photo we have seen is a photo of a scan, a profile shot of the baby's face at 16 weeks, and there hasn't been another scan since then. We have been playing it safe and being very careful with how we tread around Bree, not wanting to cause any arguments. We have not mentioned this to them yet, and if by chance someone tells them via this post or they know about this post, we don't care. We have nothing to lose since the baby is in Ollie's, and this is how I know. Bree and Ollie have many mutual friends, but only one other girl, Hannah, who is still friends with both of them from within the group. Hannah believes Ollie is the father because that's what Bree says, but she had a falling out with Bree this week. It led to her talking to Ollie, and then she sent Ollie a video that Bree sent her after the ultrasound in April. Prior to this, Bree had told her not to show him because he wasn't going to be in the baby's life by choice and all the things she was posting about deadbeat dads. The video shows multiple measurements being done and I was able to see clearly that the baby measured 19 weeks and that scan was the 20-week scan. There is no way that baby is Ollie's baby. She is due August 26th. Ollie knows all of this and is doing okay. Very angry, but he has the support he needs. What happens now we don't know, but we know the truth. All we can do is speculate as to why my son was the target of this plan. I know we will likely never know the truth. To clear some things up, I will not be taking this up with Bree and her family until after the baby is born. I am not concerned about the DNA test results but will still do one. In the video the OB or nurse, whoever it was doing the scan, says, "So your due date is August 26th, which lines up perfect for your last period." So I know that's the due date and you can clearly see the numbers on screen showing the measurements are 18 to 19 weeks. Ollie cannot be the father. She wasn't even in the state. There is plenty of other more detailed clues I have but will not post. I think the father is the boyfriend in that town, but what I don't understand is why Ollie was better. Yes, there is more money, but we aren't rich. We just live smart. Thanks for the support. Update 7, almost 2 months later. We have a baby. Last update. Baby K was born September 1, 2025. 8 pounds 4 ounces. She was induced for being post-due date. Ollie visited a few hours after the birth with me. Her mother and sister were there when we asked to visit, but were gone when we got there. The whiteboard on the wall that had all the birth details also stated her EDD 0826. Ollie didn't say much. He's very receptive to the fact the baby is most likely not his and still in therapy, but I think he loves Bree and I'm not sure how to navigate that. Ollie went down to the cafe to get her something to eat as her mother had apparently forgotten to bring food. Since it was just us, I took my chance. I asked her about the EDD on the board, nicely. I told her no one is upset with her. I too am wary about the possibility that the home situation is unsafe, and she may be trying to escape. I told her Ollie knows already, he has for months. He's not angry, he is worried, and even knowing she lied, he wanted to come here and be with her and the baby. I told her what I know to be the truth as his mother. There was nothing Bree could do that would keep him angry enough to cut her off. She broke. I think it was the fact she was so tired and had just had a baby, the hormones and probably mental load that would come with her lies. I feel a little bad, but I'm glad I asked. Bree admitted to me she knows it's not possible and she was very, very sorry. She wanted to move back to our city. She didn't want to live with her mother and stepfather anymore. In fact, she never wanted to leave, and her dad had said no, she couldn't live with him. The pregnancy was never planned originally, but she came up with the idea herself when she found out they were coming back for the holidays. I asked who the baby's father was and she never got to give me an answer, but I think it's the boy from her town. I had asked that directly, and she shrugged, but no confirmation as Ollie came back and she shut down again. I told Ollie that Bree had made a mistake and she was sorry, and Ollie said he knew, and it was okay, that the baby was cute regardless, Which I laughed at the ridiculousness that is my life, what a childish thing to say. I didn't ask her about her mother knowing or anything. I was cautious not to set her usual defensiveness off. We left not long after, and Ollie and Bree are still talking via text. Ollie right now has asked me not to ask for the DNA as Bree is struggling with her own mental health, like most of us do with that hormone shift. That's all I have to update on. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. In your last post you mentioned you'd still do a DNA test for clarity of mind. Is that still in the plans after her confession? And I assume you managed to get last-minute plane tickets to get there a few hours after her birth, or you took a super long drive? Being a parent is never an easy job, not even when they've grown up. You're doing good supporting and protecting your son. Take care. Ops response: we knew her induction date and flew out 2 days prior. I'm not sure on the DNA stuff right now. Ollie wants to leave it as long as she tells everyone it wasn't his baby. For now I am just letting things be. I think she is really struggling. Is there any chance that the child could be the stepdad's? OP, a lot of people say this and no, we do not believe that to be the case. There is a lot of evidence that the baby is the other ex-boyfriend's, so I don't think so. I was told he can't have more children, had the procedure, but I do believe she's trying to escape the house and return to her father because someone in the house may be a risk. I'm not commenting on that though. I've tried to avoid commenting at all, but I think too many people believe it could be something like that, and I do not believe the stepfather is a danger. My concern has been raised with others. Commenter 2, it might help to talk to Ollie about love. We often sit our foster kids down and talk to them about love. Because they have obvious trauma and confusion. If I really love my parents, then I can't care about my foster parents or my foster family, etc. Ollie loves her. And that's okay. He's young and it's really hard for him because he feels like she is his soulmate. And that he will never love another person the way he loves her. This is true. The way we love someone is individual to that person. But love is not finite. Love is generous. We can love many people. We ask our foster kids to make a list of all the people they love. Like mom, dad, siblings, grandparents, friends, pets. We even encourage them to add things like internet people and sites, games, and toys. It's typically not hard to get them to make the list. Most of them are able to put together at least 10 things pretty quickly. Although we do give them the examples like mom, dad, pets, toys. Wow, look at how much love you have. This leads to complex conversations because of situations that create foster kids. But for Ollie, this leads to the conversation that the love he has for the different things on his list are different. It's possible that he may even be able to differentiate between the way he loves his dad and the way he loves his mom. I love the way mom or dad does this for me, things like teaching him how to dunk a basketball or hugs or caring for him when he's sick. Talk to him about how now he loves Bob, his best friend, but how his best friend used to be Adam. Does he still love Adam? He may still, but talk to him about how maybe that love has changed over time. Siblings and cousins are also good. When your little sibling was born, did that mean that you loved your older siblings less than before? Or did your love grow and you love your little sibling just as much as your older siblings? Encourage the conversation about his list and about his love and the way he loves different things on the list. Don't point out that there are differences between the way he loves some things and the way he loves her. This is not the time to point out that his love for her might be more hormonally and chemically driven than the love he has for other things. You need to emphasize that love expands. The love that he has for her is not the last love he'll ever have. It's okay if his love for her changes over time. It's okay to love her. You don't expect him to turn that off. But in your experience, you feel that his love for her will change over time. Don't refer to her as a crush. Because Ollie will fight that. Because a crush is different from love in his mind, and what he has is 100% true love in his mind. Too often teenagers who have never loved anyone romantically believe that the first person they love romantically is their true love or their soulmate, and they will never be able to love anyone the way they love that person. Which is true, the way you love someone is specific to every person. However, the fire of their first love is not the only fire they will ever experience in their entire life. I think it's just important to reassure him that this isn't his only chance. That there may be another love out there for him. It's okay to love her, but also in the future to love someone else. As he gets older and as time separates him from this situation, there's plenty of opportunities to talk to him about the difference between lust and love. And that true love is built on more than just the chemical rush. Good luck. I feel like you've done a really nice job of handling this situation so far. Ollie is really lucky to have you. Commenter 3, it's definitely a blessing as a teen mom to be post-induced rather than an early induction due to her age. I hope everyone is doing well. Especially your son. I can't imagine how he could be feeling even if he is still contacting Bree. Big props to you, Mom, for doing your best at staying steady throughout this whole situation. I will say though, it'd be best for the child to know who their father is. Not that that is any of your concern at this moment since the timing and everything and knowing it's not Ollie's child. But I hope Bree and her parents make it a priority to assure the child has a knowing of their bio dad. I've seen some stories or cases where that's not the case and it's a sad outcome in every way. Update 8, 1 month later. Bree and baby didn't do their test until last week. There were a few excuses, but honestly most were reasonable. One being that the other boy refused to come and do a test as well. I found out that he, 17, already has a child with another girl in that town who he also refused to do a test for. That other girl was contacted by Bree and willing to DNA her baby, who is only 5 months old, to see if they are siblings. Our DNA test came back as expected yesterday. Ollie is not the father. We don't know about the other results, if they are back or if they were positive, or if they were even done. Ollie and Bree have drifted since last month. He is focusing on school and sports, has a new girlfriend, which we did not appreciate at first. He had hidden it until his therapist spoke to us all about it. He showed his friends the test results in hopes it would get back to their parents too, but it seems his reputation has been tainted regardless. Bree moved out of home 3 weeks after baby was born, unsure where to exactly, but she's living with a friend and her mom in her town. Her mother and stepfather kicked her out apparently, and her bio father does not have stable housing for children. What a nightmare this has been. Ollie turned 16 this month and I'm hoping this is all behind us now for good. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, who did she put as the father on the birth certificate? Ops response, I don't believe anyone. It wasn't Ollie. Commenter 2, your son is incredibly lucky to have had you stand up for him as you have through this whole ordeal. But I also feel really bad for the young lady, going through all of this without parental support, feeling like she had no options other than helping your son set up this whole contrived situation. Her life is going to be that much more difficult moving forward. The whole situation sucks, but I'm grateful your son won't be carrying the burden of it. Commenter 3, I hope life settles for all involved. What a wild journey your family has been through. I feel bad for all the children involved. I really wonder about Bree. Is her home life absolutely terrible? How sad for her to feel the need to leave with a newborn baby.
My girlfriend met my 4-year-old son for the first time 2 months ago and I caught her telling him to call her mommy behind my back even though I'd specifically told her he needs to know who his real mom is since his mother passed away when he was a baby, so now she's mad I won't let her see him anymore. Posted by you/can'tblogit. I, 29M, was married to the most amazing woman 6 years ago. We had been dating for 2 years before we got married. She got pregnant after graduating from college. We were both happy, this is what we had wanted. Our son was born. Life was awesome. 10 months after his birth, while on a trip to get some stuff for the house, her car collided with 2 others. Nothing could be done. Her ribs broke inwards, her lungs were crushed. She passed away by the time the ambulance came. Life was a nightmare. Suddenly the whole world had collapsed on me. I was in shock, the therapy didn't help. The only thing that kept me going was my son. He was barely 10 months old, but he lived. I forgot about everything else in life and functioned just as a father. I didn't go out, I ignored my friends, ended my social life altogether. Still, I was proud of what I had accomplished as a single father. Sure, there were a few scares here and there, but overall it was great. My son was healthy and happy. Money was never a problem for me. It still hurt like crazy inside. I felt no temptation to meet anybody else. I was still recovering from it all, I guess. Then, I started going out a little. My sister offered to take care of my son. She was great with him, so I felt comfortable. I got back in touch with my friends. I still retained my good physique. There wasn't much to do at home, so I just work out. I had started taking care of myself too. I got used a little to the female attention. After blowing off the initial 4 to 5 dates, I know it's bad but I just couldn't go ahead with them then, I started meeting other women. I'd just have casual dates with these women, but I'd turn them down before anything physical happened. It took me a long time to even kiss a girl again. On this cycle, I met Natalie, 24F. She was an exceptionally beautiful girl who worked in my industry, loved that I was a single father and sympathized with my loss. She was a great person and had an awesome personality. I found something special about her, so I stuck with her. It took us almost a month to be intimate, but she was very patient with me. I had told her up front that meeting my son is not something that is happening very soon. She understood. We had a great relationship. She complained a few times about me spending a lot of time with my son and barely enough with her, but we made it work after talking about the issue. She only met my son, 4M, for the first time 2 months ago. I brought her along when we were at the park. She said hi and he just looked up and sorta laughed. He's 4 and he's able to articulate properly, at least small words and greetings, so I told him to say hello. He said that and then the attention was back to the racket and the ball. She clearly liked him. I know she wasn't feigning interest because even when I went a bit away and was busy with something else, she was trying to play with him and interact with him a lot. That was supposed to be a happy moment, but seeing him with her reminded me of my wife and it hurt like crazy again. But I got over it. So I gradually increased their time together. We still met outside most of the time and not that much inside. We spent the daytime at her place and late night she would come over to mine when my son was asleep. After a point I felt a little comfortable leaving them alone together. So this week my sister was visiting in town. My son absolutely adores her. She was his first female contact. I had to take an overnight flight to get some work stuff sorted out, so she stayed at my place. Natalie calls me in the morning and tells me that she wants to visit my son. She's been visiting him a lot, so I think it's okay. When I come back, this is what my sister worriedly tells me. Natalie came around in the morning. She spent around an hour with my son and my sister. They're good friends and get along very well. So my sister got up to make something for them and went into the kitchen, while Natalie and my son were in the living room. He was on the floor playing with his toys, I guess. As soon as my sister goes into the kitchen, Natalie picks up my son onto her lap. My sister tells me that she heard her trying to get him to call her mommy. He usually calls her by a shortened version of her name, which also makes him giggle for some reason. So he said that and he giggled. My sister leaned to see what they were doing and according to her, my girlfriend was saying to him, "No, not the name that my son has for her, Mommy, and repeating that again till my son said it. Then she kept on saying, "I'm your mommy, mommy," and more like that. My sister was alarmed but didn't say anything. He's done that with her too, but she always brought up a picture of his mother to show him. So he stopped calling her that. I have always told him that the angel in the picture is mommy. It took him time, but he stopped calling anyone else mommy. I had told my girlfriend about this before and she had agreed. I had told her that it was important to me that my son know who his real mother was. She said she understood. And now here I am. Angry, frustrated, enraged and feeling a bit betrayed. I don't know how long this has been going on. I haven't said anything about it to her. She knows I'm mad about something. We have our 1 year together completing in 20 days. I had big plans for that. Now, I don't know what to do. You guys got any ideas? Guys, this is not about me moving on from my wife. This is about my son's mother. That's all. I'll talk to her about this. I don't want to break up, but I do want her to know that she has messed up colossally and that this will set back our relationship. I'll try and be delicate. Also, most replies now are negative and aggressive, so I'll hop off Reddit. So, no point posting anymore. There are other people who need your advice. Thanks for the advice you have given me. I promise I will update. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, have you two talked about having more children? Because I feel like Natalie really wants to be a mom. Confront her about this and ask her why she's insistent on your son calling her mommy. Ops response, she wants children but wants to finish grad school first. I had told her very seriously about how I really want him to know who his real mother is and that there will be no substitute for her. Not sure how I confront her about the one boundary that I was dead serious about, that she ended up breaking. I know that this isn't coming across as a very serious problem to others, but this was one thing I was really scared about, and it's a terrible betrayal on her front. I'll just end up screaming my head off. I'm really mad by her doing what she did, and that too behind my back. Commenter 2, try to talk to her about it calmly. Ask her if it's true. And explain again to her that you would like for her to be a very important part of his life, but you really don't want him to call her mommy. Do you think she did it for a bad reason or do you think she was just momentarily misguided in her actions because she cares about you both so much? If you address this with her by attacking her and telling her what her place is, I think it's the end. If you keep it calm and reassure her that she too has an important place in your life, but you feel you owe this one thing to his mother, she will very likely get on your side about it and never do it again. Ops response, I'm mad because it was a line crossed. It may have happened before when she was alone too. It is a huge breach of my trust. We agreed on this beforehand. And now she goes and does this behind my back. Her saying to my son, I'm your mommy, that hurt me a lot. Now, I feel I can't trust her with my son alone. Commenter 3, I don't think you should be together. Nowhere in your text does it say that you love her or that you decisively want her in your life. You still love your wife and she's just sort of a pleasant substitute. I'm sure you like her and you care about her, but until you let go of your wife, you'll be hurting her and your son eventually. Can you give her 100%? If not, you know what you have to do. You said about your wife, the most amazing woman in the world. You didn't describe Natalie anywhere near that. Sorry, I usually support people trying to work things out, but in your case I really don't see it. Don't force yourself to be with someone in the future either. You will feel when your mind and soul are ready, and that you will start looking at women differently, with more than rational and analytical interest. Ops response, I want to move on with my life. We have a great relationship. I had something really monumental planned for us in our 1 year anniversary. In the light of what has happened, can you really blame me for not posting my love for her all over the text? I'm mad at her right now and am feeling betrayed. After what she did, I'm not in the correct mindset to call her the most amazing woman. I will never be able to completely forget my wife. Why? Because I have my son with me. He was our son and he will always be a living reminder of my wife. I was young and that affected me deeply. Update 1, 4 days later. Hey guys. Just thought I'd quickly update you on what happened between my girlfriend and me. Basically, I talked to her. She did agree that this had indeed happened. So, she didn't deny it, that was a good thing. I asked her why she did it. She gave the reason that she always felt like an extra in my life. She thought that we could be closer if we tried to be family. I explained to her, in a calm, composed manner, that we can't just pretend to be a family. And that her trying to make a permanent bond with my 4-year-old son whom she'd known only for 2 months wasn't quite the way to do it. She cried and apologized. Nevertheless, this was a huge setback in our relationship. It's difficult to look at things the same way after what happened. Our big anniversary surprise is cancelled. I'll make up for it sometime later. We are still dating, but she isn't going to meet my son anytime soon. This meant that we'd be spending less nights together, but she understood. I'm also going to see a child therapist to get this mommy thing sorted out once and for all so that my son isn't emotionally affected. For those of you saying that what she did was 100% right, it wasn't. My girlfriend and I are dating. She has known my son only for 2 months. If a mommy bond were to form right now and we were to break up, it'll affect my 4-year-old too. That'll have to wait for marriage, which honestly is something I have mentally pushed back for now. It'll take time to get the trust back with her. Relevant comments. Commenter, glad to hear she realized it was wrong. But are you sure you guys are a good match right now? She seems awfully desperate for something more which you don't sound like you are looking for yet. Ops response, I know everyone seems to be suggesting that I break up with her, but I love her. She crossed a big line that she was not supposed to behind my back. I can't ignore that. I know she wants more and I am trying my hardest, but it is difficult when I have a son. She hopefully understands that. Yeah, she might think that I am too much to handle for her. She might break up with me. I can't prevent that. But if she doesn't, she's a keeper. Call it naivety, but I think the reason she gave for doing what she did checked out. It corresponded with a lot of things she had said earlier. But she needs to understand that we can only be a family when we are truly a family, aka marriage. So, that'll have to wait. Right now, trust is the important thing that needs attention. If I can get that back, I don't think we'll have many problems. I am not going to break up with her. Had she denied what she did for 1 second, I would have walked out of there and never looked back. But she accepted her mistake and was ready to face the consequences, a little time away from my son. That's one positive thing at least. Update 2, 5 weeks later. I know all of you guys would be expecting a wonderful update with all of us becoming one big happy family. Sorry, but I got slapped by life. Since a couple of weeks ago, she kept pushing me again and again over visiting my son. I told her no firmly, but she kept on being passive-aggressive. All I wanted was a little more time, but she pushed me to a limit. She said that my son was missing her, he was not, and that I'm doing him a disservice by keeping her out of his life, and that I'm a horrible parent and I can't raise my son alone. We had a big fight over it, and we broke up. She broke down and crawled back and apologized, but things were never going to be the same. Life really sucks. Final update, 1 year later. Hello everyone. Almost a year ago, I came here to talk about my life going upside down. I lost a great girlfriend, someone I thought I could finally trust and allow into my son's life. That did not go well. Anyway, that time of my life was very difficult, but I really got some great perspective from the people on here, so I just wanted to thank you all once again. I feel like I'm in a really good position in my life right now and everything feels awesome. I've put all the pieces together and my son and I are really happy. He's doing great and is healthy. So, yeah, this was more of a thank you, rather than update, but I really mean it. I was really confused and some of the advice I got on here was instrumental in sorting that mess out. Thanks Reddit. Take care. P.S. I'm thinking of getting us a dog. What do you guys think of border collies?
My dad's wife called asking me to be roommates with my half-sister at college because she's in a wheelchair and can't live alone, but my dad cheated on my mom with this woman for years and now she's guilt-tripping me about how blessed I am, so I said no and got blocked by everyone. Posted by you/Sophie Hatter. My half-sister, Ariel, 24F, and I, 23F, grew up in different homes. I spent a lot of time with my dad, but I never spent the night. If I did, we shared a room. Ariel had bunk beds because she used the bars around them to get herself into the wheelchair, it was just easier. Plus if she had friends over. It was always her room. My mom and dad lived in the same town anyways, so there was really no reason to stay over. I also never really got on with Ariel or her brother Sebastian, 22M. I lost a lot of respect for my dad, 50M, when he cheated on my mom. While he has been faithful to Claudette, 45F, I don't think what he did was right. But I love him and have tried to stay out of marriage problems between my mom, 46F, and dad. There has also been resentment because Claudette's 2 children are handicapped. Sebastian was born with a spinal problem, but surgery has helped him out a lot. He won't be a 5-star athlete, but he hikes and does a lot of active stuff. He just gets tired easily and some days needs a cane. My sister is confined to a wheelchair and is unable to do a lot of stuff for herself. She has been complaining on her social media for years about wanting to move out, but she never does anything to make this happen. She will get help, but then whine so much her parents will just stop making her do anything about it. Well, Claudette called me yesterday and asked if I would be willing to live with Ariel. I told her I was in a single and was pretty happy with my location. Claudette told me to share a room with Ariel and everything would work out. She tried to guilt me by saying I had a lot of blessings in my life, it was time to give back. My dad doesn't pay for my education, and buying me groceries 2 times a year doesn't mean you paid my way or are a blessing in my life. It makes me angry because Claudette has always treated me like my good fortune should have belonged to Ariel. Just because she can't walk doesn't mean I owe it to her to be her caregiver. I'm not sure how to tell them no, because it will likely end with my father not talking to me again for 6 months. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, because it will likely end with my father not talking to me again for 6 months. Then so be it. This sounds to me like they've decided you're the mechanism by which they get your half-sister to finally be independent and not their problem. Don't be manipulated into that. Commenter 2, I'll echo that. Just today in our /relationships there was a post about a college guy with a wheelchair-bound roommate who came to rely on him as a caregiver. It's an exhausting role that was thrust upon him, and now he can't get out of it without looking like the bad guy. Do not put yourself in a position to have to do the same. The way it's being sold to you is what? What could they think you possibly have to gain out of their suggested arrangement? She sounds neither likable nor motivated, and that's what you'd be saddled with. In a single, you're guaranteed to clash over space and responsibilities. All the little things her folks do for her now, she would expect from you. None of this sounds good. Avoiding it at all costs would be worth foregoing a few phone calls, if that's what it would take. Talk to your dad. Let him know that the arrangement won't work, but there are likely some resources available for her to get her own place. Maybe you could help research them. Op's response, I don't want Ariel in the same city as me. Which I know sounds really petty. Because even in the same college, she would expect me to give her rides places. I don't really like her that much as a person. She has become extremely entitled. She called my mom a useless jerk one time when I got help paying for a used car. Ariel can't drive. Why would she care I had a car? I understand people are usually 100% into family, but it feels like they just tolerated me until I was useful and then would abandon me in a second. Commenter 3, so, your dad cheats on your mom, and the other woman is now calling you to watch her daughter? Hasn't she done enough damage to your family? Op's response, Claudette thinks that my mom was the one who drove my dad away. Which is nonsense. But yeah, the other woman is calling to ruin my life too. Commenter 4, I'm sort of confused as to how your dad cheated on your mom resulting in an older half-sibling. Was he cheating before and after you were born with the same woman? Op's response, you got it. He has been cheating the whole time he was with my mom, but Claudette was just the last woman. He decided he wanted to raise his firstborn instead of stay married. Update, 2 days later. Here is a small update. Hopefully the last. I wrote an email to Dad and Claudette explaining my side of the story and why I didn't think it would work out. Email. I am unable to take Ariel on as a roommate, due to my increase in work hours and my internship this summer. I'm doing well financially, so I don't need the additional rent I know Ariel would insist on paying. Here is the number for Helpful Handicapped Student Center. You will want to talk to Amelia H. She will put you in touch with the right people. Best wishes, Sophie. Claudette must have shown Ariel the email, because I got a call 2 hours after sending it. Ariel had her rebuttal worked out. I will be more than happy to wait at campus for you to get off work. Your mom is really helping you out, so you should extend the same hand to me. You should sacrifice for family. We shared a room before. It would be embarrassing to be a handicapped student on campus. She wanted to be independent. Claudette has been really mean to me lately, saying I am not normal. I just want to prove her wrong. You understand, right? I thought we were closer. It is you are healthy and I am not. I ended up simply telling her, my mom has asked me to pay her back for the apartment when I have the chance. I do not want to share a room with you and I do not feel we are close at all. On top of that, your mom ruined my parents' relationship, so I am not going to do her any favors. Ariel hung up. A bit later, I got a Claudette-flavored email from my father. I thought I raised you better than that. With everything we have done for you, I am hurt you won't consider helping out your handicapped sister. What happens when we pass away? Will you just leave Ariel and Sebastian all alone? We know you will be the successful child and we hope in our old age you will remember who helped you become the woman you are today. I replied telling them no. I got a text from Claudette telling me to lose her number and that I was blocked. I haven't heard from my dad. I am not sure if I will. I'm just kind of glad it happened. I have removed everyone from my social media and have their numbers tagged to go to voicemail. I'm tired of playing games like this. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, well, whoever said that they're grooming you to deal with her when they're gone hit the nail on the head. Op's response, yup, which isn't happening. Commenter 2, what is revealing is Claudette's reaction. As soon as you weren't going to be manipulated by her, the facade fell away and she revealed that she is a mean stepmother only interested in how you can be made to help her and the one she loves. Commenter 3, tough situation, but there's not a lot else you can do. The whole nonsense about what will happen when we're gone is silly. Sebastian and Claudia will very likely get life insurance, in addition to any disability for which they qualify. They won't be helpless or anything. It's one thing for them to ask you to do this favor, but it's another thing for them to get upset when you choose not to comply. Ops response: Sebastian is pretty mobile, though he does have some hard days. He has pretty much cut out his mom and sister and goes to school several states away. Commenter 4, sounds like he came to the same conclusion you did, that they are terrible people. Commenter 5, have you talked to Sebastian about the situation? I'd be surprised if he didn't have to deal with a similar conversation with his mother. Ops response: not yet. He calls me. We have a system. Commenter 6, good, Op. You should have told Claudette you would gladly lose her phone number. Like seriously, dad cheats on your mom and your dad plus new wife are like take care of our children when we are old. What kind of responsibility they want to impose on you? Commenter 7, yeah, I found the whole situation crazy too. The entitlement is astonishing. Ops response: you have no idea. The tone of voice used cannot be fully explained. It's like speaking to some sort of alien creature. Commenter 8, I think you did exactly the right thing. I'm sorry they pressed you so hard. I'm still not sure why you blame Claudette, and not your dad, for your parents' divorce, but it might just be because she sounds like a nightmare, I don't know. Ops response: I have a lot of divorced friends. Their stepmoms are really cool and they go to lunch, shopping, movies. The stepmoms are like cool aunts. Claudette made the divorce worse. I think, without her, the divorce would have happened anyways, but I might have had a real relationship with my dad. I blame her for instigating fights, trash-talking my mom, and making my dad into a worse person. Commenter 9, just wanted to say I feel your pain, and it really sucks having a stepmother who is horrible. Such a cliché, who would want to be the wicked stepmother? Ops response: Claudette really took to her role, very method. My fiancé moved across the country to live with his ex-wife because she has stage 4 cancer and postponed our wedding until February so he could care for her, but when I told him I needed him to come home he admitted he lied about how bad her cancer was so I'd let him move in with her. Posted by you/Engage Throwaway. My fiancé, 28M, and I, 26F, dated for 2 years and have been engaged for 9 months, with a wedding date set for early January. We have a healthy, honest relationship, and I've never had any reason to doubt him. He and Caroline, 28F, were high school sweethearts who married very young. They were both 22, right out of college. They divorced after 2 years. Max told me that they got married too quickly and didn't realize how different their relationship would be in the real world, i.e., when they were both working full-time jobs and struggling to pay the rent. They split up on good terms, but didn't keep in touch. He remained in our home city, while she pursued a modeling career and began traveling extensively. 3 months ago, Caroline contacted Max over social media out of the blue, saying she was in town and wanted to meet for coffee. He agreed. Over coffee, she told him that she had recently been diagnosed with stage 4 breast cancer. Her odds of survival were low, but she was determined to fight it through surgery and chemo. She said that all she wanted was for Max to be by her side throughout her treatment. Caroline's parents passed away shortly after she married Max. She has no siblings and the rest of her family lives overseas. She described Max as the closest thing to family she has left. I absolutely sympathize with Caroline. The next day Max had her over to our apartment and she was completely lovely, clearly trying very hard to be optimistic even in the face of her life potentially ending before she turns 30. I feel terrible for her and for the situation that she's in, and I fully supported Max being there for her. Her first surgery was later that month. Max flew across the country, we live on the East Coast, she's on the West, and checked into a hotel a few minutes from her apartment. He's a writer, so working from his laptop is no issue. We spoke on the phone or on Skype almost every day for the 2 weeks he was over there. Caroline had her surgery at the beginning of June. Unfortunately, it was not entirely successful. Her doctors moved to the next method, chemo. Max came home after her surgery to tell me this. He explained that Caroline's treatment plan was set to begin in July and end in late January. It would be an incredibly difficult time period for her, and she wanted him with her at all times. We can't afford to pay for a hotel until January, so he moved into her apartment, sleeping on her sofa. He's been there for the past month and we continue to Skype, though only a couple times a week now. When we spoke yesterday, Max gently told me that based on Caroline's condition, he wouldn't feel right leaving her so close to the end of her treatment. He'd like for us to postpone the wedding until February, at the very least, so that he can stay with her until her treatment is over. I'm so conflicted. I feel awful for resenting Caroline at all, she has cancer. She's suffering immensely. But the resentment is still there. I resent her for needing Max constantly holding her hand, as though she has absolutely no friends of her own. I resent Max, too, for agreeing to this situation. We won't be seeing each other in person for months now, on top of our wedding being postponed. I don't know what to do. I have no idea how I'm supposed to feel. Right now I'm just full of anger and guilt, and I don't know how to explain it to anyone else in my life. Edit. Everyone seems to be in agreement that this is a completely inappropriate, if incredibly sad, situation that Max isn't handling very well. I'll speak to him either tonight or tomorrow, whenever we Skype next, and tell him in no uncertain terms that I want him to come home. From there, we can decide what to do, since I don't want to leave Caroline high and dry. But him living there until February is out of the question. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. You have the right to resent Max. He picked his ex-wife over his fiancée. He may feel like he has a responsibility to her, but he has a responsibility to his future wife. He is asking you to put your life on hold for his ex-wife. You absolutely have the right to feel angry about this. Can you see yourself marrying him after this? Op's response. Honestly, I don't know. Part of me feels like I should admire him, as in, oh, look at how selfless he's being for her. But the other part is thinking, but what about me? I want him to come home. But am I really going to demand that he leave his terminally ill ex-wife alone? Before he left, he said, we've got our whole lives to spend together. She might only have a year. Commenter 2. He's intending on living with his ex until February? And you are to do what? Just wait? No, your resentment and discomfort is not wrong. I feel intense sympathy for her, for your partner, absolutely. Passing away is a terrifying cold thing. But he's supposed to be with you. It was not her right to ask him to be with her as a husband is through this horror. Did she ask you? My fear is, okay, so February comes, her chemo's done, now she's weak and miserable from chemo. Is he going to leave her then, feeling like that? He should not have asked you over Skype. He should have been there in person. When is the next time you are supposed to see him? Op's response. We're not in a bad place financially, but we just couldn't afford a plane ticket every month. We've been trying to save up to buy a house after the wedding, not to mention the cost of the wedding itself. So to answer your question, end of January or early February? That's when I'll be seeing him in person, according to his plan. Commenter 2. So, just before the wedding? He expects to spend all this time away from you and then just marry you, without you getting any warming up time to get to remember what it's like to be close to him? Without him getting any cooling down time after having lived like a husband with this other woman for most of a year? That would be entirely unacceptable to me. I can't figure out a way to phrase this delicately, so I hope that you will forgive me my bluntness. If this relationship ends, are you going to be financially okay? The emotional stuff is one thing, this has to be incredibly difficult, and I admire your composure, but just in terms of strictly physical, if he says I'm old enough to love her the way I wanted to when we were younger, and give up on marrying you, are you going to be able to make it? I hope that you're saving something aside for yourself. Something not in the joint account, if there is one. Op's response. Trust me, I'm feeling far from composed right now. But thank you. If we're looking at the absolute worst case scenario, the relationship ending, then the money that we've saved for the wedding and the house could be split between us. That's the only money we've got in a joint account right now. Otherwise, we keep individual accounts. So I should have enough to remain on my feet if I end up on my own. I really hope it doesn't come to that. Commenter 3. I feel horribly crass saying this, but I can't imagine them living together, as former lovers, near the possible end of her life, and them not being intimate at some point. Admittedly, she'll be in an awful physical state, but it's such an emotionally charged situation that it's highly likely. It might be a good idea to schedule a couple sessions with an experienced relationship and grief counselor because it's an unusual problem, and if handled inappropriately it could end your relationship. Op's response. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't thought that. But I hated myself for even considering it. Max has never given me a reason to doubt him, and Caroline's intentions seemed innocent. But I have no idea what state she's in now. The only time I met her was back when she visited our apartment. Commenter 4. I think all of you painting Caroline as if she did something wrong are stupid. Max deserves 100% of the blame. Caroline is allowed to ask whoever she wants whatever she wants to ask them. Max is allowed to say no, ex-wife, I won't leave my wife to be for you, not now, not ever, and not face any judgment, because what an absurd thing that is to do. Op, I don't know how you can possibly recover from this one. You are not selfish to leave this relationship. You are not selfish to tell him he comes home right now or it's over. You're not selfish to resent him or her for what they've put on you, but you should make sure you understand that he is 100% to blame for this. He, at every moment along this path, should have taken a look around and realized he was engaged to you, not her, and it is not his fault that she has no one closer than him. Also, he's living with his ex-wife. Can you imagine any circumstance where a guy leaves his fiancée to live with his ex-wife and they aren't, at the very least, cuddling and extremely emotionally intimate? I'd be done with him, if I was you. What an obscenely selfish man. Ops response, wow. I needed to read that. You're right. Seeing so many people in agreement, that Max and Caroline, though mostly Max, are being selfish, has decided me. I'll speak to him tonight or tomorrow and give an ultimatum. Either he comes home, or we need to rethink our relationship. Update, 1 day later. First off, thank you all so much for your advice and words of support. I'm sorry that I couldn't reply to every comment, reply, or PM that I got, but I woke up to a locked post and over 100 unread messages. I promise, I did read through every one of them. Each perspective was incredibly helpful and made me look at the situation in a completely different way. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. I spoke to Max this morning. I told him that as terrible as I feel for Caroline, I don't want him living over there until February. I suggested that we brainstorm some sort of schedule that allowed him to continue visiting her, even postponing our honeymoon and using that money to fund his plane tickets. Several commenters brought up her moving over here for treatment, so I mentioned that as well, offering up our spare bedroom. I emphasized that I didn't fault him for wanting to help an old loved one in what could be her final days, but that I couldn't help but feel marginalized, especially so close to our wedding. Max didn't speak very much, just listened while I rambled on. When I couldn't think of anything else to add, I asked him to please say something. So he told me the truth. Caroline was never stage 4. She was stage 2. He assured me that the rest of his story is true. Caroline asking him to be with her, the initial surgery being unsuccessful, her chemo treatment plan, etc., but apparently her chances of survival are far greater than he led me to believe. Max said he lied because he felt it was the only way I could understand his need to be with her. He thought that if her situation seemed less dire than life or death, I wouldn't agree to him essentially moving across the country for her. He admitted to telling her that our wedding had been postponed to next August, giving her the impression that him being away until February would be no problem. He has also been the one insisting on remaining by her side. After her surgery, she had given him permission to return home, saying that it wouldn't be fair to pressure him into living with her throughout her entire chemo treatment, as much as she would have liked him there. He refused to leave. He told her that I supported this decision fully. Max swears that he's not in love with her still, but I just can't believe that. He lied to my face. Before she visited our apartment back in May, he warned me not to mention her being stage 4 as she was still extremely sensitive about it. And I completely bought into that lie. I trusted him. He put his past with her over his future with me. I'll be spending the next few months apartment hunting and canceling wedding plans. Thank you all for your kind words. Edit, I'm blown away by the outpouring of support I'm receiving. I wish I could respond to each of you individually. Thank you so much. This is a wonderful community, and I truly appreciate all of your thoughts. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, oh my god, I am so sorry. What a turd. You, on the other hand, handled this beautifully. Please lean on the people close to you in this time. Or lean on us. I know you don't think it right now, but you're going to be okay. Many internet hugs being sent your way. Ops response, thank you. I just feel like such an idiot. All this time, and I never once questioned his story. I never even saw Caroline. He told me that she was too embarrassed by her appearance to join in on our Skype calls. I just took him at his word. How did Max take the breakup? OP, he kept apologizing to me, not very sincerely. He just sounded tired, and when I said that I'd be moving out as soon as possible, he replied, that's probably for the best. The one thing he asked for was my ring, which I agreed to mail to Caroline's address. I'm realizing that he checked out of this relationship a while ago. What about the ring? Is it an heirloom? Does Op need to return that? OP, no, it's not an heirloom. We picked it out together. I couldn't sell it. Anything I bought with that money, I'd never be able to look at without thinking of him. I'm more than happy to return the ring to him because it's a no-strings-attached way of getting it out of my life. Hopefully, it can be a nice reminder to him of me and why our relationship ended. Op can leave the ring on that counter and let Max deal with it. OP, I might send it addressed to Caroline and include a note explaining to her why things ended between me and Max. Many people here are saying that she deserves to know the truth, since his lies were crafted around her illness. Commenter 2, this is a very good idea, but I would be concerned about Max intercepting it and making sure she never sees it. Ops response, good point. I could always ask a friend of mine to send it on my behalf, so that it won't be our apartment on the return address. But this is probably wishful thinking. I should just leave it on the counter and move on. Ops plans now that she has ended her engagement to Max. OP, I intend to go no contact with him, but I might send Caroline some sort of note. She's been completely innocent throughout all of this and she deserves to know the truth, which I doubt he's told her. My best friend takes me on Valentine's dates and sleeps in my bed during thunderstorms and says he wishes he could find someone like me, but when his coworkers asked if I was his girlfriend, he called me his sister. So I finally confessed my feelings, and he said I have everything he wants, but he doesn't know how things would work logistically because of my size. Posted by you/away_love. Throwaway because he knows my account name. I, 25F, have known my best friend, 26M, for 12 years. I've been secretly in love with him for about half that time. Just a little backstory. We met back in middle school when his family moved into the townhouse next to ours. At the time I was in 7th grade, he was in 8th. We quickly became friends not long after and were spending a lot of time together, basic friendly interactions. Our backyards were connected, so when our parents were asleep he would sometimes slip out of his patio door and come over to my room and we would just talk. Around my junior year, his senior year of high school, we were both going through bad breakups at the same time. One of these nights where he came over, he kind of made a joke about how easy it would be for us to date. I agreed, but we kind of laughed it off and didn't bring it up again. Then about 2 weeks later it finally happened. We did everything but be intimate that night. The next day we both kind of moved on like it never happened. However, things slowly changed after that. This is when I began developing feelings. We both graduated, he moved away as fast as he could, not far, just a couple towns over. The first couple years of not being right next door, we barely saw each other but still texted and occasionally talked on the phone. I figured this was mostly due to the fact he started dating someone at the time. Over the last 3 years we've been closer than ever, both of us single. We talk on the phone every single day and have not missed a day, even if it's a quick hello and just checking in. He knows I'm afraid of bugs and has come to my place to handle big spiders for me, a couple of those times between 1 to 3 a.m. We frequently buy each other gifts for holidays, birthdays, and often just because. Every year he takes me out for Valentine's Day and my birthday to rather extravagant dinners and an activity he thinks I would enjoy. A few times he has sent flowers to my job just because, and even surprised me a couple months ago delivering the flowers to me personally because I was having a bad day. I've taken him on vacation for his birthday, just the two of us. And I've also surprised him at work with various gifts if he was having a bad day. We take care of each other when we're sick, like sleeping over each other's house and basically nursing back to health. He knows thunderstorms scare me and will often spend the night with me if it's really getting to me. Yes, sleeping in the same bed. He has on multiple occasions said things like, "I wish I could date someone like you," or "I wish I could find someone like me for you." To which I have replied, "Yay, we would be perfect for each other," but we always leave it there. This year I moved closer to him, about a 3-minute drive. He also works in the area and I work from home 3 days a week. We both work in an office setting that allows us to talk on the phone all day while we're working. It's basically a part of our routine. He calls me on his way to work and unless one of us has a meeting, we stay on the phone all day until he gets off. Our coworkers know this about us. He has been out with my coworkers and I for drinks. While I have not met any of his, I've talked to a couple of them on the phone frequently as sometimes when he's in his office he will have me on speaker. They know my name but have never met me in person. I work mornings and he starts in the afternoon, so when I'm getting off work he's usually going on his lunch. If I'm working from home, he would come over on his lunch break and I would make him food. When I'm in the office, I would pick him up something and bring it to him at the office, or just grab him and we would go out to eat on his lunch. Well, yesterday he was getting off work early and I was picking him up to go to dinner and then our town's carnival together. He purposely walked to work this day because the carnival is near his office and the parking is horrendous during this time. When I got there, he was still finishing up some work and I had to go to the bathroom really badly, so I came in to use theirs. He got me and brought me back to his office. While we were walking out, we ran into a couple of his coworkers and they asked if I was his girlfriend. I said no and thought we would leave it there. He doubled down and said, "This is my little sister." I was floored. He has never referred to me as his sister, at least to my knowledge. I've never told him how I feel about him, but I've hinted around it a little and our mutual friends have asked us why we aren't just dating before and he has said he doesn't want to lose me as a friend. Call me crazy, but if anything my feelings have tripled for him over the last 3 years of him basically treating me like his girlfriend. Now I feel completely stupid, like I read into things too deeply. This morning he called me when he was leaving work. His office occasionally has to work Saturdays when they're busy. He told me his coworkers asked about me, saying they've never seen him with a girl and could have sworn we were dating based on how we were looking at each other. They said they've never seen him look as happy as he looked when we were together. He told them it's just great having someone in his life who completely understands him and he can be himself around. I'm so confused. I'm not going to tell him how I feel, but knowing he thinks of me as a sister has me very shocked, confused and just feeling like an idiot. Update, 6 days later. Literally 2 people asked for an update, so here I am lol. I feel like the title is all the recap needed, but real quick. I've been secretly in love with my best friend for a few years and we definitely crossed the boundaries of a normal friendship, but then he introduced me as his sister to his coworkers. Well, as a lot of the comments stated, he's not attracted to me. The opportunity finally arose for me to bring it up casually. We were talking about relationships and he was saying how he hasn't had much luck finding anyone, things just haven't worked out for various reasons. Despite a lot of the comments, none of those reasons have been for how close we are. So as he's telling me about the latest girl he's stopped talking to, she was hardly ever responding to texts or calls for anyone interested in the reason, I said, well, it sounds like you need to change up from what you usually go for. I basically told him he needs someone like me and our relationship. He agreed. He said word for word, yeah, you're right, if you were someone else we would definitely be together. This was my first opportunity to bring it up, but I chickened out. Then we were both talking about how we haven't been intimate in a while as we've both been single, and I said, yay, we should help each other out. He kinda laughed awkwardly and I should have taken that as the sign, but I was in it now. I had the courage to finally ask why have we never dated. He admitted that he used to have feelings for me in high school but didn't think I would leave my ex. The ex he was referring to was the guy I was with before we had our one night that we don't talk about. I asked him why he thought that when I was with him afterwards and then we never spoke of it. He said it just didn't seem like I was over him at the time. So naturally I asked what about after when he realized I didn't want him back. He said he had already started thinking of me differently and now sees me as his sister. He says he couldn't go back on that now, it's too weird, it would really be like dating his sister. I didn't really push the conversation after this, I just let it end. I actually feel like he lied, which is a lot because I've never felt that way before. I really think he was never attracted in the first place and maybe that night was a rebound situation and he didn't want to hurt my feelings. Either way, I know the truth now and I'm moving on. A lot of people said I was letting these feelings hold me back from relationships and genuinely I wasn't. I've dated and things have ended for various reasons, also none of those reasons being because of my relationship with him. I actually found out the reason none of his exes had an issue is because he's been telling them I'm his sister this whole time. So yay, safe to say that's never happening. I still feel utterly stupid and delusional for ever thinking it was anything romantic, but lesson learned I guess. This isn't going to end our friendship, but I will definitely be setting more boundaries starting with no more sleepovers. Final update, 21 days later. Okay, so I wasn't going to make another update, but I feel like we're on this journey together now. I'm not sure how to link previous posts, but they're on my profile. The summary is I'm in love with my best friend, but he introduced me to his coworkers as his sister. I tried to address it without revealing my feelings. He told me he used to have feelings for me but he now only sees me as his sister. Now that we're all caught up, onto the update. So many comments said my approach should have been direct. A few people thinking he probably has feelings for me but is also scared I don't feel the same way. Well, sorry to disappoint, that wasn't the case. A couple days ago he sent me a TikTok of a guy saying something like, "To my girlfriends, if you've never been treated right, it's my duty to show you what good intimacy feels like." So with this TikTok and the encouragement of the comments, I finally did it. I responded back with a TikTok I found that says something like, "When he's calling you his sister but he should be calling you his soulmate." He responded with a laugh emoji. I responded back, "I'm serious." It took him a couple hours to respond to this. I was sure he still didn't get it, but finally he did. He called me as he was leaving work. He asked if the TikTok meant what he thought it meant. I said, "If you think it means that I feel like we're meant to be together but you're out here calling me your sister, then yes." He just went silent. So silent that I had to check to make sure the call hadn't disconnected. I said, did I break you?" He asked where this was coming from. I said I've had feelings for a while and I wasn't sure he felt the same way, so I just hadn't said anything. Well, a couple of y'all guessed what happened next. He has a problem with my size. Since this is anonymous anyway, might as well just put the numbers. Back in high school I was around 250 pounds. I graduated early, so I finished at the end of my junior year to allow myself a gap year. During this time I was working 2 full-time jobs and a part-time job. I know, when did I sleep? After an accident where I fell down some concrete stairs and broke my leg in 2 places. It was winter and the stairs were icy. I lost all 3 of my jobs and was unemployed for the next 10 months. I was extremely depressed and definitely put on some weight and had just been going up in weight for years after. Now I'm currently at 432 pounds and still on the longest journey to get back to at least my high school weight for now. He said he's never dated anyone my size before and does not know how that would work. You know, during intimacy. None of this was making sense to me. Every single girl he has dated is technically the same size as me. He has always dated shorter girls, 5 feet to 5 feet 3 inches, and by his own account they were around 200 to 250 pounds. I'm 5 feet 7 inches. Technically, the way I carry weight, the size is no different than anyone else he has dated. What I did not know is one time I went to lunch with him after a doctor's appointment and he saw some papers from the visit in my car and it had my weight on there, which at the time was 464 pounds. This apparently is when he started looking at me differently. He just didn't think it would logistically work out. But oh, don't worry, he understands that I have everything he is looking for in a relationship. He actually said, "You always fill in the gap when I don't have a girlfriend." Seriously, what the heck? I had to dig real deep into my years of therapy because my first thought was, okay, so if I get back to 250 then he'll have feelings for me again. I was disgusted with myself for even thinking that. Needless to say, we haven't talked in days. I scheduled another therapy appointment. And I don't think we can even be friends after this. I guess thanks Reddit for encouraging me to have a direct conversation and really discover how he feels about me. Edit 1. I guess the comments think I put this weight on overnight. This was over 7 to 8 years of unhealthy choices and habits where I was in a place that I was severely depressed and did not care if I lived or not. Even once I started back working, I had to take a job I hated and was having the hardest time finding something new, so my habits continued. I was working an office job from home and I was not working out at all. I made a comment explaining more, so I won't duplicate that here. I am not in any way mad that he feels this way. I'm just sad. There is also a comment explaining that too, but I'm a US size 4X, he is a US size 3X. This is part of why his reason shocked me. It's not like he's a super skinny guy. I am not in denial about my size. I know I'm a big girl and I am working on that. I know my size is no one's fault but my own for not waking up sooner. I'm allowed to feel sad and ashamed. Regardless of size, you can't possibly tell me you wouldn't feel sad the person you love has basically admitted to using you as a placeholder. Edit 2. To all the comments saying it's fake based on my size comparison, I have stood next to these girls and really did not think I'm that much bigger than them. I guess from the comments I may have body dysmorphia. I have a big chest and carry more weight in my hips and thighs than my stomach. Also, I've been working on body composition, so have kind of distributed out to muscle as well. I have lost more inches than actual numbers. A few people think I'm just saying I'm working on it but not actually doing anything. I actually mean I'm working on it. I made another comment on this, but I'm in a cooking class to learn healthier eating and making healthy meals. I have a personal trainer I meet with twice a week. I'm seeing a dietitian. I didn't put it in my other comment, but I have PCOS and thyroid issues that hormonally just makes it harder, but I have doctors for that as well. I'm very much real and honestly trying not to take all these comments to heart. That wasn't even what the post was about. But thank you everyone for pointing out this thing I can't change overnight. Relevant thread that brings a bit more info. Commenter 1, you do need immediate medical help though. That weight will end you. I say this as a recovering substance user. Girl, get the help you need. This is either medical or mental. You need to address this before you pass away. If you saw me skin over bones using substances, would you want me to get help? Please treat yourself the way you would treat me. Commenter 2, did you miss the part where they already said they're going to therapy and on a journey to lose weight? Or is her weight all you care about in the story, just like the guy she's talking about? Commenter 1, because that's the life-threatening thing right now? When someone struggling can't stop, do you recommend rehab? Her situation is real but far, far harder to deal with. She needs to eat multiple times a day. Her challenge is food. I am away from substances and my body burns for it. I can't imagine having to eat while being addicted and attempting to control that. It must be the most difficult challenge to quit. She needs help and support. That weight will end you. I'm 6 feet 1 inch. I was 86 pounds from my situation when my therapist had me put in the hospital and I was forced into care because I was harming myself. She is doing the same. I'm not judging her for the challenge, I'm saying she needs help. What's more important to you? To be politically correct or her life? I'm not some jerk with judgment. I'm someone who has struggled and almost passed away. I want to help her, protect her. What are you doing? Letting her believe it's all okay because she's sad? If I ruined my relationship because I got sloppy and my crush didn't want to date me, would you have this sympathy or would you tell me to go to rehab? Ops response, not that it even matters, but I guess since we're talking about it. I don't have a food challenge. I guess thanks for the concern. I'm trying to understand where you're coming from. But I don't overeat or spend all my days snacking away. And yes, as others have pointed out to you, I did say in my post I've been on a journey to lose weight, but other medical factors that I don't feel the need to share is making that harder, but I do have doctors helping me. Edit, after reading more of this thread, I guess a lot of you are concerned. I wasn't going to say more, but honestly I'm overwhelmed with the amount of people that locked onto this, and at least from the comments sound actually concerned about it. To clarify, I am 432 pounds currently. I'm not doing this by myself. I did try alone and was just going up and down. There are many doctors helping. I'm even taking a cooking class to learn how to make healthier foods daily. Aside from the actual numbers on the scale, I've had extensive testing just for my own peace of mind, and I am healthy. I do not have diabetes, high cholesterol, high blood pressure, heart issues, or anything else of that nature. I'm aware that just makes me lucky and that I could very much still get those, which is why there are plenty of doctors involved in my journey. I put on weight because I was stuck in bed for months while my leg healed and I was sad. I had no job, where I was used to working multiple jobs, and no money, which led to the depression. A mix of only eating once, maybe twice a day, and when I was eating it was fast food or probably something greasy. I wasn't overeating, I was actually kind of starving and then only putting bad foods in my body when I did eat. I do not have these habits anymore. I'm very conscious of what I'm eating and am very much making lifestyle changes. As easy as it is to put weight on, it takes forever for it to come off. Commenter 3, I think the reason people are reacting so strongly is that your view of your weight doesn't really line up with reality. You've said you aren't overeating, but at over 400 pounds, that's very unlikely to be accurate. Unless you have an underlying medical condition, weight gain only happens when calories consumed are higher than calories burned. It's not something that happens from eating too little. It's possible that when you were bedridden, you were eating less than what you used to with a very active lifestyle, but when physical activity drops, calorie intake has to be reduced significantly to avoid major weight gain. Also, saying you're basically the same size as your friends' girlfriends, when you're actually double their size, is very delusional. In no universe does a few extra inches in height justify an extra 200 pounds. You are not only morbidly obese, but you also seem a bit delusional about it, so yeah, honestly I don't blame your friend for not wanting to date you. I found out my 2 roommates have a whole podcast about me when I saw their fan mail thanking them for the episode about my eating disorder, so I moved out and got a cat, then moved directly across the street from them just to make them uncomfortable. Posted by you/Janaries99. Background post, impersonator made a fake LinkedIn account. The fake LinkedIn is the first thing that pops up when searching my name on Google. I assume it might have been created in the past month or two because it wasn't there before. I believe I am having trouble being hired because of it. The profile uses my real name, and has the profile pic from my real LinkedIn, but it is distorted to make me look ugly. It lists the wrong majors, I am a college student, and displays a low SAT score. I think it has caused me to be denied from a few jobs I have recently applied for online, not entirely sure, but it is the number one thing that pops up when HR would Google my name. I reported it to LinkedIn, however I am unsure how soon it will be dealt with. There is no customer service number for the website, so I am a bit anxious that it won't get resolved or that it'll be ignored. How would I go about this? Is there any better way to get the profile taken down, or at least modify my own profile to have it be number 1 on results instead of the fake one? Relevant comments. Commenter 1, so make them aware that this profile is fake in your cover letter or initial interview and provide them with your correct profile right on your resume. LinkedIn should clean it up, but you cannot really rush them. Commenter 2, they're using a profile picture of you? Did you take that photo? If so, send LinkedIn a DMCA notice. Commenter 3, aside from reporting the fake profile, you could look into hiring, or do it yourself if you're so inclined, a search engine optimization service, SEO, to make it so your legit profile rises in the search results, and they may be able to make the other page drop in the results as well. You would have to investigate it though. Commenter 4, it's your roommates. Second post, 11 days later. I'm moving to an apartment with the same 2 people I've lived with this past year, along with a new person to replace someone moving out, so, including me, it's 4 people total. The one who is moving out is taking her TV with her. I have never used the TV this past year because 1, it wasn't mine, 2, I don't like watching my shows in the living room without privacy, and 3, I didn't have my gaming system with me. I found a cheap 24 inches TV in donations and took it back to the apartment. However, my other roommates assume I will be putting it in the living room when we move to the new place in a few weeks, even though I told them I kind of want it in my own room because it is small and I want to be able to play my games when I want. They watch a lot of reality TV. Also, they did nothing to contribute paying for it. Would I be a jerk if I insisted on putting it in my room when we move? Relevant comments. Commenter 1, not the jerk. You've told them you want it in your room so you can play games. You paid for it, so it is your TV. If they want a TV to watch in the living room, they can pool their money to buy one. Commenter 2, not the jerk, they shouldn't assume, and something that small is really a one-person TV. Original post, 2 days later. I, 20F, was picking up mail from the mailbox and they got a fan mail postcard sent to them from their friend away at a religious camp. On it described how the podcast update made her day, and described how she laughed at the parts about info pertaining to my eating disorder, mental health, and how they think my new So, 24M, is interesting. AKA they think he's awkward. Not only is it incredibly uncomfortable to think how they're essentially making my life a reality TV show, but the fact that they are sharing info that they promised to keep secret, i.e., my eating disorder and mental health issues, is really distressing. I hear them gossip about me when in adjacent rooms, but I wouldn't have expected a full-blown podcast about my quirks and mess-ups. They're the type to watch a lot of dating reality TV and watch gossipy popular YouTubers, so it makes sense to me that they are the epitome of drama queens. However, this really feels like crossing a line. How do I approach them about this? I have to live with these people for another year. How do I bring up the fact that I know they are talking about me behind my back all the time? Relevant comments. Commenter 1. That's the scariest bad roommate situation I've ever heard. Move out, ASAP. Ops response. Not a troll post, I promise. I'm just unsure of how the move out will go. We are moving to a new apartment in a few weeks, then I have the master bedroom and also handle the apartment gas/electricity bill under my name. I'm sure that's the only reason they are still dragging me along, that a large chunk of the apartment's shared belongings are mine, and that losing me in the lease would cost them a lot of money. Commenter 2. Good. Don't sign the lease. These people are jerks. Ops response. I signed the lease last October. They toured the place without me and signed immediately with expectation that I will also join them, so I signed even though I was looking for studio apartments for next year at the time. Op responds to a downvoted comment about faking psychosis or paranoia. Ops response. Okay, just because I have mental health issues doesn't mean that the things I post about are a result of psychosis or paranoia. These things are happening. I try to remove as much emotional bias as I can before I post about my issues. And I've taken the steps necessary to remove the aforementioned LinkedIn profile, so sadly I can't link it, but I can send screenshots if you don't believe me. Commenter 3. I feel like there should be some sort of legal action you can take. Medical information can't be shared without that person's explicit consent, especially to an audience. Commenter 4. I believe that's only true if a person/organization is bound to HIPAA regulations, unfortunately. Ops response. What if one of the roommates has signed a HIPAA agreement but for her research lab? She's in the medical field and works in a lab where she would need to sign something like that. If she signs a HIPAA agreement, does it also pertain to not being able to share my medical info? Commenter 5. Could you report her to her university? That type of thing could for sure constitute as bullying or harassment and would most likely be a violation of the school's code of conduct. Also, I wouldn't want someone like that working in the medical field. Did you keep the fan mail you found? Ops response. I took a picture of it. Update. Nearly 4 months later. The mods took down my original post, however I keep getting DMs asking for an update, so here it is. After my post was up, it was added to a few social media news apps, without my permission of course, which really made my anxiety about the situation so much worse. I moved out of my old apartment with the drama roomies and got myself a cat off Craigslist, who I love to death. Anyways, I found 2 new roommates and moved into a new apartment. Directly across from where the drama roomies and I were supposed to live. So now I live right across the street from them. Which was very weird at first, but then I thought, forget 'em, this is actually some fun passive-aggressive BS that I know will make them uncomfortable. I did not take any legal action, nor did I ask the drama roomies about the podcast or the postcard, because it was not worth my time and would only fuel their ego. Myself and a few others tried to search for the podcast, but couldn't find it, so I'm guessing it was under a pseudonym of some sort. I'm still with the aforementioned, so I'm getting much better grades in my classes, and everyone loves my cat. Life is pretty good right now, and a lot better. Thank you for those who were supportive. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Dang, forget those roommates, that is beyond incredibly messed up. I'm so sorry they pulled that stuff. What kind of sad person does that for attention? Commenter 2. Good for you. Now you can start a podcast about them with your cat. It would be more interesting and I would like a cat's input on life. But seriously, I am glad you are doing better. My daughter hates pink and has told my dad's girlfriend this a million times. But she threw her a surprise all-pink birthday party 2 months after her actual birthday, so we ditched and went to McDonald's instead, and now she's texting me that I'm failing as a mother. Posted by you/daughter party throw. I, 33F, have a daughter, 5, who hates pink. She has disliked the color and almost everything to do with it since she was about 3 or so. She has one pink shirt she likes and one pink stuffed animal, and that's it. My father's partner refuses to accept that my daughter doesn't like pink. Over the years, she's made several attempts to push the color onto her. Pretty much every gift she's ever given her was some shade of pink, no matter how many times I tell her to stop. She has tried to give me dozens of different reasons why I should encourage my daughter to try different shades. It clearly upsets my daughter, but she keeps doing it. About a week ago, my father invited me, my husband and our children for dinner at his place. He said he and his partner had a surprise for the kids. Right before we left home, my younger sister, who still lives with our father, texted me. She warned me that the surprise was actually a small birthday party his partner had planned for my daughter. That alone threw me off, because my daughter's birthday was in November. My father did miss her actual birthday party due to work, but still. Also, my son turns 9 in March, so I had figured his would be the next party we'd have. Then she sent me photos of how the place was decorated, and it very clearly wasn't actually meant for my daughter. Literally every piece of decor was pink. The tableware, the balloons, everything. She had gotten pink banners and glued pink foil fringe curtains on the doors. Even the cake was pink. I showed everything to my husband, and we agreed not to take the kids there. I texted my father the following: "Hey, my sister told me everything. We're not coming. We're taking the kids to McDonald's and telling them that was your surprise. You and your partner can come if you want, we're paying." We did exactly that. My father did show up, without his partner, but he was cold with us and left 20 minutes after arriving. Both him and his partner are upset. My father is angry that my husband and I dismissed his partner's heartfelt gesture towards our daughter. His partner also told me that I'm the reason my daughter is restrictive. I also don't like pink, and I'm raising her to be an ungrateful, spoiled brat who is unwilling to compromise. To be honest, I get how I could be in the wrong here. But at the same time, this just felt like her trying to push something my daughter doesn't like onto her yet again. My sister and one of my brothers are on my side, though my sister did say I had been rude. My other brother is on the fence. Relevant comments. Commenter: you handled it well and avoided the worst. Your father is the weakest link here. He should be reeling in his partner's pink obsession, not encouraging it. Ops response: my father never understood I didn't like pink, either. In his case, I think it was more of a memory thing. He had the habit of getting me the same essentials as my sister, who did like pink. He probably just doesn't care. He genuinely has an awful memory, and has since I was a kid, so I feel the need to give him the benefit of the doubt. Does the partner have kids? Ops response: she doesn't have kids. She does have some experience with children, but mostly through mine and her friends. She has never babysat my kids, and I don't know whether she's ever been responsible for any other children. My daughter's tastes. Ops response: I've said this somewhere else, but my daughter's tastes are pretty balanced. She loves doing ballet and playing with dolls. She also loves cars. Her dad is a big F1 guy, and space stuff. Her birthday party last year was themed after Super Mario Bros., the movie. She's never played the game. The boy stuff she likes does also bother my dad's partner, though. Not as much as the pink thing, but enough that both me and my husband know. I understand the assumption that my daughter picked this up from me, but I don't think so. I wear pink around her. I own pink stuff. I occasionally dressed her in pink as a baby. She doesn't even know I dislike pink. What are her favorite colors? Ops response: yellow and blue are her favorites. I assume it's because her favorite princesses are Belle and Jasmine. Commenter: I'm of similar age to the partner. When I attended school, the girls' bathrooms were blue and the boys' pink. But within a year of me attending school, it changed to pink being for girls. It was incredibly confusing. However, the partner's focus on pink is likely her just trying to be a nana, and no matter the color, she made a real effort to celebrate your daughter. I think half an hour or so wouldn't have hurt. You're the jerk. Your daughter could then tell her I'd love next year to be. Ops response: it absolutely would hurt my daughter. She would have started crying because she hates it when people push pink onto her. She has been frustrated with the partner's attempts to do that for a while now. Commenter: did you ask your daughter what she wanted to do? Ops response: you mean did I ask her whether she wanted to attend a birthday party she wouldn't like 2 months after her actual birthday? No. She already gets upset that the partner ignores how much she hates pink. I didn't want to ruin my father's image too. Just wanted to include my favorite op comment. Ops response: I sincerely believe many of you have never met any 5-year-olds. My daughter has already told my dad's partner she hates pink. The whole point is that she keeps ignoring it. Clarification post, 8 days later. Hey guys. I ended up leaving a lot of comments on my post, many of which say the same things over and over. Because I don't think it will be easy to read them all, and because many of you were quick to make inaccurate assumptions about me and my family, I'm writing this to clarify some things. We're not American. The partner is 46 years old. I don't call her my stepmother because she's only 13 years older than me. Also, she's not married to my father, but they've been together for 12 years. I have nothing against her, we're just not close. My daughter's interests are pretty balanced. She likes princesses, cars, robots, and dolls. She loves science and outer space. She does ballet and loves it too. She's the only girl in her ballet class who wears black. Her teacher calls her Black Swan. She's not a girly girl, but I wouldn't call her a tomboy either. She's just a kid who hates pink. My daughter's favorite colors are yellow and blue. Though I understand the assumption my daughter dislikes pink because of me, that's not the case. I hate pink, but I'm not disgusted by it. I wear pink clothing around my children. I occasionally dressed my daughter in pink as a baby. I own pink stuff and buy it for myself. My kids don't know I don't like pink. They've chosen pink gifts for me in the past. According to my son, I love all the colors. My father and his partner know it because I've disliked pink since long before I had children. There's plenty of stuff I hate that my kids like and vice versa. They don't have to care about these things, so I don't tell them. My daughter's more boyish tastes also annoy the partner. Not as much as the pink thing, but enough that my husband and I know. My daughter's birthday party last November was themed after Super Mario Bros., and the partner actually asked me why I was allowing that. My daughter is open about hating pink. She has expressed that to the partner several times, specifically because she keeps pushing it. Both my kids are polite. Whenever the partner gives my daughter something pink, my daughter thanks her. She'll sometimes ask her if she can give her something yellow next time, and she doesn't act as excited as she gets when other people give her something she actually likes, but that's it. We let my daughter choose which of her gifts she wants to exchange. She always asks to exchange pink stuff. If it can't be exchanged, she won't play with it or wear it. We either give those away to her friends or donate them to charity. My daughter does have friends who like pink. Her best friend loves it, and wouldn't complain if they threw pink parties for themselves. She'd know those aren't about her. But the second you made it about her, aka threw her a pink party, then she'd be upset. My daughter would have loathed the party. She would have started crying immediately. She wouldn't have eaten the cake, she wouldn't have had fun. I didn't tell my daughter about the party for a number of reasons. Most importantly, I didn't want her to get upset. I also knew that letting her see it would ruin my father's image in her eyes. My daughter is already upset that the partner doesn't care about what she likes, and I didn't want her to get frustrated at her grandfather too. Yes, my daughter does in fact hate pink. Yes, I'm very well aware that might change someday. No, I wouldn't care if it did. Update 1, 8 days later, same day as clarification post. First of all, I apologized to my sister a few hours after I made my original post. I am very grateful for what she did, but I'll do my best to keep her away from these conflicts moving forward. Thank you to those who defended her. Secondly, I went through your comments with my husband, and our main takeaway was that we did what we had to do to protect our daughter, even if it wasn't what we do in most circumstances. Had either of us been surprised with a party decorated with something we openly hated, we would have sucked it up and ignored it. It sucks, but we're adults and it comes with the territory. Our daughter, however, is 5 years old. She wouldn't deal with this the same way, nor would we expect her to. Knowing my daughter, she would have been miserable at the party. So ultimately, we don't regret not taking her there. On Saturday, we took the kids to spend the afternoon at my brother's place with their cousins. In the meantime, we invited my father and his partner over to talk. My husband and I told them we wanted them to abide by the following: 1. No more surprise parties without our knowledge and approval. 2. No more pushing the color pink onto our daughter, including pink gifts. And 3. No more calling our children spoiled for being allowed to dislike something. If they didn't agree to our terms, we would no longer take the kids to their place, and there would be a good chance we'd lower our contact with them in the future. The partner didn't say anything at first. My father tried to argue that we should at least thank her for the party, but I said no. I told them the problem wasn't that she threw a party for my daughter that was dedicated to her own interests, it was that she specifically chose something she knows my daughter hates and centered everything around it. We wouldn't thank her, and we wouldn't apologize. That's when the partner chimed in. She tried to tell us we were raising our daughter to be a brat again. So I asked, "Why are you so insistent on pink?" She didn't answer at first, but then said she knew my daughter did love pink, she just didn't know it yet. And to that I asked, "Would you be this pushy if it was about any other color?" The partner tried to say that didn't matter, but when my husband asked her if she'd care if our daughter hated blue, she said, "She doesn't need to like blue." He replied that she didn't need to like pink either. He told the partner that she had no right to decide what our daughter should and shouldn't like. Our daughter hates pink, and if she can't be an adult and respect that, then she doesn't need to be around our children. In the end, my father and his partner agreed to our terms. I'm not confident about her, but I did speak to my father. I said I know that he has a hard time saying no to his partner, but he will ruin his relationship with me and my children if he keeps enabling his partner. My father promised he wouldn't let this happen again. I hope this works out. Our daughter is a great kid, and I hope my father and his partner can finally start seeing that. Some comments. Commenter, narrator, it was, in fact, not over. Ops response, oh yeah, I don't trust her at all. I've already warned my father what will happen if he doesn't stand up to her, but I wouldn't be surprised if she tried something again. At least my siblings are on my side. Commenter, there's no way the partner is dropping this. To even throw the party in the first place shows that she cares not for your daughter's feelings, but only for herself. Ops response: I don't think she's dropping it either. My sister told me that from what she saw, the party was entirely the partner's idea. When she started getting pink stuff for the decorations, both my sister and my father tried to remind her my daughter didn't like pink. The partner barely acknowledged them, and my father eventually stopped arguing, which was why my sister sent me the pictures. Update 2, 8 months later. Hey guys! I wasn't planning on coming back, but stuff happened recently and I remembered writing my previous posts. Things with my dad's partner were mostly fine the months after my last post. On one hand, she didn't try to push pink onto my daughter in any way. No pink gifts, no preaching, no weirdly timed parties. On the other hand, she didn't change much about the rest of her behavior. She was still annoyed whenever my daughter's non-girly tastes were mentioned. She wouldn't say anything, but I could see she was making an effort not to. My daughter didn't seem to notice it or be bothered by it. I don't have much to say about my father's behavior, but I will say we didn't have any problems related to this. Anyway, my daughter's 6th birthday is coming up in early November. Her best friend's birthday is about 2 weeks before hers, and we're doing a joint party for them near the end of this month. The girls have both become obsessed with the Wicked movie this past year, so they've decided that will be the theme. We're also looking into taking them to see the musical sometime between their birthdays. The girls are very excited. Last month, we had dinner with my father, and my daughter started talking about the party. His partner was happy about the theme until my daughter mentioned she's going to wear an Elphaba costume and her friend will dress as Glinda. The kids eventually shifted the subject, and the partner didn't say anything else about the party. I got a text message from the partner later that night. It was long and not in English, so here are some bullet points. She's been holding a lot in these last few months. I'm influencing my daughter, and raising her to be a tomboy isn't as cool as I think. My daughter is obviously confused and it's my fault. It's embarrassing that I won't let my daughter be special on her birthday. It's bad that my husband lets our daughter watch F1 with him. Why she felt the need to bring that up is beyond me. It's sad that I won't let my daughter be herself, which I found very funny. I'm failing my daughter. She wasn't going to say anything, but couldn't help herself. The text solidified everything I already thought about my dad's partner. She won't drop this, and she won't change. And I don't want to keep putting my daughter around someone who won't respect her for who she is. Both me and my husband blocked the partner the next day. I sent my father a screenshot of her text and told him we're lowering our contact with her. We'll only see her during family events. That means the only other time we'll see her this year is Christmas Eve. He can still see the kids without her. And if she tries to pull anything in front of the kids, we're cutting ties permanently. A few hours later, my father asked, I can't get you to change your mind, can I? I told him no, and he said he agreed. I told my siblings everything. My sister is moving in with her boyfriend in January, so I'm not too worried about her getting mixed up in this any further, but I told her to let me know if anything happened. So far, all she's had to say is that the partner has been telling her she wants to apologize to me. I don't care whether she does anymore. Also, my daughter found a type of pink she likes. It's a deep magenta, she calls it purple pink. She still hates every other shade, but it's something. And because of the theme, there is going to be a lot of pink at her birthday party, even if it's not her half. Both my children are doing great, and I grow prouder of them every day. I have zero intention of updating again. I have a lot going on in my life right now, and just thinking about the fact all this happened because a grown woman couldn't accept that my child hates a color exhausts me. I'm more than happy to stop talking about this. Some comments. Commenter, my favorite color is pink and I like Elphaba more. The partner is insane, and your daughter sounds like she's doing great. Awesome job, Mom. Ops response, my daughter actually likes both, but she loves Elphaba. She didn't like Glinda until she stopped being mean. Commenter, not to mention, it's concerning how the partner threw a fit because your kid likes Elphaba. Ops response, my best guess is that she was upset my daughter specifically chose the character who doesn't wear pink as her favorite. As if she wasn't well aware my daughter hated pink. Commenter, the partner's issues are deeply rooted in misogyny and traditional gender roles. She just won't say that bit out loud. Ops response, she doesn't have to say it out loud, it's always been pretty obvious. Her reaction to my daughter's 5th birthday party being themed after Super Mario Bros. Will never not annoy me. Commenter, is the partner generally socially conservative? Something about this story feels like she's scared you're turning her gay or some similar paranoid conspiracy religious right nonsense. Ops response, she is religious and leans mostly conservative, but I'm not sure that's what this is about. I have 2 close relatives who are LGBTQ+, and she's on good terms with both. I think she's just upset my daughter is not the girl she wants her to be.
My girlfriend demanded I sell the expensive watch my ex gave me years ago because she said keeping it meant I was still in love with her. Then she accused me of cheating and asked to go through my phone on our anniversary weekend. So now I'm single and she has until Sunday to move out of my apartment. Posted by you/itslippyout. When I, currently 29M, was still dating my ex-girlfriend, she gifted me a nice watch on my 25th birthday. For some context, her employer paid her a salary of $92K per year, plus a living allowance as she often traveled for work. They provided her a company vehicle, phone, and the allowance covered her rent, hotel and food. So with most of her basic living expenses being covered, she had a lot of disposable income and had amassed a significant savings. The watch she bought was by no means a Rolex, but I believe it was a couple $1,000s. It is the only nice watch I own, my other watches being a cheap Timex from when I was in college and an Apple Watch. Fast forward a year and a half and we ended up breaking up. Her company ended up moving its base of operations to a different city, and she was only able to visit by flying here on weekends and it just wasn't working. She did ask for the watch back, but I said no, it was a gift, but that's a different story. Now, my current girlfriend, 26F, who I've been dating now for just over a year, seems to have a problem with the watch. I don't wear it often, usually on occasions. She's brought up before that I should sell the watch for some extra cash, but like I said before, it's my only nice watch. Last weekend we went out to celebrate our first anniversary. We got dressed up and went to a nice restaurant, and I wore my watch. She didn't notice until we got to the restaurant and sat down. When she saw it, she immediately asked why I wore it. I asked why I wouldn't, since we were getting dressed up nice, why shouldn't I wear my nicest watch and only piece of jewelry? She said it's disrespectful to be wearing something gifted to me by my ex while celebrating our anniversary. I don't cherish the watch because of who gave it to me. I have no emotional or sentimental feelings about the watch, it's just a nice watch that I'd never be able to afford on what I make. I took the watch off at this point and slipped it into my pocket to try and save the evening, but it ruined her mood for the night. She wasn't interested in conversation and was short with everything she said to me. Silent on the drive home, and then immediately went to bed. I asked her the next day why the watch bothered her so much when it has no emotional significance to me. She just said she didn't want to talk about the watch anymore and went about scrolling on her phone. Over the next day she got over it, but now I feel like I'm not allowed to wear my watch anytime we go out together. For some additional context, she has expressed she doesn't like my ex as we broke up on good terms and spoke regularly. The breakup wasn't messy, it was just a matter of circumstances. We both were unhappy and it was nobody's fault. When my current girlfriend and I got together, she said she didn't want me texting with my ex, who I still considered a friend, and asked to look through our previous conversations, which I allowed, and then stopped texting her. She always seemed insecure about my previous relationship, and I've done my best to try and alleviate her concerns, but I figured she would get over it in time as our relationship solidified. I don't think wearing the watch was that big of a deal. Maybe I could sell it and use the money to put towards a different nice watch? I'm not sure if watches retain value well enough for it to be worth that, but even so I feel like that's just the new watch is still indirectly being paid for with a gift my ex gave me? Or do I just put it in a box and stick it in the back of our closet? Relevant comments. Commenter 1. NTA, these are her insecurities that she is allowing to rule your relationship together. You clearly are not dwelling on this past relationship and you have already made reasonable, and honestly unreasonable, accommodations for her discomfort. I understand current partners not wanting active communication between exes, but why did she need to look through your messages? That's an invasion of privacy and a lack of trust on her part. I would personally find that very disrespectful. Keep your watch. If it continues to be an issue, y'all then need to think about couples therapy to work this out. Ops response, I think she just wanted to see that our relationship was really over. Parting on good terms and still regularly talking to your ex is a concern I can understand. Nothing to really hide there, costs me nothing that I care about to let her look through the messages. I'm not a fan of asking to go through a phone, but I could understand why she might be concerned early on in our relationship. But now it just feels unnecessary. Commenter 2, NTA, but if you just like it because it's expensive, you could probably sell and buy one that you pick out and like better and solve your issue, well, at least partially. If you actually love the design, then tough cookies for your girlfriend. Regardless, she needs to learn to get over your friendship or resentment will just keep building. Still, I can see why she'd not be thrilled with you keeping a relationship with the ex you'd still be with if she didn't move away. Ops response, that's just it, I understand her not wanting me talking to my ex given we were still close after our breakup. I do like the design of the watch and not just the price. I admittedly have bad taste, so I'm hesitant to drop money on a new watch when I might pick out something tacky ha. Commenter 3, if you are still in communication with your ex, then yeah, I don't blame her for feeling insecure. You're not making her feel secure. If you don't talk with your ex, I think it's been long enough that it really shouldn't matter, especially BC you like the watch not because your ex gives it meaning but because it is a luxury piece. Even if you bought a new watch by selling your old one, you are still using the money she used to gift you the watch in the first place, so it somehow still ties back to your ex? It really doesn't make sense to me personally to get so mad over such a thing. Maybe she is upset because of the simple fact that your ex picked it out for you? She is definitely insecure and I do not believe you are in the wrong. Ops response: I don't talk to my ex. After she asked me to stop talking to her, I sent my ex one message, which I told her about beforehand, and it was to explain that I wouldn't be messaging her anymore and why, just so that she wouldn't be messaging me and wondering why I wasn't replying, and we haven't spoken since. Op responds to a downvoted comment on lying to his girlfriend about where he got his watch. OP: I'm the jerk because I didn't lie to her and say I bought the watch on my $54K a year salary? And who else would buy me a couple $1,000 watch? It would never occur to me to lie about who bought the watch. And like I said, maybe I will sell it. I'll be looking into it to see. Commenter 4: I really don't understand why a woman wants to go through your messages with your ex and you think, yup, this is a great person to start a relationship with. You can't even wear a watch without her getting jealous or insecure. She dislikes your ex because you ended on good terms, not because she hurt you or broke your heart and she cares about you, but because you don't hate her. That's wildly immature and toxic. I can't imagine this is the only aspect she acts like this in. Are you allowed to have friends of the opposite sex? Go places without her? I hope these things you've mentioned are isolated incidents, that for some reason your girlfriend just has a weird trigger with your ex. But that usually isn't the case. Ops response: I get where you're coming from, but I also understand some insecurity. At the time, my ex and I felt like we were endgame, and would be married within a few years. I was probably the happiest I ever was with her. It was that stereotype of being in a relationship with your best friend, which I've never said to my current partner and I never would. But we moved on as friends and I think it's fair to be a little concerned that we might have some blurred boundaries. We don't, just to be clear. We had a very clear conversation when we broke up about how we can stay friends, and I value those boundaries. I do have a few friends of the opposite sex, which she doesn't seem to care about. And I don't really see any other red flags, which is why I'm having a hard time understanding why she's so upset over just a watch. Op on what kind of watch it is. OP: it's an Omega watch. I'd have to get it out and look at it to remember what kind it is. All I know is it was expensive and way out of my budget, ha ha ha. Op on the cost of the watch and his earnings. OP: the watch cost thousands of dollars, and I make under $55,000, which barely gets me by in my city. If my car suddenly needed $1,000 worth of work, I'd be in a tough spot. Didn't seem weird to me to wonder why someone basically living paycheck to paycheck has a fancy watch. Update, 4 days later. Before I get to the update, I want to thank you guys for the advice. It seems like a lot of you hit the nail on the head with the insecurity posing a problem. Also, there is one thing I want to clarify that a lot of people seem to be incorrectly assuming from my original post. A lot of people are saying I shouldn't have worn it after she told me she had a problem with it. But that's just it, she never voiced a problem with the watch before this. She told me I should sell it a few times for the extra money, but never said she had a problem with it. It was always framed as a financial suggestion. Now I will admit I assumed she wasn't a fan of the watch because of these suggestions, but I never had a reason to believe it bothered her so deeply and made her feel so insecure to the point she would let it ruin our anniversary. I always figured it bothered her because of its price, and the fact she could never afford to give me a gift like that, which I would never expect her to and don't care about. Now, on to the update. I talked to my father's friend who used to own a jewelry shop, and he said I could probably get 65 to 75% of its original value selling it privately, but finding a serious buyer might take time. For those who were wondering, the watch is an Omega Railmaster. I was told it would cost around $8 to $9K to buy a similar watch new today, which is more than I would have thought. And with the condition mine is in, I could probably get $5 to $6K if I were to sell it. So after work on Friday, I asked my girlfriend if we could talk about the watch. I wanted to make sure I understood the problem, and wanted to make sure it didn't cause any further issues. I said that I felt terrible for upsetting her on our anniversary and that maybe we could go out for a second anniversary date Saturday night to try and make up for it. I asked if me keeping the watch, but not wearing it on dates would be okay with her. She said she would rather it not even be in the apartment. I asked why. She said that she felt like I was holding on to my ex and that by keeping the watch I was keeping a part of her with me, and even if I put it away in the bottom of the closet, she would still be there. I explained that the watch has no sentimental value to me. It's not a symbol of my past relationship. It's just a nice watch, there is no deeper meaning to me. I told her that it seemed like she was looking for a deeper meaning where there was none. This is when things started to fall apart, and she demanded that I sell the watch because I was denying my feelings for my ex and needed to put her behind me. She started saying she felt I was still loving my ex and that I was holding on to the watch because I wasn't really over her and that my ex is who I really want to be with because she can shower me in gifts, which she didn't do for the record. All of this couldn't be further from the truth. If I wanted to get back together with my ex, I had the opportunity. But I said no because I had moved on. Which leads me to the side story from a few years ago when my ex asked for the watch back. 6 months after we broke up, still before I met my current girlfriend, her company ended up downsizing and she was laid off. She reached out and asked if I wanted to get back together. I said no. I was single, and could have said yes, but I had just moved on, and felt like getting back together, as badly as I wanted to say yes, felt like a step backward, and not to mention her company could recall her to work at any point. I just felt we were better off friends at this point, and I was fully okay with that. Around the same time she asked for the watch back. She said she was worried about money now that she was laid off and wanted to sell the watch to help cover her bills. I told her no because she didn't need the couple $1,000s she'd get for the watch when she had a six-figure savings account to bridge the gap between jobs, plus she could collect employment insurance. She had never been in a situation where income was uncertain, so she was kind of panicking, but eventually realized the watch wouldn't significantly improve her situation. Back to my current situation. After accusing me of still loving my ex, she asked to see my phone, which she hadn't done since we got together. This surprised me. I understood why she asked the first time since we had just started dating, but I felt like we were past that point and trusted each other now. So I asked her if she thought I loved her and if she thought I was cheating, and she just said she didn't know. She kept going on that if I loved her I would have gotten rid of the watch on my own. Up until this point the conversation had been not going well, but things were relatively calm. However, this is when things started to get volatile. Long story short, we've broken up. I'm not interested in being with someone who doesn't trust me. She got pretty angry, saying I was just looking for an excuse to go back to my ex after I told her I wanted to break up. I did end up handing over my phone and told her to look for whatever she thought was on it while I packed my bags, mostly to prove the point that there was nothing to find. She started saying I probably deleted the messages to cover my tracks, and I realized there's nothing I could do or say to convince her I was done with my ex. I left to stay with my sister and told her I'd be back on Sunday and that she needed to be moved out by then unless she wanted to take over the lease on her own. I haven't heard from her since, so I don't know if she's gone or not. I'm disappointed this is how things played out. But I think a lot of you were right, she was ruled by her insecurities and had some maturing to do. P.S. To the shocking number of you suggesting I lie about where the watch came from, I won't be doing that. I won't, and didn't, advertise it, but if I'm asked I'm not going to lie. That would never cross my mind, so thanks for the advice, but I won't be doing that. Relevant comments. Op clarifies the timeline on his relationships with both ex and his girlfriend at the time of the original post. OP, okay, there's a lot going on so I can see why you're confusing some things on the timeline and I could have been clearer. My ex and I broke up years ago. 6 months after our breakup is when she asked to get back together and asked for the watch back. I said no and we continued being friends. Long after that I met my current girlfriend, who insisted I cut off contact with my ex and wanted to see my messages, which I did. So no, my ex didn't recently try to get back together with me. I haven't spoken to my ex since my girlfriend went through my messages the first time shortly after we got together. I've always respected her wishes in that regard. Commenter 1, you should have asked to see her phone. Sounds like she might be projecting her bad behavior on you. Also, kinda a jerk move to refuse to give the watch back when your ex was freaking out over being laid off. She seems nice, hope she meets someone wonderful. Op's response, she was freaking out, but she was not in any kind of financial danger. If I thought she really needed it, I would have given it to her. She was just panicking. She had significant savings, like more than a year's salary in savings, plus she had an investment account and I don't even know how much that was worth. Yeah, I could have given it back, but it wouldn't have made a difference. I think she ended up getting called back to that same company a few months later anyways. Commenter 2, she's crazy jealous, but based on how unimportant you say the watch is to you, it's remarkable how reluctant you are to sell it. Op's response, I'm reluctant to sell it because I've never had something nice like this watch. I could sell it, but then I'd only be able to buy something cheaper since I wouldn't get anywhere near what it costs new. Commenter 3, it sounds like you dodged a bullet. Maybe next time date a bit longer before you move in with someone. You've only been dating a year and now you're dealing with someone needing to move out. Commenter 4, holy moly. Honestly, even though this was probably difficult, I think you are so much better off without this person. She clearly has trust issues. Looking at your phone? All these accusations? Totally paranoid. Please don't sell the watch. You can enjoy it as a nice watch without getting all moony over your previous ex-girlfriend. You really don't have to say, hey, see this awesome Omega? An ex got it for me. Obviously, if someone specifically asks, and who does this, really, you can tell the truth, it was a gift, but why broadcast it? For a little context, my ex-husband bought me a really nice watch over 20 years ago, before our first child was born. I still wear it and love it and appreciate it for being a good watch. However, I don't feel the need to tell anybody at all where any of my watches came from. It kinda seems like a tacky question.
My boyfriend ditched me on our anniversary to punish me because my ex visited my sick dad in the hospital, then he lied and said he got drunk alone at a bar, but his female friend told me he was actually with her and her friends, so now he's harassing my ex on social media and making new accounts when he gets blocked. Posted by you/throw anniversary 1. 2 weeks ago, it was mine and Mark's 30th anniversary. We, 27F, have been dating for 2 years. We had plans after he finished work, but he never showed up. I tried to call and text him, but he ignored me all day and didn't contact me until after 1 a.m. He was drunk and went on a rant about how I deserved this because I shouldn't have invited Jason, my ex, 28M, to my parents' house. I was pretty mad at him and told him I thought we should break up. He ended up apologizing profusely and assuring me he would never do something like that again and he was just feeling insecure. I decided to give him a second chance. To clarify about Jason, We had an amicable breakup 3 years ago because we didn't like having a long distance relationship whilst he was away for med school. My dad had a heart attack a week before my anniversary, and Jason went to see him since his mom is friends with mine. Mark and I turned up whilst he was there. Jason was discussing some of the treatment options the doctors had given my dad with my mom. He left a little while later. When he left, my mom made a comment about how helpful Jason was. Mark mentioned later that he didn't like that Jason was there or what my mom said about him, but I reassured him he was there as a family friend and not an ex. He seemed to be over it after that. Yesterday, Mark's friend Penelope mentioned how Mark had gone out with her and a group of her friends that day. I'm furious because he told me he had spent the day at a bar alone getting drunk. Mark doesn't understand why I'm angry over this since I already forgave him for missing our anniversary. Would breaking up with him be an overreaction? Edit to add more info, my parents are nice to my boyfriend. They like him and have never mentioned Jason to him until this happened. They still talk to him, Jason, if they see him whenever he comes back for a visit, but as far as I know they don't go out of their way to keep in contact with him anymore. I stopped talking to Jason 3 months into dating my boyfriend because he, my boyfriend, said he didn't like it. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, I would suggest it heavily. He's obviously not ready for something serious if he's going to throw a tantrum, purposely ditch your anniversary to then lie to your face and say he was drunk by himself, then his female friend broke the actual truth to you that he wasn't alone and was drunk with friends, while you were, I'm guessing, clearly upset and angry for missing an important date. He never tried to hear why your ex was there, I'm guessing, and wanted to punish you? If so, that's childish, and I wouldn't want to be stuck dating a man-child that would rather be petty than actually talk. Ops response, we did talk about my ex being there and he seemed to understand, only to pull this a week later. Commenter 2, wait, so you both had a talk about this, and were okay with everything, then he acts passive-aggressively and like a man-child about it? Ops response, yup. Commenter 3, it kind of sounds like he cheated on you a little bit. Ops response, he says he didn't. Commenter 4, first paragraph you said you invited the ex over, or at least that is what your current boyfriend thinks. Second paragraph makes it sound like ex just showed up on his own to check in on your dad. Your boyfriend definitely should have talked to you in either situation. If it was the second situation, then he is definitely overreacting. If it was the first situation, then he is still overreacting, but he does have some possible reasonable concerns, albeit also maybe from insecurity. There is more to it than just your ex being there. Your boyfriend needs to communicate whatever he is feeling or thinking to you. Sounds like the communication between you two needs some work. Like most answers on here, just communicate with each other. If you or him aren't willing to be open and honest with one another, then I'd recommend reconsidering a relationship together. Ops response, sorry for the confusion, I didn't invite him, but my boyfriend assumed I did. Commenter 5, I would dump his butt. Your dad was sick. A good boyfriend would understand that. Your ex was there to help. Then your boyfriend ditched you to get revenge, and lied to you about where he was. I think you should talk to him, and then dump him. Why did you even get together with him in the first place? He seems like a jerk. I'm sure you can find a better guy, one that will understand that your father's health is far more important to you than ghosting your ex. You are both adults. You didn't cheat on your boyfriend. You didn't do anything wrong. Then he hangs out with another girl on your anniversary and lies about it. You deserve the sun, and all you have now is a light bulb. Dump him. Ops responds, he wasn't like this before. Op on why Jason was there at the hospital. OP, Jason's mom asked him to go because the doctor my parents spoke to didn't explain the treatment options very well, and he clarified them to reassure my mom. I didn't even know he was going to be there. If Mark's ex did the same thing, I wouldn't be upset. I would be happy his parents were getting support and reassurance during a difficult time. OP, he's finished med school. He was dumbing down the treatment options because the doc my parents saw didn't speak to them for very long and was very rush, so my mom was overwhelmed by it all. It was more to help reassure my mom than anything else. Op responds to a downvoted comment about her current boyfriend and her being toxic with her wanting to break up. OP, no, I said we should break up because he stood me up on our anniversary and then called me drunk to blame me for it. Did Jason have Op's number? OP, Jason doesn't have my number, and my boyfriend asked me to block him on everything, so it's not like he could ask me even if he wanted to. Update, 4 days later. After I posted my original post, I asked Mark for some space to think and went to stay with my parents. He was upset but said he would respect my decision. He did send me one text after I left which said he was sorry, and he loved me. Jason's mom called me the day after to ask if she could give him my number. This was very random since he's always respected my decision not to stay in touch with him, so I figured it had to be something important. I gave her the go-ahead, and Jason called me later in the day. He sounded pretty irritated on the phone and asked me to tell my boyfriend to leave him alone. Mark had been harassing him on social media all day since I moved out. He'd sent him some nasty and threatening messages, and he also commented on every picture that included me on his profile. Mark's messages read like he was drunk, not that that is an excuse. Jason did block him, but Mark kept making new accounts. I was super embarrassed by his behavior and apologized to Jason and told him I'd talk to Mark. Mark denied it. He tried to say Jason faked the screenshots he sent me to make Mark look bad. When I told him I didn't believe him, he got angry and tried to twist it back onto me again. He asked me why Jason even had my number, why we were even talking to each other, and he accused me of letting him ruin our relationship. He also made a comment about how I should just go be with Jason if that's what I wanted. I think my relationship is gone. I wanted to try to address his jealousy and how he handles it to see if we could work things out, but he just isn't willing or able to talk about it without getting defensive. The last conversation I had with Jason was him sending me a screenshot of Mark apologizing to him, but this just feels performative now. I don't really know what I'll do now, but I'll post a final update when I've made my decision. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, are Jason and your parents close? Do they meet regularly? Ops response, he was close to them when we dated, and they still saw him occasionally after, whenever he came home for the holidays, if they went over to his parents' place whilst he was there, but they don't go out of their way to meet as far as I'm aware. Commenter 2, just a tad bit strange how close your ex is with your parents lol. Just saying. Not making excuses for your new boyfriend, but whatever. Ops response, they've known him, my ex, his whole life if that makes it less strange.
My girlfriend had hundreds of candid photos of me hidden on her laptop and we'd only been dating for 5 weeks, so I confronted her at the park and she just stared at me with zero emotion and said she didn't know why, but now she's blocked me on everything and I'm low-key worried I'm about to become a true crime story. Posted by you/easy taught me 412. Last night, I stayed over at my girlfriend's, 24F, apartment, which is about 15 minutes away from my college campus. She had to work this morning, and I, 21M, didn't have any classes today, so I just stayed at her place while she went to work. A few hours after she left, I got bored and decided to try to pull up Netflix on her laptop so I could stream it onto the TV. Whenever I unlocked the laptop, I saw that her photo gallery was pulled up, and in one of the albums, I saw a picture of myself. This album contained hundreds of photos of me all over campus that I had no clue existed. A few of the photos were even of me while I was asleep at her place a few weeks ago. What does this mean, and how do I go about bringing this up? She is still at work and gets home in about an hour. Edit, forgot to add that she doesn't even go to my school, so there is no reason for her to be there. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, this sounds really creepy. Are the photos time-stamped or dated at all? Is it possible she was stalking you before you got together? Ops response, yeah, about 10 were before we started dating, but we had already met by that point. Still very creepy. Commenter 2, wait, so you're saying it's 10 photos after you met but before you were dating? Are you sure she didn't have a crush on you after you met and took them randomly when seeing you? Were there photos before you met? Commenter 3, if true, this could turn into a potentially dangerous situation. Stalkers do not deal with rejection easily. Make copies of evidence as quickly as you can. Stalkers don't just do it as a phase, and she might need some serious psychological help. Ops response, that's what I'm thinking too. I plan on breaking up, but should I even bring up the fact that I saw the photos? The crazy part is she doesn't seem like anything is off about her personality-wise. Commenter 4, hey babe, I was thinking of making a several hundred photo collage of myself for my mom for Christmas. Know where I can find several hundred candid photos of me? Commenter 5, get out. Commenter 6, Ops should run so hard and fast he leaves a person-shaped hole in the wall. This is the beginning of a horror movie. Update, 1 day later. I've been receiving a bunch of DMs asking if I was gone yet. Lol, I'm not gone, I'm fine. So I did what one of the comments suggested I do. I took a photo and a few videos of the photo album in case I need it sometime down the road, and I made sure that I left her apartment about 20 minutes before she got home from work. I drove over to the nearby park, texted her and told her I was working out, and asked her if she could meet me there when she got home. Anyways, she showed up, and I didn't waste any time. I told her that I found the album on her laptop, and she just stared at me with an emotionless look for about 30 seconds. After telling her to say something, all she said was, well, this is awkward, I don't really know what to tell you. I asked her why she had all of these weird photos of me, and she just said, I don't know. I never received a real answer. After trying to get something out of her for like 15 minutes, I told her that I didn't want to do this anymore and that I thought it would be best if we separated. Again, she just stared at me and didn't say anything, so I left and went back to my place. Since then, she has blocked me on all forms of social media, and I'm pretty sure she blocked my phone number too, so I haven't heard anything from her since leaving the park last night. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, if she blocked you, it doesn't seem like she wants to contact you again. Not sure a restraining order would work in that situation. Ops response, yeah, I know. At this point I'm good, but I'm saying if in the near future I notice weird stuff continues to happen. Commenter 2, I don't know man. Her blocking you could be embarrassment, or it could be a way of controlling your ability to block her. I think you should still keep an eye on her. Commenter 3, her lack of any emotion through this entire interaction is the disturbing piece of this. Not even embarrassment or anger. Geez. Commenter 4, that's straight up sociopathy right there. That icy look was probably the glare of imminent revenge. I'm telling you dude, see about getting a protective order. Commenter 5, especially because she blocked him, meaning she can unblock him at will. She purposely took that power out of his hands. Commenter 6, prove that you're op and you're not op's girlfriend typing this with his severed hand or something. Commenter 7, they'll know it's me if I type it with my own hands. I need to type with his hands to make sure his essence is in the post.
My boyfriend's mom said she was passing from cancer and moved into our one-bedroom apartment for a week, demanding massages at 3 a.m. and making us her unpaid maids, but every hospital kept sending her home with no diagnosis, so now I'm refusing to help her, and my boyfriend called me selfish for wanting to visit my own mom in Europe. Posted by you/no selection 4028. I, 25F, live with my boyfriend Liam, 24M. About a month ago, his mom Tanya began claiming she's passing from cancer, but no diagnosis has been confirmed. Every hospital visit ends with her being sent home. A nurse even told Liam she might be faking. It started when she stayed one night at our one-bedroom apartment. That turned into a week of chaos. She refused AC and fans, said they hurt her skin, but blow-dried her hair daily. The apartment smelled awful, everything had to be dark and silent, and she constantly demanded help. She even stormed into our bedroom at 3 a.m. asking Liam for massages. We sleep naked, so that was awkward. She criticized our Buddhist souvenirs, insisted we hang a cross, I did, and complained nonstop. She suggested we move in with her, an hour from our jobs and school. I'm a full-time student with 2 jobs and a 4.0 GPA, and I was falling behind. Liam, who works full-time, switched to remote work. His boss hated this, to care for Tanya. Her health updates were always shifting. MRI, cancelled surgery, then chemo postponed due to infection, then E. coli. Always a new reason. No clear diagnosis or paperwork. When her husband David, who funds her lifestyle, was away, she made us go to her house to get her jewelry because she thinks he'll steal it when she passes. He's an alcoholic, according to her. We were supposed to take her to the ER right after, but we ended up staying 16 hours doing chores. I folded 420 clothing items, cleaned the whole house, and felt like her unpaid maid. Not a single please or thank you. She was stalling to go to the ER, and when we finally got there at 5 a.m., she said she'd check herself in and send us home. 3 hours later, she called again, sobbing for help. She had been rejected by the ER. I suspect she faked it. Liam and I have both been skipping meals, losing sleep, and falling behind at work to help her. He once said he's waiting for her to pass away so we can move to Europe. He's been forced to manage her divorce, lawyer meetings, and funeral prep. Meanwhile, David, who's paying the hospital bills and had been kept in the dark about all this, sent Liam aggressive texts like I call nonsense and don't show up at my house no more, then later apologized. Tanya called again begging for help. But this time, she wanted me, because David is jealous of Liam. I had clearly told Liam I needed that weekend to study for final exams. And going to that house alone seemed sketchy. Now, I'm planning a 2 to 3 week Europe trip to see my mom, whom I haven't seen in over a year. Liam says he supports it but called it a little selfish. He's asked, if I were passing, would you quit your job to be with me? And if it were your mom, would you help her? I felt pressured to say yes. But truth is, my family wouldn't lie to me or use me like this. I love Liam and want to be there for him. But I don't trust his mom, and this is starting to affect our relationship. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, NTA. I know you love your boyfriend, but you need to ask yourself if you're willing to give up your own life for him and his mom, because it's never going to stop. It could stop if he chooses to set boundaries, but it doesn't sound like he'll do that. Op's response, thank you. He's assured me multiple times that I'm his priority. If I told him to stay with me instead of going to the hospital, he would. And the only times I'll ever ask him to stay is when I can tell his own health is suffering from it. He's also ready to move to Europe with me, it's just that he's getting guilt-tripped by his mother. Every time he tries to leave the hospital, she falls to her knees and says stuff like, God will bless you more if you stay. This is our last meal together, or I have no one, I am all alone. And that's what gets to him. Recently, he asked me to come to the hospital with him to give him a reason to leave early. When we tried to explain to her that we have an appointment elsewhere, she cut us off and said, just go then. She didn't care for an explanation. When Liam said, bye mom, I love you, she just snapped back, actions speak louder than words. Don't call me anymore. But then 2 hours later she calls him and begs for him to come back. I don't get it. Commenter 2, NTA, does Liam see that she's faking it or does he genuinely believe her? Not that it really makes a difference. Ops response: so, I don't think he sees it. I've brought up once that what she's doing is manipulation, and he said that's a bit harsh. I then asked him if he thinks he's ever been manipulated by his mom, and he said, oh, definitely. She's the biggest manipulator I know. But this is different, because she's actually sick, so she just really needs me to be with her. So, I think he's a bit in denial. Unless I'm the crazy one and she really is sick. I'd owe the world an apology. Commenter 3, NTA: I think you need to have a serious sit down with Liam and suggest his mom get therapy. No one has that many issues and gets rejected from an ER or has important procedures cancelled and not rescheduled for as soon as possible. She's using this as manipulation. Your lives will be permanently on hold until this is dealt with or contact is cut. Ops response: that's what I've been worried about since day one. Ever since we invited her to stay one night, I had a feeling it was going to be months until this gets settled. I like your advice, however my boyfriend is strictly against therapy. Have kindly suggested it to him in the past with his own issues, but he refuses to even consider it. Doubt he'll suggest it to his mom, especially since he doesn't think she's manipulating us. I will try though. Worst thing that can happen is that he says no. Thank you. More on therapy: he was actually a psychology major with a health professions minor. Which is why he understands psychology and doesn't see a point in therapy. I've tried therapy and I'll say it wasn't super helpful, did the free version on campus, but it also wasn't so horrible that I'd tell people it's useless. I think it helped in some ways, and I'm sure that it's even better off campus. Commenter 4, NTA: why is his family more important than yours? I would tell him that he should move her to assisted living or an apartment and hire help. Ops response: we've tried getting her assisted living and hired help, but somehow they all refuse to take the gig. Something's always preventing her from getting help, and I can't tell if it's true or if she's the one denying help. Also, I do think that his family should be as important as mine. We see our partnership as a family, meaning his family is, whether I like it or not, my family. So I do think if she was on her deathbed, I shouldn't just go on vacation in Europe. I'm only considering it because I don't believe she's that sick, and if she is, then she should get help and not exploit my boyfriend. It's only going to get worse and she will ruin everything. I see your point, and I want to agree so badly. I'm just so confused because she was always so supportive of us. She'd say I love you to me, buy me clothes and other gifts, give me her old car when mine broke down, and always say she loves our pictures and wants us to go travel the world. Granted, she has always been obsessed with her son, and clearly jealous, but in a modest way. She'd never act on it other than guilt-tripping him into spending some time with her. Never anything as extreme as this. So I don't understand why she would go to such lengths if she really is faking some or even all of it. Part of me just doesn't want to believe it, but I really do feel like she's using her sickness in every way to get attention, and that's not okay to me, especially when Liam is getting mentally and physically exhausted and risking his job to help her. Commenter 5, has anyone actually seen a doctor's report of cancer? Ops response: no. And when we asked Tanya, she said her doctor told her she's not allowed to share that information. When Liam and I tried to look that up, all results said there's no law against sharing your own medical records. Mini update in comments: 2 days later. I wish I could give you a hug through the screen. Something about your message felt so comforting, even though it's overall a warning that reaffirms my fears and concerns. Thank you so much for taking the time to write all that. I really appreciate your input, and the way in which you gave it. I have decided to go on my trip and will book the flights tomorrow after talking to my boss. I will have to be transparent with him about all this, as I do not like lying to anyone, in any situation, unless absolutely necessary. I'm sure he'll be okay with me working remotely, or even taking off, for a few weeks. It's just a work-study on campus after all, and he's a nice guy. I will be sure to secure all my valuables, like visa documents, credit cards, and sentimental objects such as journals. We'll leave them with a friend that Liam doesn't know at all. I will also change passwords for certain accounts. I've been thinking about all these things you've advised for the past couple of days as my trust has broken more and more. It's not that I expect the worst, but I do want to be cautious, especially since Liam's behavior has been a little unpredictable lately. Also, to your last point about contraception, this might be TMI. I actually thought about that yesterday when we had intimate time. I never worried about that before, that he could possibly, purposefully tinker with our protection, but in that moment, I got uncomfortable. I'm usually 100% comfortable doing it with him, but I felt a lack of trust that I hadn't before, and I got a bit sad about that. So, just trying to say I'll be careful there too. I'm certainly not ready, nor do I want to have kids with him right now. Not before we're both secure in life, and physically and mentally healthy. I, too, hope that you're wrong, but can't at all blame you for making the deductions you have. I see it too, in some ways, whether I want to or not, and we'll have to find a way to deal with this after I'm back from Europe. Thank you again for your long message, and for showing concern and care towards someone online whom you don't personally know. You have a kind heart. Mini update in comments, 3 months later. I'm in the process of getting the update approved by Reddit. There are a lot of rules that prevent me from sharing crucial details, but I'll do what I can to update you guys with as much detail as permitted. Update, 3 months later. First time updating a post, hope I'm doing it right. A lot has happened since my last post. I did take your guys' advice and went to Europe to see my family for 3 weeks. Liam called me incredibly selfish, finding countless reasons for me to stay. I stood my ground and had a serious talk with him about feeling manipulated and guilt-tripped. That escalated into a meltdown, threats like "I'll book your ticket right now. I can and will. I can break up if I want to," then driving off and breaking down sobbing like never before. He said he doesn't mean to manipulate me, that it hurts to hear me say I feel manipulated when all he's asking is for me to be there for him. I don't excuse his behavior, but if my mom was sick, I'd want his comfort too, so I understood his need for support. He calmed, apologized, and has been affectionate since. He ended up supporting my decision to leave, and said how happy he was for me while I was with my family. I felt great over there, cherishing every moment. Didn't miss America at all. Liam seemed okay while I was gone and picked me up from the airport with a welcome home cake, which was sweet. We had a talk about the whole mom situation, and he kindly asked me to be more supportive of coming to the hospital with him. I agreed. Tanya was very dependent on Liam for weeks, calling him over day and night, guilt-tripping him nonstop. Eventually, he refused to help her anymore. She cut ties briefly but they reconnected. His involvement has gone way down since then. Tanya's sister flew in from California to help out, but couldn't take her crazy demands, so she left. Niece came too, but left 3 days later. Tanya had surgery and started chemo, is getting thinner, and losing her hair. She has another surgery scheduled for mid-October to get a mass removed, and a nurse at the hospital did say to Liam, while I was there to witness it, "I'm glad you're visiting your mom, cancer can be so tough." I don't think Tanya is faking anymore. I am the jerk for being unsupportive. Despite believing Tanya, I haven't been involved at all since returning from Europe. I'm better at standing my ground now and defending myself when I feel manipulated by them. I learned how to say no. May not have mastered it yet, but I'm prioritizing my grades and my family over his mom's odd demands, while also balancing quality time with my boyfriend. I show sympathy for his mom and text her here and there, but I agree with the Reddit comments that it's not my job to treat or nurse her, or spend my weekends doing her chores. Other updates. Tanya didn't get divorced. She needs David to pay her medical bills, but tells people he's a rude alcoholic who's waiting for her to pass. Liam quit his job. It was too much on top of his mom. His mood is way better, he's healing mentally, and treating me better too. I support his unemployment for now because he's working diligently on projects and has enough savings for his part of rent. Can't fit more. Hope it brings some clarity? Relevant comments. Commenter 1, good for you for going to see your family and setting boundaries, up. But Liam quit his job? Are you financially supporting him now? I think you should not put yourself at financial risk for this relationship. If you can easily afford to live and finish school, great. If this situation is setting you back, you should get out. People will call it selfish, but this is a toxic family and I'm worried that your boyfriend's first instinct was to drag and manipulate you, and now he's not working. Ops response, thank you for your kind words. To answer your question, he's using his savings to pay for his portions. I haven't paid for any of his things since he's quit. He's also still covering most of the groceries, so financially nothing has changed as of now. I'm able to support myself with my work-study jobs, I just wouldn't be able to carry him fully if he were to stop paying his parts. So as long as his savings hold up, we're good. And we both know that and have agreed on that. If I am able to find a full-time job after graduation, I will cover a bit more of the rent share, which is fair because he's been paying a little more for rent these past 2 years since he has had a full-time job and I didn't. Commenter 2, and what happens when his savings run out? Cancer treatment can take years, and even if she gets in remission she still will need care and time to get better. Are you prepared for years of this? Ops response, if his savings run out, he'll be forced to work whether he wants to or not. As a US citizen he, unlike me, is at least able to work anywhere even if it's just a part-time gig. I'm not allowed to work off campus, and can only work up to 20 hours a week. So if he runs out of money, he'll have to work. Even if I wanted to cover his share, I can't. I just don't make enough money with my campus jobs. I also have emergency funds that I keep to myself, in case I ever need to suddenly pay for a flight home or unexpected hospital bills, etc., that he doesn't have access to.
My sister called my sister-in-law a coward for getting an emergency C-section that saved her and her baby's lives, so I called her an unemployed high school dropout. But now my brother says I'm secretly in love with his wife even though I'm literally a gay man with a boyfriend. Posted by you/apprehensivecry5231. I, 24M, was at my mom's house for dinner, and me, my older siblings, and my sister-in-law were in the living room talking while my mom got dinner ready. My relationship with my siblings is pretty bad due to some background familial issues and the fact that we just don't have personalities that mesh, but we're able to stay mostly civil for my mother. My sister, 34F, is one of those hyper-religious people that doesn't believe in Western medicine and wants everything natural. My sister-in-law, 24F, recently got out of the hospital after being there for an extensive period of time following a really messy labor. From what I know, she went into labor prematurely and had to get an emergency C-section as her and the baby's lives were at risk. It was a tough period of time for her and my brother, 32M. We were talking about how they have been progressing since they got out, and my sister-in-law shared how hard it's been having to bounce back from that traumatic experience to take care of her son. My sister turned to my brother and said, "Had to take the easier route and she still complains," and laughed. My sister-in-law asked what she meant. My sister proceeded to go on a tirade about how she kept trying to help her throughout her pregnancy and she didn't listen and that's why things turned out the way they did and that she took the shortcut and has the audacity to complain. My sister-in-law tried to explain that the doctors told her what would be best for her during her pregnancy because of issues she was already having and that her delivery was the best course of action. My sister would not let up and was gradually getting more insulting, ignoring me telling her to knock it off. My sister-in-law ended up crying and I was pissed. I turned to my sister and said, "So are you going to take the advice of trained medical professionals or one dumb witch who couldn't get through high school?" My sister lost her mind and started yelling at me, to which I just repeated, "Get a job," over and over again, which made her angrier till she was crying and hurling insults at me. My brother and sister-in-law ended up leaving, and my mom came and intervened telling my sister to calm down and me to leave. Since then, I had a heated phone call with my brother because he believes that I should have just kept my mouth shut and let women handle their business. My dad, my parents are divorced, left me multiple texts grilling me and calling me a disgrace and whatnot because my sister went crying to him, and my mom, 53F, texted me saying that she thinks my sister was a bit harsh but that I was way out of line and I need to apologize to her. My sister-in-law texted me and said that she's sorry she caused this situation and that she appreciates me speaking up but I didn't have to, and that's what's making me feel awful. I'm in a bad state with my family, I always have been and I'm fine with that, but I don't want to put her in a bad position with them too when she's done nothing wrong. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. So your brother, who should have stood up for his wife, is mad at you for doing so. He has now pressured his own wife into telling you shouldn't have done so? Does this mean he also believes the same thing your sister does? I'm just glad your sister-in-law saw at least one person stand up for her in that debacle. Unfortunately, she has a husband problem and you have a family problem. I would just ignore the rest of your family and make sure your sister-in-law knows she deserves someone standing up for her and didn't do anything wrong. She didn't cause your sister to be a jerk. Seems she was born that way, considering how the rest of your family are. NTA. Ops response, my brother's always been really non-confrontational and a keep-the-peace type of guy, so I wasn't surprised that he didn't say anything, just that he didn't even try to take my sister-in-law and leave. I'm also not surprised by him being mad at me because on the flip, I am overly confrontational, which he has always hated. Commenter 2, definitely NTA. Someone needed to put her in her place. Seems like your family is too comfortable doling out abuse and not being called out on it. I go LC with them all for my peace of mind. Ops response, I'm already LC, my only connection to them is through my mom who I have a decent relationship with. I think the text my dad sent is the first bit of contact we've had in like a year. Commenter 3, NTA. Your bro is TA though for not standing up for his wife. Wouldn't be surprised if there was a divorce in the near future. Your whole fam is a mess. Why are they backing her up so much? Ops response, well, my dad just pretty blatantly doesn't like me, so that's probably why. My mom just doesn't like problems in the family and I'm pretty sure she wants me to apologize so my sister'll shut up. My sister lives with her. My brother is the one I don't understand, he's always been non-confrontational, but in this case his wife was being insulted. I'd think he'd at least remove her from the situation, but I mean, he also doesn't like me so that might be why he got mad. Update 1, one day later. I followed up with a post on my account screenshotting a conversation between me and my brother. I transcribed the messages here, sorry for any typos. Brother, my sister has been trying to help us throughout our entire pregnancy and has been there for us when you were nowhere to be seen, so don't act like you're some good guy. She stuck by us even when my wife was being horrible to her, which by the way she apologized for, something you're probably not familiar with. OP, I'm not available because I'm not wanted around, and that's been set in stone since I was 18. Nothing I could do about that. If you want me around, then you should have let me, but I am not trespassing where I'm not wanted. That being said, your wife can apologize to whoever the hell she wants, but I'm not going to sit around and let your insecure, jobless sister berate my sister-in-law over something that she had no choice over. Your sister is a loser and your wife deserves someone to stick up for her since you weren't going to. Brother, I would have intervened but you thought you'd play knight in shining armor. My wife doesn't even like you. She just felt like she had to apologize to you for the situation, and she cried once you left because of what you said. You don't need to stick up for her, she has me. Stop trying to take my wife away from me. You're not sly, and I have screenshots of y'all's texts about me and my sister, so don't even try me. OP, Well, considering she texted me first, I wasn't really trying to do anything. I didn't say anything about you in those texts. I said what everyone's known about your sister for years. Also, what do you mean take your wife away from you? I genuinely don't understand what you're trying to say. Brother, I'm saying exactly what I mean. I'm not blind, and neither is the rest of the family. You're fooling yourself if you think the way you talk to her is how normal people talk to their sister-in-law. I'm telling you, cut it off. I will not stand by and let you ruin my marriage over your perverted feelings for my wife. Okay, I don't know what to tell you if you genuinely believe that. You do what you want, I don't care. Just leave me out of it. That last text was sent this morning. Just now, my dad sent me a message saying if I approach my sister-in-law or my brother, there will be serious problems. Shortly after that, my sister sent me a message about the situation that I won't transcribe because it's pretty offensive and cruel, but the gist of it was that I'm a predator trying to sink my claws into a vulnerable young mother, and that everyone sees it. Update 2 months later. Looking for any kind of advice on what I can do or if I should just completely cut my losses with my train wreck of a family. My brother has successfully convinced my family that I, an openly gay man, am in love with my sister-in-law and am trying to manipulate her against him so I can steal her away. My brother and sister-in-law have been married for 4 years. This apparently all came about because a couple months ago her and my sister had a big blow-up about my sister-in-law's pregnancy, and I defended my sister-in-law against my sister's big tirade. Following that night, I received a lot of scrutiny from family, particularly my brother for interfering in women's business, and I said some not so nice things to him. My sister-in-law also reached out to me and apologized to me for causing the situation, and I let her know she had nothing to apologize for and that I'm here to help both her and my nephew. We ended up having a pretty in-depth conversation about how my sister has treated her in the past. Apparently, my sister moved in with her and my brother for a brief period to help with my sister-in-law's first pregnancy and was really overbearing and constantly ridiculing her choices for the sake of the baby. My sister-in-law unfortunately suffered from what sounded like an ectopic pregnancy and had to have an emergency surgery to have the fetus removed. My sister and my brother apparently think that's the same thing as ending a pregnancy, and she was blamed for the loss of the child, and from how she spoke she also saw this as a failure on her part. It ticked me off, and I did my best to explain to her the medical reasonings of why what happened was necessary and not her fault and that my brother and sister are just kind of stupid. She shouldn't feel bad for doing something necessary to save her life, especially because the fetus wasn't even viable. That was the last time she spoke, and I just let her know I'd be there if she needed anything. I guess either she told my brother or he found out from her messages about the conversation and took it as me flirting with his wife? I'll give him the fact that I did call him stupid in the messages, but come on, thinking an emergency procedure for a life-threatening situation was your wife willfully terminating her pregnancy and making her feel bad about it is really stupid, sorry. He told the rest of my family about how I'm envious and trying to take his wife, which they all believed and are now mad at me. This wouldn't be a big deal to me if my mom wasn't also included in that. My mom is the only one in my family I have good relationship with, but apparently she believes my brother and has called me to scold me about betraying my brother and being shameless along with my other family members. This is all frustrating, but here's the absolute best part about this. The reason I'm estranged from my family is because I'm gay. It is like the thing that messed our family up. I've very openly been seeing another man for the past 3 years. My brother has also been open about not wanting me around his family because of my unnatural lifestyle. All that just to easily believe I'm in love with a woman? I guess the reason I come here is so that I can understand how this would be believable. I understand my dad and my sister believing this easily. They hate me and probably just want a reason to feel justified in rallying against me, but I can't really comprehend my mother believing it. But maybe I gave her too much credit. At the end of the day, I am very much the outlier of my family on all fronts. I also wonder if maybe my sister-in-law took what I was saying as me taking an interest in her? Maybe I made her uncomfortable, but the most I did was just explain medical things to her so she wouldn't feel bad about her first pregnancy. I don't know, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. I've always been at peace with not having my family, especially because my family is full of nut jobs, but I think potentially having to accept my mom is also that way is making me second guess myself. I also don't like the idea that I made my sister-in-law uncomfortable. Sorry for the long post, but has anyone been in a situation similar to this? Is my relationship with my mom salvageable, and can I get her to see that my brother is a mental case? Relevant comments. Commenter 1, there's no way a 28-year-old man married a 20-year-old woman without abuse involved. Steal his girl and his kids, non-intimately, cause they need your help. Ops response, I don't know when they met, but I'm inclined to agree. The area I grew up in is very evangelical fundamentalist Christian heavy, and unfortunately, it's common to see age gaps like that. My mom and dad have a 12-year gap. My family are hardcore evangelicals, and to my understanding, my sister-in-law is also hyper-religious. Update 3, 1 month later. Very long post, sorry. Don't know if anybody is following me, but when I came back to this account I seen a significant number of messages asking me how I'm doing, if everything's alright, what happened to my siblings, what happened to my sister-in-law, etc. I just want to say thank you to everyone being concerned for me. It's real nice, but I promise, no matter how the situation turned out, while not ideal, I was gonna be fine as I've had about a decade to get used to being ostracized from them and about 5 years building a new, much healthier, Less insane life with a new family made of friends and I'm not completely alone like I was all those years ago, thankfully. I've had a lot of people guess about me and my family's background, and without getting too specific, I'll just let you know I grew up in a very small fundamentalist Christian town in western Tennessee. My family is full of devout, ye old ways, evangelical Christian nationalists, so it's not a surprise that they're not too psyched that I ended up a gay progressive atheist who studies medicine. I was never going to be able to fit back in with them once I came out and deconstructed from Christianity, and I think my clinging to my relationship with my mom was just wishful thinking because I thought she wasn't as awful as the rest of them. Let's get on to the real meat and potatoes though. Things were honestly really quiet after the whole, the slur, is actually super in love with my wife and trying to steal her from me, shtick my brother was pulling happened because I kinda just gave up on trying with any of them. Frankly, them believing that made me realize there is quite literally nothing I can do. Cut my losses, block them, kept on trucking with my life. Last week though, as I was leaving class, who do I see waiting for me but my mother? Just for reference, I live about an hour and a half away from the rest of the family. At first, I just kept on walking cause I really didn't want to deal with that, but she stopped me and asked if we could talk. She didn't really look mad or anything, she just looked really worn out and sad. While I honestly wasn't feeling particularly sympathetic, I was curious, so I agreed. She asked if we could go back to my apartment. I said hell no and took her to the park to sit. She tried to open with small talk, but I just told her to get on with it. So, apparently she came to let me know that my sister-in-law and nephew have gone missing, my brother is distraught over it, and they think I had something to do with it. Now, mind you, the last time I spoke to her was the night we had the conversation about her ectopic pregnancy. She didn't reach out ever again after that and randomly blocked me. Naturally, I'm ready to get up and leave because holy heck, you people cannot be serious, but my mom is pleading to me that if I know where she is I have to let her know because they're worried about my brother, not her, my brother. You might be wondering why I put gone missing in quotations. Well, that's because of what my mother described as the lead up to her disappearance. Apparently, my sister-in-law's older brother came to visit her and my brother without warning. My sister-in-law actually hadn't had contact with him per my brother's request because the last time they saw each other was when my sister-in-law and brother got engaged, roughly 4 years ago. They ended up in an altercation and the dude beat the absolute heck out of my brother. I did know about this as my mom was in shambles for an entire week about it, and the entire family was mad at my sister-in-law for letting it happen. Common theme here. Point is, this dude really hates my brother and vice versa, so he wasn't happy about it, but they kept it civil. On the third day of his visit, my brother came back from work to an empty house. My sister-in-law, her brother, and the baby were nowhere to be found. My sister-in-law's brother's car was gone. My brother didn't think anything of it at first, all of my sister-in-law's belongings were still there, including her phone, so he just assumed they went out to lunch or whatever, but after a couple hours there was still no sign of them. Another thing important to note? The guy apparently didn't bring anything with him when he came to stay with them, just him in his car. My brother ended up calling the police and filing a missing persons report the next day, and that's where they are right now, though from what my mom is telling me the police are being weirdly lax about it. Hearing all of that, I feel like it's pretty natural to assume that she flew the coop, kid in hand, with the assistance of her brother. My mom, however, is adamant that something happened to her or that she's being influenced and is in danger, and no matter how hard I tried to make her see the clues that my sister-in-law probably left on her own accord, she just wouldn't accept it. She was crying about how my brother is so humiliated and crushed about it and that I have some responsibility over my sister-in-law's disappearance and my brother's current state. At this point, this woman has devolved into borderline scream crying about how I ruined my family's life and reputation while I sit there nodding along and going, oh yeah, Honestly, the pathetic sight of my mother babbling about how I'm to blame for my family's shortcomings actually helped me get rid of the last bit of affection I had towards her, so silver lining I guess. The little breakdown my mother was having was, call me insensitive, going on for far too long, and I really had more important things to do. I said, okay well good luck with that, gave her a hearty pat on the shoulder and walked back to campus while she sat there crying. I know, not the nicest thing to do, but there is nothing else I can do for these people, and honestly, I kinda just don't even really have the capacity to feel bad for her anymore. It just kinda is what it is. My mom hasn't come back to my campus since then, and none of them know where I live, so it's whatever. However, I started getting a bunch of messages from a random number over the weekend following the interaction with my mother. This number I very easily recognized was our original foe, my lunatic sister, angrier and just as unemployed as ever. She basically parroted the same sentiment my mother gave but in a much harsher and unfortunately, funnier way. Calling me a big pharma slur-ridden person who destroyed the family did in fact give me a little giggle, I won't lie. Very godly, very loving thy neighbor of her. I muted it, but I didn't block it cause the angry ramblings of a mentally deranged woman in her mid-30s can be pretty entertaining. Anyways, maybe the cops will eventually ask me questions about my sister-in-law, but I got just about as much of a clue as the rest of them. Wherever she is, I hope both she and my nephew are safe. Glad someone was able to get her the heck out of this nightmare of a family, and maybe it'll be a better beginning for her. I have no idea how that'll work with custody arrangements though. Again, sorry for the long post, this account has basically become a lame diary lol. Shout out to anyone who actually sees this and thanks for all the well wishes. I'm gonna take a funny gummy and try to act like this situation never happened.
My boyfriend got drunk on our backpacking trip and used a hatchet to destroy a 2,000-year-old petroglyph and rock formation, then screamed at me for 3 hours when I broke up with him, but I reported him to the park rangers and now the FBI might show up at his door while I got adopted by the sweetest grandparents who are traveling the country eating at every Outback Steakhouse. Posted by you/throwremail.com. We are currently waiting for our shuttle service back to our car, and I think I'm going to have him drive me to the nearest airport so I can fly home because I can't stand the idea of being around him for 3 days. We went backpacking in a national park. It was really his first time doing anything like this, and he was a pain in the butt from the start. He brought way too much booze and almost no water, and the springs we planned on catching were almost all dried up. He could have passed had we not found one that was good. On the day we found the spring, he decided the smart thing to do was to drink all his booze and fill bottles up with water. But he got so drunk. I told him I didn't like it and he was scaring me. His answer to this was to take out our camp hatchet and not only destroy a 2,000-year-old petroglyph, he also broke off several of these little lava rock knolls that were all over the place. I was disgusted and I packed up and started hiking out. He caught up to me the next day, and I broke up with him on the spot. He hiked the rest of the way out screaming at me the whole way that I was a witch. I was so relieved when we got to Trailhead because he calmed down. That was an hour or so ago, but should I report him to the park rangers before I leave? I just googled it and he could seriously do jail time for this. What should I do? Edit: I called the NPS office for this area and they are going to send a ranger out to this parking lot. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, yes, report him. Side note, breaking up with an unstable man can be extra dangerous when alone in the woods. Ops response, yeah, no kidding. He screamed at me for almost 3 hours on our hike out. I just busted my credit card buying a one-way ticket home, and I'm almost thinking it might be safer to hitchhike to the airport than have him give me a ride. Commenter 2, yup. This is cultural violence, National Park Service's words, and is illegal activity. You have a responsibility to report it, and if you don't report it you could be held partly responsible. Ops response, thank you, a park ranger is on his way to meet me at the parking lot. My ex doesn't know. Commenter 3, emo, that's one of the most kick-butt reasons to break up with him and a great story for later. He was a little witch, broke some rocks in a temper tantrum and now Uncle Sam has him by the balls. Update, 2 days later. So basically my last post blew up, and it was locked right in the middle of everything going down. It sucked reading people's posts wondering if I was safe or even offering me money for Uber and plane tickets so I didn't have to ride with my ex and not being able to update, but I appreciate it so much. I was blown away by how many people wanted to help me out of a potentially bad situation. Obviously I am safe and home. But that afternoon was so crazy, and I'm so lucky to have run into some equally great people in the parking lot. So when we got back to the parking lot, he basically told me, get in the car, we're leaving. I told him that I wasn't sure if I was riding home with him or not. He said that he wasn't leaving me stranded and was going to go into town and get gas, and I had better come to my senses by the time he got back. This super nice older lady come up to me and asked me if my boyfriend just abandoned me. I said no, that I was actually hoping he didn't come back. She told me that she'd hoped her husband wouldn't come back since the honeymoon, but somehow he had the nose of a coonhound, which just cracked me up. It turns out that they were there in their RV, and she invited me to sit in their AC until I got my issues figured out. It turns out they were some of the nicest people I've ever met. So from their RV is where I called the National Parks Ranger right when my last thread got locked and they sent a ranger out. I was really hoping they would show up about the same time my ex got back. Unfortunately he got back first, looked around the parking lot for me for a while and texted me that I was a stupid witch and he was really leaving. I told him to please go. The rangers got there and we talked for a long time about the damage that was done, where it was, why he had done it, etc. I was kind of hoping they'd chase him down the highway, but they said that unfortunately they don't really do that kind of stuff. But they would send in someone to investigate the damage, and if it's bad enough they can submit a federal arrest warrant, and either NPS or even the FBI might pay him a visit. The ranger said that this kind of stuff happens way more than they'd like, and almost always they have enough evidence and the penalties are stiff enough that the guilty person usually makes a plea deal and pays a pretty big fine. It makes me happy that he most likely won't get away with it. The people with the RV were so nice. They said that even though the airport I was flying out of was 150 miles in the opposite direction of where they were going, they would be happy to give me a ride. I fell in love with these people. Their whole reason for being in an RV is to see national parks and to eat at as many different Outback Steakhouses as they can across the country. So they were super excited that the city we were going to had 2 different Outbacks they could check off their lists. They even took me to get an early dinner with them before dropping me off at the airport. They were so sweet, they insisted on giving me a $100 bill to make sure I had money for an emergency. They are going to stay in touch and maybe even come to see me at the end of the summer and yes, eat at the Outback in town. So that's really it. I'm sick about introducing my ex to backpacking and confirming he's a piece of trash by doing damage to irreplaceable art and nature. But I'm also glad I'm safe. I dropped a whole bunch of dead weight and got some awesome honorary grandparents out of it. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. I know this started off as a fairly bad situation to be in, but good God, those people sound wholesome as heck. Retired older people living life really are the best. Glad you managed to get out of this mess and actually relax a bit before flying out. Ops response. I know, they were so charming. They got married during college, share each other's passions, laugh the whole time they were together. They've given me a model for what I want out of a relationship. Commenter 2. Legit question. Are all Outback steakhouses not practically identical? Isn't it a chain? Also glad you're in a good place and away from that jerk. But seriously, I need to know about the Outback steakhouses. Ops response. I've actually only ever eaten there with them and it was really good. But yes, they love that they get the exact same meal in Florida that they do in Seattle. It was just so cute to see them. They knew more about Outback than the manager did. Commenter 3. How are there guys like this out there? Anger and destruction issues. Where do they come from, and how do they continue to find girlfriends? Glad you made it out okay. The old couple sounds cute as heck. I love the hound scent joke. Hope this didn't spoil your love for hiking and are able to get out there soon with a new boyfriend to share it with. Good luck. Ops response. That's the good thing is I'd only been dating him about 6 weeks. I think a lot of it was COVID loneliness. He was a friend of friends and he talked a much bigger game about being into the stuff I was into than he actually was. Lesson learned for sure. Commenter 4. Thanks for the update. I'm glad your terrible experience with I'm not even sure what to call him, turned into a great one with your new grandparents. I sure do love a happy ending. It's sad that probably nothing will be done about the destruction of our national property. I sure would like the jerk to be punished. But at least you're rid of him. Ops response. The ranger said they actually take it very seriously, so they will do all they can and he said most people are caught if there's a witness.